Hopkins, we're ready to begin when you are.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Appreciate it. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If, during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I'll now ask that Julie please go ahead and share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días y bienvenidos a la reunión. Esta reunión será interpretada simultáneamente al español. Si quiere escuchar en español, por favor haga clic en el icono del globo que se encuentra al pie de la página y elija su idioma español. También puede hacer clic donde dice Mute Original Audio para silenciar el audio original y escuchar solo la interpretación. Si quiere hacer una pregunta en español, se la traduciremos al inglés. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Julie. And before you sign off today, I just want to say thank you so much for your year of translation services to the county. You know, this has been the first time that we've really had a commitment to having bilingual, accessible meetings. And so thank you so much on this last meeting of the year for all of your work. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We're so pleased to be here. Thank you.
We are very, very grateful for your service. So thank you for that. With that, we will go ahead and move on to the flag salute. Vice Chair Corsi, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So with that, we will move on to the approval of the agenda. A few notes today. Items 17A and 22A have been added to the consent calendar by addendum. Items 46 and 47 have been removed from the closed session calendar by addendum. With that, Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda, please?
Supervisor Coran,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes, and Chair Hopkins, just confirming, going to have just a couple quick comments on item number 8. Also had a comment I wanted to make on item number 6. It'll be quick.
Okay, yeah,
Just to get the
we can do that
board's
when we get to
interest.
consent.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Aye.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. So with that, we will move on to the consent calendar, which is items 1 through 42. We will be removing item 8 to have a little bit of an independent conversation with the board. So it will be items 1 through 42 with the exception of 8. And Supervisor Gore, it sounds like you have a quick comment that you want to make on another of the consent, but you're going to keep it on consent. Great. Go for it. Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Well, two things. One is item number 6, which is a cannabis and legislative and intergovernmental affairs staffing request. At our last meeting, when we had board report outs, I had made a comment about us reviewing early in the new year the cannabis tax. And I wanted to just make a pitch that I talked to the county administrator that we review that in our retreat at the beginning of the year. And in terms of just agendizing that potential item and seeing if the board, if there's a majority support to bring it back forward. So just the point for me would be able to have staff do an analysis. There's been discussions and multiple jurisdictions are looking to do a suspension and look at what it is. I think we need some data. We need to know what other jurisdictions are doing. But the high level of it is that when your taxation is based on a volume and well, not on a value, but based on a volume that's not with that. And if you're actually taxing in excess of 50 or 70% of what a crop actually brings in, or any kind of product thereof, is maybe you don't have the right setup, especially when we know that prices have dropped from 900 down to 300. So this is not me being a professional cannabis consultant or industry person. I just know that this is being taken up by the state and by other jurisdictions. So kind of the request is I know we have tax bills due in late January. And for us to consider around late January is having an item before the board if we decide during our retreat we want to bring it forward. So I don't think I need to ask the board for anything on that, but if that's okay, I'll just move on to the next item.
CEO Bratton,
Okay.
do you have a response to that? So I'm very interested in that conversation, but I want to make sure that we have it at the appropriate time.
Yeah.
So CEO Bratton, what are your thoughts on having that conversation?
I think the timing's going to be
tight to bring back an item to look at potentially suspending the tax starting January 31st. And the reason I think it's tight is because there are positions that are funded with that tax, and we'd have to go and look at all of that and bring that analysis back so the board knows if we're going to suspend it, what does that mean for those positions for the rest of the fiscal year? What I communicated to Supervisor Gore yesterday is I was putting it on the calendar as a workshop in the spring, but I understand the interest of dealing with taxes coming due, so that's, whatever the board wants to do, but it will be tight for sure to come back before January 31st.
So one question I have, is there any way to at least agendize this for, say, the first meeting of the year, just to have this conversation in a way that's properly noticed, where we talk about, is there an opportunity for, say, a deferment until we have that more, sort of bigger conversation that staff has been able to do some analytical work? Is there something that we could do? Because I feel like it's important to have the conversation at an appropriate time and that folks on all sides of the issue would have an opportunity to weigh in.
So we have 2 meetings in January 4th. We wouldn't be able to bring you any sort of analysis. And January 25th, I don't think we really would be able to bring you much analysis either, but we're going to be talking about the calendar. I'm thinking it's at January 25th. It might be February 1st. So I appreciate wanting to put it on the agenda to have a further discussion, but also I want to manage expectations of staff won't be prepared to give you any analysis. So.
Yeah. I just wonder if even having it on sort of January 4th as just an open discussion might allow us to at least determine if there's a board majority interest in moving forward with a policy or I don't know, just to have sort of the direction to staff given. What do we think about that? Is that something that would make sense just for and hopefully a short item that doesn't, and I want to make sure that we're not setting up staff work because that's not possible to do between now and the 4th. Would you be comfortable with that, CAO Bratton?
Well, we can certainly put a title and a recommended action, which is, really open discussion of cannabis tax. But I think we'd have very limited information in that item. That item, January 4th, is already in the queue in Legistars. So if you're okay with the bare bones kind of placeholder under the Brown Act so you can discuss it without staff analysis, we can certainly do that.
And perhaps at that conversation, part of our goal would be to determine what staff analysis we would want for a future conversation to come back either in later January, although that obviously timing is tight in terms of our, posting requirements and policy, or in February. Would that work?
Yes.
Okay.
Managing expectations, though, in terms of, bringing something back on the 25th. There's a lot of analysis. We have a machine that's built to collect the taxes now that we can't simply change how that works. So we really need to work with the auditor controller's office as well and others. So just want to manage expectations.
Right. So maybe it can be just sort of a conversation, democracy in action, have someone from the ACTTC's office, if ACTTC Rozier wants to participate, we can just have a conversation about some of the challenges, some of the pitfalls, and what we would like to see in a future conversation. Would that work?
I think that
high level.
work.
Okay, great. All right. Does that work for you, Supervisor Gore? And is everyone else comfortable with sort of basically a placeholder to make sure that we're in compliance with the Brown Act and we have some kind of a conversation? Supervisor Abbott?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was just going to mention, I think it's already been said, and I think everyone here knows that, the county hard costs that need to be covered have to be taken into account, including even today, adding a half of FTE, again, on top of those that are already part of the cannabis program. I'm certainly open to revisions of the tax, but do believe it'd be counterproductive to suspend and cease support on what we're trying to do to revise the existing cannabis ordinance, which everyone says is broken and needs, work. So at a time when people want us to lower the overall tax, we actually have higher expenses because we're trying to do the work to fix what is out there. And even at the state level, and I recognize that Senator McGuire was looking to do something, but it was really changing the point of taxation. It wasn't lowering the overall amount. And that's partly because when it was brought forward for legalization on the proposition, it was promised that it would create revenue, like it or not, in spite of where the prices are today. So I just want to make sure that we're being fiscally prudent. So I look forward to the discussion.
Yeah.
Great. Any other comments from my colleagues on the board? No. Supervisor Gordon? Okay. Anything final, Supervisor Gore, or?
Item number 8.
So we'll take that afterwards.
Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Okay. So with that, I will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public who wish to comment on items 1 through 42, exclusive of number 8. And we do have a couple of members of the public who wish to speak in person. So I would go ahead and invite them in. And I don't know if we know if the microphone in here is hot or cold. Should we? Okay, great. Not hot. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much for your help. Welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to do 2 minutes, and just so you know, we'll set it up so that it goes yellow at 30 seconds. So it'll be green, then it goes yellow at 30 seconds, then it'll be red when your time is up. So just to set the precedent. Thank you so much. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, we'll start the timer when you do so.
Thank you. Pastor Tim Kellgren from Petaluma, retired. Okay.
Yeah, whenever. Yep.
Yeah, you supervisors have such a great job. It's not an easy one, I know, and it takes a tremendous amount of time. But so many of us ask the question, what can we do to make life better for other people in our community? And you have so many opportunities every day to do that. Here's another one. Many others this morning, I'm sure, will speak to the specifics of this ordinance, and you know what they are, and you have to work to balance this with other demands. But I encourage you to see your updating of this ordinance as a matter of justice, an opportunity to improve the economic structure of the county so that people are paid a fair wage for their labor, so they are able to support themselves and their families in this economy with the dignity of work rather than of assistance, so that we can reverse the structural inequality of our labor system. And by making the COLA...
And I hate to interrupt you, but I think that you're actually commenting on the living wage ordinance. Is that right? I was just trying to...
I was told that that's what was going
Okay, no, my apologies. So we're actually commenting on the consent calendar right now, which is items 1 through 42, exclusive of number 8. So we will have the living wage ordinance coming up, but it's not yet. So I'm sorry for the false start, but I do look forward to hearing you on the living wage ordinance. Really appreciate it.
It was a great opportunity for rehearsal. Thank you.
Yes, there you go. Let's call it
There's a grinder out there.
great dress rehearsal. Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, absolutely. So that will be happening. It was supposed to happen at 8:45. So you're on time. We're late. But we will definitely let you know when the living wage ordinance is up. Great. Thank you so much. All right. So with that, I don't think that we have any members of the public who are here on consent calendar. And we will look forward to hearing from you on living wage ordinance shortly. Marcy, do we have any members of the public who wish to comment via Zoom on the consent calendar, exclusive of item number 8, which we'll get to next?
Thank you. If you are hoping to comment on items 1 through 42 on today's agenda, exclusive of 8, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 if you are a phone-in attendee. And I do see that there's at least one hand, so thank you so much for the timer. And if this individual can please unmute and state your name.
Thank you, Marcy. Chair Hopkins and members of the board, my name is Gregory Farron, and I want to speak to items 17 and 23 on your consent calendar. Item 17 is greatly needed. Your IMDT team needs to do more of the same kinds of things that an agency I'm on the board of, SAVES, does. Those individuals in encampments around the county need to be encouraged in every way possible, and some of the things that can be spent with this $200,000 are exactly what they need. The other item is item 23. It's general assistance expansion. I'm sort of channeling Victoria Yanes, who you've heard many times speak to the need for an increase in general assistance. This action would do some of that, and even as your staff report indicates, it's still not enough. But thank you for both of these.
Thank you. And with that, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you, Gregory, and I appreciate you channeling Victoria. I recall earlier this year when she came in here on her birthday to advocate in support of homeless services and for resources for the underserved. So thank you for those comments. With that, I will go ahead, unless there are any other questions or comments from members of the board. Seeing none, Marcy, I would ask you to lead us in a roll call vote on items 1 through 42, exclusive of number 8.
Supervisor Coran,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And with that, we will go ahead and move on to item number 8, and I'm going to hand it over to Supervisor Gore, who I believe had some requests for some additional information and potentially some additional staff direction. Supervisor Gore?
You know, item number 8, titled Governance Studies for Unincorporated Areas of Sonoma Valley and West County. I want to just start by saying this is great work by districts 1 and 5. This is absolutely necessary work in our county. And I want to, first of all, say me too, in the appropriate way, and anyone else too is in this. We have $590,000 we set aside into this fund. A lot of us, what happened was in District 4 we've used some of the funds, even I think $40,000 in the Asti Bridge kind of review. And so there's been these little areas. What's in here, there's a little bit for community outreach, all the things in the unincorporated communities. I would just love for the rest of the county to have an opportunity as well for us to create this into kind of not just an initiative, but like, we say multiple initiative disorder sometimes in our world. But there's definitely places unincorporated, and I won't speak for District 2 with Pengrove or others, but I know there's long-standing discussions about what is our role as the county in terms of helping people form districts and our roles on LAFCO versus just providing a greater degree of services if we can from the county and other things. And so places like Geyserville that are small podunk kind of places, villages, and then places like Mark West, Larkfield, Wickiup, which are more like the Springs or more like Guerneville kind of in terms of size and complexity. I just want to, basically is maybe at our retreat also, we could talk about like what is an unincorporated kind of portfolio. And I'll probably be following on. I just wanted to kind of mention this and see if that's okay with the supervisors, as I might work with my colleague from South County or whatever, who also represents unincorporated areas, to see how we learn from what you're doing and how we also piggyback on it, if that's appropriate. That's it. And if we need to come back and think about if there's more funds needed to go into this to support these kinds of self-help and self-governance kind of things. Supervisor Corsi at one point Rabbit talked about Santa Rosa Avenue, South Santa Rosa Avenue, maybe being another area for annexation or other things, and then Moreland Avenue annexation. I don't know what it is, but I just want to make sure we have what we need to be, because this is good work. So that's it.
Supervisor Rabbit, and then I will also check in with Supervisor Gorin, who I know we've been working on this. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I'll be supportive of the item. I just want to I do think that we need to revisit this overall line item expenditure. I think historically, district formation had much to do about land or lighting districts and whatnot, and less to do about what it's morphed into. I just fear that, and obviously, as districts dip into that, it doesn't preclude other districts from dipping into it. Last week, I did have a town hall meeting in Pengrove. We are going to form a municipal advisory body there. I wouldn't be surprised if we weren't going to do the same thing out in Bloomfield with all the issues that they're having as well. And I just want to make sure that there's a balance left in the account, that those things can get carried out. But to the county administrator, I do think at some point in time, I don't know if it's a policy per se, or else we just need to make sure that this fund always has the dollars needed to be able to carry out these actions, and or dissolve the fund entirely and bring it forward as a contingency and or some other mechanism to kind of keep control of the expenditures. But to be fair and equitable across the county, I think we need to kind of dive a little deeper and look at how we go about that. But I am supportive of this. I just want us to make sure in the bigger picture that when other communities step forward and want to do the similar things, that they're not prohibited because the fund is, at a level that won't support it.
CEO Batten, do you want to sort of comment on the fund balance issue, and then I'll go to Supervisor Coran. Just want to make that clarification.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. So in the agenda item, it says 285,000 would remain in balance. However, we've looked at using 180,000 for part of the fire services consolidation project. Which is coming forward to the board next month. So that would leave a balance right around 100,000. As you all know, this fund is mostly filled through our TOT policy, which is 175,000 a year. The last couple of years, we didn't fill the full amount because DOT took a hit. But just so you know, next year, in next year's budget, it will be somewhere in that 175 range added, and then the following year, subject to the board revisiting that policy.
Any follow-up, Supervisor Abbott, before I go to Supervisor Coran?
Well, I think my comment remains the same. It can't just be first come, first serve and only dictating with one area of the county. If this is the overall policy direction, which I don't believe we necessarily have. I'm not sure if we need it, as long as there's a balance in the fund and that it comes from TOT, in my mind at this point in time, is probably inconsequential. It just needs to come from a source because it needs to be, and we've started down this path. We just need to be consistent, or we need to say, okay, time out, let's figure this out, and how is it going to be funded going forward?
Supervisor Coran?
I appreciate the comments of you, Supervisor Rabbit and Supervisor Gore. I think it's really important that the board acknowledge that unincorporated communities have a lot of needs that are not necessarily being addressed by a more local form of government. So that was the reason for forming the municipal advisory councils, and it's taken a while for the Springs Council to get up and running, but they're finding their footing and doing important things, and the same with the North Sonoma Valley MAC. But every year that I've served as supervisor representing the Sonoma Valley, there's been an undercurrent of conversation regarding the city of Sonoma and the unincorporated areas just outside the border. The decisions made by Sonoma affects the lives of those in the valley and vice versa. So we've started engaging in a good conversation about, actually it was long ago, Health and Human Services started an analysis on the gaps of providing the needs and what services we provide there, and interrupted by fires and power shutdowns and pandemic. And I think it's time to get back onto that, but it's broader. Recreation and parks are having parallel but interesting conversations, and there are a number of other issues that could be explored. And I think Supervisor Corsi and I may be the veterans of observing the path of Roseland, and it took a couple decades for them to find their footing and move that forward and get critical mass from the county and the city to do that. I'm not under the illusion that the Springs may be annexed into the city of Sonoma, but it is an opportunity to start initiating the conversations about what are the challenges, what's the problem, what can we do to share in providing solutions. And we have the community very supportive. I think I forwarded a letter from the Catalyst Fund. They're interested in helping to fund some outreach and has some good ideas on forming a committee. So I don't have any preconceived ideas about where this is leading, but I think the conversation is very healthy.
Supervisor Rabbit?
I totally appreciate what you just said. And to the bigger picture, because I think it came apparent when we were looking at redistricting maps, quite frankly, and once again seeing the amount of islands in the city of Santa Rosa that need to be addressed and the additional annexations that undoubtedly need to move forward at some point in the future. The district formation fund, as it stands today, won't support that. So perhaps as we go forward and talk in January and look to the budget, that we think in bigger, broader terms to make sure that we are prioritizing dollars. And again, I love having that kind of sinking fund. Let's put a little bit away to make sure that we can meet that need. Because I do think that we should continue with those annexations that should have taken place decades ago, whether it be the Springs, Southwest Santa Rosa areas, or these islands. And based upon the history of those negotiations, we know we're going to have to pay something and have a financial impact, and we should have a fund set aside to make sure that we can do that and not just have it be status quo because there's no money available.
And I would just conclude by saying there was a referendum regarding annexation of Sonoma and the Springs maybe 15 years ago. The city of Sonoma defeated it for whatever reason. But similar to Roseland, that was defeated once or twice. So maybe the time is clear now to engage in conversation. So thank you for your support.
I really just want to say thank you to Supervisor Gore for pulling this from consent, because I think this is a really important topic to dive into. And I just want, Supervisor Gore and Rabbit to know that I am 100% supportive of looking at other areas and utilizing district formation funds to do that. And I would actually, when that fire item comes back, rather have us look, quite frankly, at, say, general fund contingencies to maintain a greater balance in this fund that will then be added to sort of next year during budget hearings to make sure that we have the ability to answer these questions. I mean, this is exactly why we formed this fund in the first place. Was we were saying, how do we deal with unincorporated governance? Because it's a hot mess. I cannot tell you how many hundreds of hours my staff and I have collectively spent trying to address trash in downtown Guerneville. Like, these are things that just, we don't have a real solution to, and we need to figure out how to meet the needs of folks who are increasingly demanding and, quite frankly, needing, based on sort of tourism impact, city-level services in unincorporated communities. You've had this conversation around parking. We're having the conversation around parking in West County. So we're trying to figure out, how do we create sort of self-funding mechanisms that are sustainable in the long term to address these needs? And so I appreciate, my colleagues' consideration and support of this item, and I really look forward to saying, where else do we need to have this in the county? And how do we make sure that we have enough funds in the district formation fund to meet the needs in North and South and Central County as well when it comes to annexation conversations? So any other kind of comments or questions? Supervisor Corsi.
Yes, I'll be supporting the item today, but I look forward to having this conversation in a more holistic way down the road here, and not too far down the road. I think that it's really important for us to take a look at the big picture, figure out what our priorities are, what the needs are, as far as, whether that's equity, whether it's planning, whether it's just a cohesive order for the many needs that are all around the county right now. So hopefully we can get to that before too long.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. All right, a thumbs up with Supervisor Gorin. Want to lean in one more time?
No, I'm just really glad this item is coming forward. Thank you to Supervisor Hopkins for working with our district and creating this parallel path for similar conversations.
Yeah, and I look forward to expanding it to all parts of the county. With that, before we actually go on to a roll call vote on this item, I did want to actually circle back to the consent calendar briefly, which is that I actually received a last-minute correction for our Coastal Municipal Advisory Council appointments. It should be Marty Campbell for Sea Ranch Annapolis and Scott Farmer for Timber Cove. It sort of states that the Coast MAC appointment is for Timber Cove, Annapolis, and the Sea Ranch appointment is not including Annapolis. So if it's okay, I'm hoping that we can make that correction for the record. Bob, should we take a revote on that, or can we just sort of get a thumbs up from everyone to make that small correction for the record?
I would suggest we make the correction and take a revote, please.
Okay, great. So why don't we go ahead and just take a revote on the consent calendar, which is, again, Marty Campbell should be identified with the Sea Ranch and Annapolis, and Scott Farmer with Timber Cove. So Marcy, if you wouldn't mind taking, and actually I do also have one other thing that I wanted to address since we are revoting anyway. It was on consent, and I know that we've been really good this year about not talking too much about consent, but I do think it's important that the Board of Supervisors take a moment to acknowledge and express thanks to Ethan Brown for stepping up as our interim EDB director. So if anyone wanted to just sort of make any brief remarks on that, I think we're all extremely grateful for his leadership. We received an absolutely glowing letter of recommendation from current director Sheba Pearson-Whitley, and I just want to acknowledge him for his leadership and his work at the Economic Development Board, and thank you so much for taking the helm at this time. Thank you very much, Ethan. Anyone else want to? All right, I'm seeing thumbs up and gratitude. So, all right, with that, let's go ahead and take the revote.
Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, I apologize. This is Marty Campbell for
she is for the Sea Ranch and Annapolis. So I think that the challenge was that Annapolis was sort of lumped into the wrong spot. So she's with the Sea Ranch, Annapolis, and Scott Farmer is with Timber Cove. And actually, is everyone okay then with us also including item 8 in this revote now that we've had the conversation? Okay. All right. So let's include. So we'll make this 1 through 42 with no exceptions.
Right.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Coran.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And there we go on the consent calendar. Thanks everyone for a robust conversation and discussion.
And I know we already voted on it. I don't know that there's any member of the public wanting to comment on the shared governance issue. And so, Marcy, could you ask
Excellent
if
point.
anybody from the public is waiting to comment on that? Oops, the cart before the horse.
Supervisor Coran just is on fire this morning. I need more caffeine. You're on it.
Thank you so much. This would be for anyone in the hall or in Zoom. If you'd like to comment on item number 8 on today's agenda, you would line up in the hall and we can identify that in person. Or if you are in Zoom, please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you are a phone-in attendee. And again, this is for item number 8.
Seeing none in person, Marcy. So if there's anyone on Zoom, let us know.
Thank you, none in person.
Okay, so I think we are okay. Thank you very much for that reminder, Supervisor Coran. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to our regular calendar. We are starting with item 43, Department Head Personal Services Agreement, Director of Emergency Management, and I believe we are joined today by Christina Kramer.
Yes, good morning. Christina Kramer, Director of Human Resources. This is a contract, basically renewal for Christopher Godley as the Director of Emergency Management for an additional 3-year term from December 24th, 2021 through December 23rd, 2024. It maintains his existing pay and benefits per the county's salary resolution and amends his vacation accrual rate for the term of the agreement. It will keep him at the I step of the salary range for his position, which is currently $181,412. And with that, that completes my presentation.
Thank you very much. First, I will ask if there are any members of the public in person or via Zoom who wish to speak on this item, and then I will bring it back to the board for some comments. Seeing none in person, Marcy, are there any members of the public who wish to participate virtually?
Thank you. This is item number 43 on today's agenda. Please raise your hand on the Zoom app if you would like to comment. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. And if I might just kick it off by saying how lucky we are to have Director Godley with us. He has served us through hell and high water, literally, here in Sonoma County. And he's done a remarkable job and really supported our resiliency. Supervisor Coran.
I just wanted to echo those comments and good wishes. We are so fortunate to have you, Chris, at the helm. And we are going into our pause with disaster assistance and organization. Really want to thank you and the members of your team for working so hard in figuring out how Sonoma Valley in particular is prepared for the next big emergency, whatever it is. And actually, we had flooding yesterday in Sonoma Valley. Shellville, of course, but not on the level and the scale of Guerneville, fortunately. But I want to thank you and the members of your team and actually all of the incredible folks at the county for coming together in the EOC during any crisis that we experience. But every month, every year, we are better prepared to meet the challenges of the next big disaster in thanks to you and your staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Coran. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Chris for putting together such a stellar team. And I don't know how he sleeps at night because I know he'll tease himself about always being paid to be paranoid. But thank God that he and the rest of the Department of Emergency Management are there constantly making sure that we're prepared going forward for whatever lies ahead. Hopefully none of it comes to fruition, but better safe than sorry. And really appreciate Chris's leadership, kind of succinct style of getting things done and constantly moving forward and really being cutting edge across the state of California and beyond for emergency management. So thank you, Chris, for your work, and thank you to your entire team.
Other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I just want to extend my appreciation for the work that Mr. Godley and his team do. It is critical. It is far too much in the last 4 years or so. And I hope that, honestly, I hope that we forget who you are in the next 3 years. That would be the best outcome here. But I feel good having you at the helm.
Supervisor Gore?
Just like everyone else, so much I could say, but just sincere appreciation for your service, for coming out of the private sector to re-engage in your community in the aftermath of, the biggest disaster we've had here in these generations here in Sonoma County, and you've built us up into a system that other areas around the country are envious of, and rightfully so. Thank you.
And CEO Bratton?
I just want to say Chris is the reason that I can sleep at night. So thank you, Chris, because I know you're there if anything happens. So very much appreciate all of your work and your department's work.
I think it's unanimous, our gratitude and appreciation for Director Chris Godley. And I will just say one final brag, which is that it's a really good thing when other counties and other supervisors are jealous of your emergency management director because he is truly leading the state. We went from 2017 where there were failures and they needed to be addressed to really actually pushing the envelope and being at the cutting edge, as Supervisor Rabbit said, on a number of issues. And, in addition to serving so fantastically here in Sonoma County, Chris, we also really appreciate your connections and your relationships with our state and federal emergency management partners. And so I think that you are seen as a trusted resource for Sonoma County, but also a leader in the state. And those relationships have really enabled us to better weather our disasters, which we have had many. So here's to forgetting what your name is the next 3 years. Supervisor Corsi, I think that was a great way of putting it. So with that, I will ask Marcy to lead us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Absolutely. So with that, we will move on to the moment that I believe a lot of folks have been waiting for. And thank you all so much to those who are waiting to make public comment for your patience. This was our 8:45 time certain where we are running a little bit behind. But this is the proposed living wage rate increase and living wage ordinance work plan. And so I will hand it over to Crystal Carey-Harrow, our Deputy County Administrator. And we are also joined by Yvonne Hsu, Administrative Analyst 3. And I believe Jeremy Fonseca from County Council is also here with us.
Good morning. Yvonne Hsu is going to be our presenter this morning. Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Good morning, Yvonne Hsu, County Administrator's Office. The county's living wage ordinance was adopted by the board in December 2015 and went into effect July 1st, 2016. It established a $15 per hour base hourly wage for county employees and for-profit contractors, and included a gradual implementation plan for nonprofits to be at that $15 per hour without benefits, effective July 1st, 2019. The living wage ordinance was brought to the board on September 21st of this year, and today the recommended actions are to consider and approve an increase to the hourly living wage rate to $16.75 per hour, delegate authority to implement this increase, which has not been done before, which is why we have this delegation built in, authorize human resources to meet and confer with SEIU, and also to consider the living wage work plan. And so that concludes my introduction to this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will bring it back to the board for any questions on this item. And then I'm guessing that we'll really want to wait for our deliberations because I know that there are many members of the public who wish to make comment. Supervisor Rabbit, I see you leaning in.
Yeah, I know that there's some contacted regarding the implementation of the living wage ordinance, and I just want to know from staff what the consequences of either revising that or how they fell upon the implementation date that they have moving forward. So I think everyone obviously has felt like they would just want to make sure we get up to snuff as quick as possible, but recognizing there's a certain amount of work to do and whatnot, and just want to hear from staff on how that will go forward.
Regarding implementing the 1675 per hour rate? Yes. Was that the question, Supervisor Rabbit?
Yes.
Okay, so there's going to have, in preliminary discussions with General Services and also with Human Resources, there is some consideration in terms of looking at the number of contracts that are below that rate and understanding how we might get that communication out to the vendors and also providing enough notice. And consideration of contract limits, how that plays into it, and also from an HR perspective, looking at certain job classes that may be impacted by this rate.
Any follow-up on that, Supervisor Abbott?
Not at this time. I just want to make sure that and I recognize it's not an easy thing to do, and I know that we have a lot of contracts in this county, for sure, and they each are going to have their own terms and obviously point of contact and whatnot. But I just want to make sure that we are moving as expeditiously forward as possible. So I do appreciate that, and maybe if there's a mechanism just to have a check-in to make sure that we are reaching those milestones along the way.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi, any questions? Supervisors Coran or Gore, any questions?
Well, there are a number of items incorporated in the board discussion previously that are related to the living wage ordinance. And I guess I want to ask staff and the CAO, and especially the county council, your recommendations on what you're looking for from this board as a go-ahead to engage in conversation on some of the other provisions.
Theo Bratton.
If I might. So, Yvonne, if you want to talk about the work plan elements and some of the preliminary discussions you've had with impacted departments, I think that would help.
I'm sorry.
So
could you sort of repeat that, because your mask, I love speaking through masks, I can hardly hear.
I've asked Yvonne to walk us through the work plan elements.
Got it. Thank you.
So if you look at the summary, the first work plan element that's listed there, it's not in priority order at all, is to include a paid sick leave provision that provides 12 paid sick days and personal leave days, with 10 of those unpaid to all covered employees. The second item is to include a provision that requires county contractors to offer more hours to part-time employees who request so prior to hiring new part-timers. This one, we had very preliminary discussions with HR, and we have to do a more thorough analysis of how this might even be possible. The third item, revise the employee retention section such that all qualified workers employed by the previous contractor must be retained by a new contractor for 60 days. If the new contractor does not have enough positions to retain all workers employed by the previous contractor, those who request continued employment, then the contractor shall hire back laid off employees by seniority. And so this is a little interesting because it would involve getting involved with some of our service providers and their hiring policies. And so this is a brand new one for us. Next item is include a responsible bidder provision. Next, approve a COLA for 4 years for all covered employees, followed by amend section 2-380, which is contractor certification and eligibility, for model language to be posted in English and Spanish at contractor work sites. Expand coverage of employees to include county contractors, concessionaires, franchisees, and lessees at the county airport and the county fair. Airport and fair considerations were part of the initial discussion of the living wage ordinance, and the board indicated that they would be interested in looking at this further, and so that will involve more discussions with both of those entities and also with HR. And finally, the last one, which was something that was discussed and brought up by the board in September, and it's separate from some of the proposals we've received from external organizations, is looking at a way to enforce the living wage ordinance besides self-attestation. And so this would involve looking at what other counties are doing potentially, and also considering staff capacity and the technology internally and what we actually can do to make this effective. Those are the elements of the work plan that were discussed in September. And I guess I would ask, the board to weigh in on, of those, of the ones that will require more time, which one are the priorities for you, at least for the first couple items for staff to dig into.
So that is something that we definitely can discuss during deliberations. And I had similar questions that I really appreciate Supervisor Rabbit and Supervisor Coran asking. Any follow-ups, Supervisor Coran?
No, I just think it was important for our community to hear about the items that might be considered as part of the living wage ordinance. And I think we should have a discussion about what that means for staff resources and the timing for those consideration. And do we want to, I know James Gore and I worked as members of the ad hoc working with staff some years ago. I can barely remember it except the extended conversations we had with poor Mr. Pittman sitting in a room talking about the provisions of responsible bidder over and over and over again. He can laugh at it now. So I think it's important for the board to think through how we want to approach this. Do we want to involve a couple of members of the community? Do we just want to work with staff? So I look forward to those conversations.
Great. And during deliberations, if there's board consensus around, forming an ad hoc, totally happy to, that's something that we could do today, and bring it back with a charter. One thing that I want to make sure though is that we're not slowing down the process anyway, creates a sense of urgency. If that helps advance things, I think that's a great way of doing it.
And I share that level of urgency, and I think the community members share that as well, because we've put this on the back burner for, 5 or 6 years. Mm-hmm. And so it's time to really think through if we're going to support some of these provisions. Absolutely supportive of catching up with the cost of living index and the COLA. It's ironic that in this year of really high inflation, higher than since the 70s, we're now catching up. So it is what it is.
Yep. Supervisor Gore, do you have any questions or?
I think acknowledging that there's always a lot more work to do in this, and acknowledging that it costs more money to do what's right. I really am thinking about as what the last thing that was mentioned, which is more in the comment area about ad hocs and next steps, and as we design what our ad hocs are for next year and with our retreat and others. So thank you for calling on me, but I'll leave that for comment section. Appreciate it.
Perfect. And Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, before we go to public comment, I just want to make a couple follow-up questions to make sure that we're all clear on these two things. One is the implementation period to April 1st of 2022. At that point, all existing employees and existing contracts, along with new contracts, will be up to the 1675 level. Is that correct? Is that the intent?
That is the intent. Yeah. And Jeremy, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that as well.
Yeah, that is the intent, but in conjunction with the ability, the delegated authority to extend the time further based on over the next few months, if working with existing vendors, realizing the implementation issues, administration concerns, if more time would be needed.
In answer to Supervisor Corsi's questions with regard to county employees, we will be able to implement as soon as we complete the meet and confer process with SEIU, and we give our payroll department sufficient time to set it up into the system. So that may be before that date for county employees.
And just to follow up on Supervisor Rabbitt's suggestion, I'd like us to have a check-in at some point before April 1st so we know where we are in this process. If we're gonna blow by April 1st without having this all done, I'd like to know whether that's the situation or not at some point. The other point that I want to make clear is how COLAs or there's another word we've been using, either a COLA or a CPI increase. How will those be implemented in the future? We have, to this date, been, under an ordinance that says it'll be reviewed every year. It has not been reviewed every year. As we delegate this authority, are we delegating that increase to an automatic review every year?
So if I may weigh in on that, I'm in the middle of preparing the 2022 calendar of board items, and I did put it on the board's calendar for, I think, December, so that it would come to the board and the board would have the ability to implement a CPI.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor, looks like Council Pittman, do you have anything to add?
I was going to just clarify in the ordinance, it ties it to the CPI index. Those are usually released in September, October range. The CAO is supposed to review those, make a recommendation, and come to the board. But whether or not to increase it is discretionary, but the way the ordinance is currently drafted.
Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Abbott?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the work, and I think the reason for my first question was, it's easy for us up here to state a policy, but you're the guys that have to carry it out and implement it, as well as all the other work that we throw upon you, and trying to come to grips with the amount of hours that are needed to actually then implement going forward. I think the concern is that it could extend without any kind of definition beyond April 1st. I'm just trying to understand what that looks like. And I think the idea of a check-in is probably a good thing. And I take it that you can implement it within the county, and then does it need to be implemented all at once with the vendors? I suppose that would be, is there an effective date, or can it be phased in, and maybe there's some stragglers after April 1st, but the bulk of the vendors would be within the ordinance? I don't know legally what you can and can't do in that regard.
Supervisor, I think the intent would be that to look at contracts and existing arrangements and certain types of categories. So we do have existing contracts, and then we have new contracts. For all new contracts, the new rate would be in effect as of January 1st. As to existing contracts, the language in the board item is that the increase would be phased in by April 1st, not that it has to wait until April 1st. So as long as implementation-wise, administration-wise, we can undertake the required noticing, do any contract amendments, any other memorialization, budget adjustments as to those existing contracts to get the new rate in effect, there's no reason that that rate cannot go into effect on each of those existing contracts prior to April 1st. So we're not waiting until April 1st. We're trying to implement it as soon as possible, but with that outside date, just to have some kind of guard post.
That's great. I appreciate that very much and look forward to that. And I think that gives me some good satisfaction that we're moving in that direction going forward. At the same time, recognizing staff's workload as it exists today and what we add to it constantly going forward. Look forward to discussion in January regarding the work plan for next year in allocating these hours. And of course, like everything, it's a prioritization that this board needs to make going forward as well. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Any last questions before we go to comments from the public? Seeing none, I will go ahead and invite, I know that we have a couple members of the public who wish to speak on this item, and thank you so much for your patience today. We got the dress rehearsal, and now we get the live performance. Welcome. Great. And if you wouldn't mind leaving your mask on, it is sort of our regulation, but hopefully it'll pick you up well, loudly and clearly, even through the mask. And why don't we test it and make sure we can hear you before?
I'm the Reverend Norman Cram.
Perfect.
A retired military chaplain who holds the rank of Captain, United States Navy, 30 years of service, living in Sonoma. I'm going to talk about my 15-year-old Siamese cat who used to own me. Her name was Sabrina. She had 3 values that ruled our relationship. Her first value was finding comfort. Her second value was satisfying hunger. She used to rub her furry body against my pant leg. At first I thought it was because she was communicating I was a neat guy, but upon mature reflection I realized that she just wanted to be fed. Her third value was to gain attention. Sabrina would place a small part of her tail under my foot, then shriek when I stepped on it. This was purely to gain attention. She also jumped into my newspaper and pranced on my computer keys. Values, what we prioritize. Sabrina's values were comfort, food, and attention. The value that I prioritized this morning is economic dignity. Economic dignity is the ability to live on one's wages without needing charity. For instance, the retirement check I receive from the Navy changes each year thanks to a cost of living allowance, or COLA. This COLA is a part of my economic dignity. I commend COLA to each of you as supervisors, and I commend COLA to those who carry out your policies towards their economic dignity. Were we to meet outside these chambers, you might politely say, "Thank you for your service," to which I would reply, "Thank you, supervisors, for your service."
Thanks, Norm. I really appreciate you being here. It's great to see you.
And I will actually say that thank you very much for your service, but more importantly, well, equally as importantly, for your words today. That was really beautifully said, and I appreciate you coming to share that with us. Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you again.
I'll try this again. Pastor Tim Calgren retired from Petaluma. And echoing some of the things that Norm said, you supervisors have such a great job. I know it's not an easy one, and listening to you this morning only underlines that. But so many of us ask the question, what can we do to make a difference in our community? What can we do to really better the lives of our fellow members of the community? And you have so many opportunities every day, every time you meet, every conversation you have, to do that very thing. And here's another one. Many others are going to speak on the specifics of this ordinance, and you know what they are. But I encourage you to see your updating of this ordinance as a matter really of justice, an opportunity to improve the economic structure of the county so that people are paid fairly for their labor, so they're able to support themselves and their families in a dignified way without having to receive assistance, but can live on their own efforts, so that we can reverse the structural inequality in our labor system, and by making the COLA retroactive to 2015 to at least begin to address the inflation of these past years and certainly anticipate the coming increases as well, of which we are all aware. With this regulation, you have the opportunity to enhance the life, the work, the dignity, the success of literally several hundred people in our county. What a great job you have that you are able, with your decisions, to do that. So thanks for all that you do, and to make Sonoma County a more just and equal place to live for all of us. And I echo thank you for your service and for the job that you do.
Thank you so much for your words and also for your patience. Really appreciate it. Are there any other members of the public in person who wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I would again say thanks to those folks who made the long trips from East County and South County up to speak with us this morning. And I will ask Marcy if there are members of the public who wish to participate via Zoom.
Thank you. If you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone-in attendee. We do have a number of hands raised. Thank you so much. Thank you. The first commenters are Deborah, Sunny, and Dennis. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hello, this is Deborah McKay, and I'm representing the League of Women Voters. We fully support the proposed adjustment of the living wage to $16.75 an hour, and we would ask that perhaps one of you would be willing to be the living wage champion to make sure that the annual adjustment really does take place each year, the review of that. We expect that there's probably going to continue to be crises that come up. We have global warming. It's here, it's now, it's going to continue to affect us. You have some really long agendas and lots of topics, and it's very easy for this to get lost in all the challenges that you face. So we ask that at least one of you decide to be the champion for the living wage and make sure that each year this does get reviewed. This is a way to address some of the other issues you face, such as affordable housing, homelessness, having enough wage-earning workers in the county to fill all the open positions. So this has a very broad impact on our community. So we think it needs a champion. It needs someone to make sure that this gets reviewed and adjusted so that we stay current with these adjustments and not let them get lost in all the other challenges you face. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Thank you. This is Sunny Galbraith. I'm here as a representative of 350 Sonoma and as a new executive board member at North Bay Jobs with Justice to urge the board to apply not just 1 year of the COLA for the living wage ordinance, but 6 years total, going back to 2015, raising the wage to more than $17 an hour. For the bottom 20% of the county workforce, wages have fallen and rents have skyrocketed during this incredibly challenging 5 years of fire and pandemic. The federal and state minimum wages are not living wages, so it is incumbent upon you as supervisors in this very expensive area to raise wages by applying the full COLA without delay to a level where workers can afford to live here. As a climate action group, 350 Sonoma sees supporting living wage and safe working conditions as vitally important to a just transition to a climate-safe future. Just as we must take care of our environment, we must take care of our workers. As the majority of workers covered by the law are workers of color, immigrants, and women, this legislation directly addresses structural inequality and promotes economic, racial, and gender justice, which I know is a goal of the board. As a high school teacher and a parent of a teen and young adult, I feel acutely the anxiety of young people facing the fact that they may not be able to afford to live where they were raised. And as a teacher, I also see the generational impacts of racialized inequality. When parents are struggling to make ends meet, children have a very hard time succeeding in school, and positioning themselves for success. Because parents of color disproportionately shoulder the burden of raising families on poverty wages, when we fail to do everything in our power to raise these wages, we are perpetuating racialized inequality in our community. By immediately applying the COLA going back 6 years, the board can take a concrete and meaningful step in addressing the skyrocketing cost of living and inequality in Sonoma County. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
I'm Dennis Posake. I'm a Petaluma resident, a physician, and a member of Petaluma City Council. I'm speaking in support of raising the minimum wage in the county and thereby demonstrating leadership and commitment to a just recovery and to racial equity. In Petaluma, we have applied a COLA in every year but one since our ordinance was passed in 2006. Our living wage is now set at $18.94 per hour without benefits, compared to the county wage of $15, which is even less than our current minimum wage of $15.20. We provide 12 paid sick and personal leave days. Paid sick leave is ever more important for public health, given that the federal tax credit and the state mandate for 2 weeks supplemental paid sick leave for workers affected by the coronavirus have not been renewed. We also have a responsible bidder provision and stronger right of private action and enforcement language than does the county. And despite these facts, the Petaluma living wage is in fact not a living wage. I say this because in Sonoma County, according to United Way, a living wage is over $23 an hour for two parents, each working full-time with a single child. I'm hopeful the county will pass an ordinance superior to ours in Petaluma and thus provide leadership to the entire county on economic, racial, and gender justice. Thanks.
Thank you. The next commenters are Michael, Karen, and Sabra. If you can please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm Michael Stanford, and I've been employed as an extra help park aide for regional parks for nearly a decade, and I'm an officer with SEIU Local 1021. When I first started here at the county, I was earning $13.29 an hour and had to work a second job when I was going to the JC full-time. Back then, that was not enough to live off of, and the $15 an hour ordinance helped my coworkers greatly when it was passed in 2015. But that was 6 years ago, and it didn't go far enough then. County staff is recommending $16.75 for 21-22. But I can tell you that $16.75 is not enough when an actual living wage in this county is at least $23 an hour. Many of my coworkers, particularly during the pandemic, are challenged by the rising costs of living, and particularly the increase of rents, which has far outpaced wages. If you would like to do what you can to end working poverty in this county, please pass the requested COLA for years 17 to 21, which is 11% plus the 3.2% for 2022. And I'm also personally asking, as a county employee in these affected job classes, for the back pay for lost wages from not having received the COLAs over the past 6 years. Thank you. Thank you for considering this, and I hope you pass it. And I see the rest of my time.
Thank you. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Coran. I'm with the Green Party of Sonoma County, and I live in Petaluma. I'm speaking up to urge the board to support and protect Sonoma County essential workers by doing two things here to keep our living wage ordinance relevant and true to its intent. As Supervisor Coran noted, we need to apply the COLA retroactively, and I agree with several of the callers that it really needs to go back for the last 6 years to catch up completely from the 3 fires and the COVID recession that we've all been suffering from. As Dennis Posake noted, in Petaluma, our minimum wage without benefits is $18.94, so the county really needs to get at least to that level, if not higher. The second thing I'm asking is for you to act now. Rents are continuing to rise, and as others have mentioned, food costs and the consumer price index are at historic, unprecedented highs. So our workforces, especially with the large contractors who are dominated by people of color, immigrants, and women, cannot wait for these increases. the board has a tool here to directly address structural inequality, systemic racism, and gender inequality, and it would be a crime not to use it to the greatest power that you have. The last thing I would say is that we know more disasters are coming, whether they're environmental, political, or of some other nature we haven't thought of. And so in addition to protecting workers' dignity, we need to do everything possible at the county level to make sure there's a baseline of stability and security for all our residents. It's not just the right thing to do, but it's also insurance for the county against future liability. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Sabra Briere. I live in Santa Rosa, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Indivisible Sonoma County. We appreciate the proposed increase in the living wage, and yet believe it doesn't go far enough. We urge the board to approve an automatic indexed annual COLA increase, to make that initial COLA increase based on the years that no COLA increases were made, and to extend the living wage requirement to all contractual employees, including seasonal and part-time. To do less is to ignore the reasons the county implemented the wage in the first place. Thank you.
And the next commenters are Marty, Chris, and Jana. Please unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Marty Bennett, United Here Local 2850. I would like to make 3 points on behalf of the Labor Council and the Alliance for Just Recovery. One, the majority of workers covered by the existing living wage ordinance and our proposed expansion to the fair and the airport are workers of color, immigrants, and women. We request that the board direct the Office of Equity to develop an equity analysis for the ordinance when it comes back for final consideration. 2, there should be no further delay in finishing the revision process. 6 years is too long. We request the completion of the revision process no later than the first quarter of next year. We have worked collaboratively with staff and have submitted a fiscal impact analysis, model language, and many other needed materials. The board should provide staff direction and the necessarily allotted staff time and resources so the complete revision can move expeditiously forward. The county is the largest employer and contractor in the North Bay. By revising the ordinance and incorporating the changes request, the board can demonstrate to the community your commitment to implementing contracting, leasing, concessionaire, and workforce policies that directly address structural inequality and systemic racism embedded in the labor market. 3, we are very much concerned with staff recommendation to apply the COLA now for 2017 through 2020 and raising the wage to $16.75 an hour. But the board should go further and early next year adopt a COLA for 2021 and then commit to implementing the language in section 2377D, which requires that annually by December 1st, the board consider implementation of a COLA for the following year. Thank you very much.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Chris Organ. I'm a board member for the California Alliance for Retired Americans, or CARA, from the North Bay. I live in Fairfax. CARA represents over 1 million seniors and disabled residents of California with 17 chapters, including one we started in Sonoma County. And as you have guessed, we're here to support a real increase in the living wage. Seniors struggle on limited incomes, often relying so heavily on Social Security that a failure to increase that payment annually results in growing poverty levels, higher bankruptcy rates, failure to purchase prescribed medications, and homelessness. You may be aware that this year Social Security will rise 5.9%, unlike minimal raises in recent past. But did you know that medical inflation through Medicare threatens to consume that entire raise? Like many minorities and women in the workforce, seniors experience a disproportionate impact with a failure to implement a meaningful COLA or cost of living adjustment. Lower wage working people are in the same boat, and their rents, their medical payments, their transportation costs all have gone up annually. They deserve each year of increase since you began, which should take the living wage over $17 per hour. Sonoma is already at $17.31, Petaluma $18.94. And while you might be tempted to compare yourself to Marin, I would direct you to Fairfax, which properly indexed our living wage ordinance and reached $21.02 this past August. Kara would advise you to expand the living wage to cover more people. Use 2022 to establish government policy through the living wage to reward work. Older adults rely heavily on the services of working people. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that over and over. The Sonoma County Board of Supervisors can help reward that work, and the living wage ordinance is the great place to start. Thank you.
And thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Jana Blunt. I'm the president of SEIU 10-to-1's Sonoma County chapter. I'm going to admit that my brain's a little scrambled after seeing the presentation of the items here with potential concern about staff resources and feasibility immediately after not batting an eye at Director Godley's $181,000 per year salary approval. The phrase, if we're going to support some of these provisions, should not be uttered because all of these provisions must be immediately followed, because what we're talking about really is whether we feel our lowest earning workers are deserving of basic human rights, like the ability to afford food and housing. Yes, it costs money to do what's right. Yes, that can get old, but even once we install each of these provisions, the people on the receiving end of your actions are still going to be living under Sonoma County's poverty line. Most workers employed by large county contractors covered by the living wage law are workers of color and many immigrant workers, so we have to immediately address structural inequality and systemic racism by approving the full COLA CPI increase this year without further delay, and also setting up next year's increase, as Marty Bennett just demanded, and revising our living wage law right now. I yield my time.
And the next commenters are Ron, Tom, and Cherie. Please go ahead and unmute and begin your comment.
My name is Ron Taylor, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Sonoma County Democratic Party. I want to echo all of the comments that you've just heard. They're very detailed and they're passionate and they're based in substance. The board really should ramp up the timeline and ensure that the full COLA through 2022 is applied immediately and complete the revision of the ordinance as soon as humanly possible. The board has an opportunity here to demonstrate leadership and commitment to a just recovery and to equity. As you've heard, the county has lagged behind other jurisdictions in our region and needs to catch up as soon as possible. It's the just thing to do, and the Sonoma County Democratic Party is fully in support. Thank you.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, supervisors, staff, members of the public. Tom Conlon speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club Sonoma Group. I want to let you know that Sierra Club does support today's recommended increase to $16.75 an hour as soon as possible, but we also look forward to the completion of the analysis that the board was promised, frankly, before this discussion today. I appreciate Supervisor Rabbitt's suggestion to add a check-in at the end of Q1 to ensure that the intent of the Board of Supervisors is being carried forward. And to make sure that all the existing contractors have been reviewed and updated before that date. If not, they should be named and we should know who is falling through the cracks. I'm here because the role of government is critical in addressing our climate crisis, and your living wage ordinance is a critical component of making sure our transition to a just future is implemented. at the county level, and this is something that the community deserves and is demanding. We also support the expansion to the fairgrounds and the airport, the expansion to 12 paid sick days and personal leave days. We want to see more hours offered to part-time employees who are ready to work more. We want to see the responsible bidder provision implemented. We'd like to see the model language posted so that everyone understands what the new rules are. And we are just happy to see this on your agenda today and wish that it was a little more complete. Thank you for your consideration of my comments today.
If you can please unmute and state your name.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Good morning, I'm Cherie Cabral with the North Bay Building and Construction Trades Council. And I am here on behalf of the 22 affiliated crafts that we represent and our membership who are North Bay residents and parents of North Bay students and young adults of who are part of this community that are just starting their lives to support the living wage ordinance and the rest of the package that has been proposed to you by the North Bay Labor Council that is under consideration. As many of you know, right, this is not an ordinance that ultimately in any way, shape, or form really affects us. We're governed by prevailing wage, which is calculated completely differently. However, I would say that this is on par with the reason prevailing wage exists, and that is to calculate how somebody is valued for their training and their work, but also to acknowledge the cost of living in their respective work jurisdictions. And while we have always had the benefit of that particular piece of public policy, we think it's high time that the remainder of public policy that governs wages likewise treats other individuals working in these areas with equity and understanding that the wages that exist as far as regular minimum wage, either on the state or the federal level, is nowhere near close to being a living wage for people to be able to live with dignity within the communities that we call home. So we would like you to adopt not just the COLA, but go ahead and go back to 2015. I mean, if you're going to do this and you're going to do the right thing, doing the right thing means doing the right thing in its entirety. So you need to catch up. And I would also ask that it be retroactive and that you not spread this out graduated over time. I think that's a disservice to the people you're supposed to represent.
Thank you. The next commenters are Max, Emily, and Maddie.
Good morning. My name is Max Bell-Alper. I'm the Executive Director at North Bay Jobs with Justice. Thank you to everyone on the board for taking this seriously in this time of real urgent need of low-wage workers. I won't, repeat many of the same things that other people have said. As we are a coalition of over 30 community and labor organizations, many who are represented and speaking already in support. But I guess that the point that I want to make is that throughout this process of there's going to be a lot of decisions that you as a board have to make around how to implement this, and I would just ask that at every point that you really think about the people, the workers and their families, their kids who are struggling right now. There is bureaucracy, there is staff time, there are these challenges, there are budgets, but in the end of the day, we're talking about real people, and majority of the people who are low wage earners in our community are immigrants, indigenous people of color, and we need to be honest about how hard it has gotten for people to survive in Sonoma County with the pandemic, with wildfires, with floods. And so there's going to be a tendency to have things move slowly, and to get caught up in a lot of process. But in the end of the day, workers don't have that luxury. and workers are in need of increases. And to be honest, even the increases that we're talking about here are not even close to what is necessary to actually survive in this county. And so it's at the very least that you can do is to make sure that these increases go into effect in a timely fashion, and that together we start thinking about the bigger picture about how do we actually make it so working class people can survive and live in this county. Thank you very much.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Emily Conway, and I'm with the North Bay Labor Council. I'm speaking today to urge the board to apply not just 1 year of the COLA, but 6 years total going back to 2015. This past January, the board prioritized revision for 2021, and the process is still not complete. Proponents of the living wage ordinance have waited for 6 years, and there should be no further delay. I deeply appreciate the work that members of county staff have done on this issue so far and the energy they're putting into making this happen. With stretched resources and time, you all have done incredible work. Now, members of the board, this is your opportunity to demonstrate through action support for your county staff community by applying this COLA. Supervisor Rabbit made a comment just this morning when talking about the implementation of this COLA that actually strikes right at the heart of this issue. He said, "We create the policy, but you all as staff make it happen." When you, the board, authorize changes and improvements for this county, it is these workers who make your words a physical reality. Custodians, public health service providers, agricultural management workers, general services, transportation, and more. These low-wage and undervalued workers are the folks who truly keep our county running smoothly. It is your responsibility now to use your power to create the policy and pass a crucial change for county workers, which is long overdue and incredibly needed. Please do not delay this further, and please support this item. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Hi, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, Maddie Hirschfield, Political Director with the North Bay Labor Council. Wow, Emily just kind of hit it on the head there. Excellent points. Good morning, Chair Hopkins and Supervisors. Thanks so much for putting this on your agenda. There are two issues I wanted to refer to and emphasize what everybody else has already said. But in reading through the staff report, it looks like the CAO has an unlimited ability to extend the phase-in, and we really are against that. We understand that it takes time and you may need more time to phase in beyond April 1st, but that really can't go more than, say, 30, 60, 90 days at the most. Unlimited ability to extend the phase-in could extend this longer, and as you've already heard, this is already 6 years behind schedule. Also, just to mention that the COLA is only one part of the complete living wage ordinance, and we understand that the rest of it will come back next year, and it looks like it's scheduled to come back at the end of 2022. We really, really implore you to bring it back in the first quarter of next year. Again, as you've heard, this is already 6 years late. To push it back to the end of 2022 is just insulting, and this needs to be taken up right away. So those are my two issues. I want to thank you all. The public comments have been great. The comments from the Board of Supervisors have been great. Really appreciate you taking this seriously and getting this done after a 6-year delay. Thank you so much.
Next commenters are Renit, Jack, and Michael. Please unmute and begin.
Hi there, this is Ronit from Legal Aid of Sonoma County, here to speak in favor of a full COLA and living wage ordinance. As one of the largest providers of housing services to low-income people in the county, we see wages as the essential tool to housing stability. The number one reason our clients are evicted is inability to pay rent. We speak frequently of our housing crisis, but low wages are the other side of that coin. Sonoma County has one of the biggest wage to housing gaps in the country. And while we absolutely need more affordable housing, this takes years to build. If we want to stabilize the housing of low income and BIPOC communities, we must close this gap and pay living wages today. Thank you very much.
morning. Please unmute and state your name.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jacqueline Coran, Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council. I want to thank you this morning to Chair Hopkins and supervisors and staff. I especially want to call out Yvonne and Christelle for their help in moving the COLA and the other revisions to the living wage ordinance. Without their help, this just wouldn't have been possible, and they've been fantastic. So I've got 3 or 4 points that I hope to make real quickly. First, I want to thank CAO Bratton for scheduling the COLA increase next year. This is critically important. We just can't wait for another 5 years for COLAs to be enacted. So I think we're on the right track there, but please make sure this is done every year. Second, the CAO Bratton shouldn't have unlimited authority to extend the April 1st phase-in. These contractors already have the living wage ordinance in there. They know that there's going to be an adjustment, and they haven't had to do that for 6 years. So they know this is coming. They should have planned for that. I do appreciate, I think, Supervisor Corsi's request to check in. I think with the check-in option, there's no need for the unlimited waiver. And then on the work plan, we started asking for these revisions a year ago. We expected to have this done this year at this time, but now it's being pushed over until next year. We understand how much work there is to do this, but it really needs to take place by the first quarter. And finally, we ask that the Office of Equity be allowed to evaluate the revisions that are being requested to the living wage ordinance and use their equity lens to focus on the county's goals. We think that would help further equity in Sonoma County. So thank you for your time this morning, and we appreciate your work on this.
Next commenters are Michael and Mary.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good morning, board members. Michael Allen, appearing in my capacity as the board chair for Sonoma County Conservation Action and also as president emeritus of the North Bay Labor Council. I would say amen to all the previous comments being made. I would note that we live in a society now where we have politicians who believe in performative art, and we have politicians who believe in making a difference for their constituents. I put the Board of Supervisors in the category of truly wanting to make a difference in this community for all of us. And I say that essentially what we need to do is to pass the ordinance, make sure there's a working group that checks in both with the Board of Supervisors and the community advocates to make this a reality. One subject that was not talked about today that could be added and with the working group is to have a component where the County of Sonoma, maybe through the DA's office, another agency, could have a wage theft looked at. We have a huge problem in this community of wage theft where people are not getting their appropriate wages. We have State of California administrative law judges who could take that information and enforce the proper wage laws of the state of California and Sonoma County for the benefit of all the workers. The other thing that hasn't been mentioned is that when you put dollars into the lowest wage earners' pockets, those dollars are spent immediately to pay for their rent, utilities, food, and what you're doing is you're actually increasing the velocity and the whole tenor of the local economy. So besides all the very good reasons to do this on a moral ground, there's an economic argument that if you want to enforce and improve the economy locally, then invest locally. And on the environmental front, let's keep our workers in Sonoma County where they don't have to leave this county and travel elsewhere to find better wages. Thank you so much for everyone spoken to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
If you can please unmute and state your name.
Thank you. This is Mary Sandberg. I'm a vice president with SEIU 1021 and also a vice president with the North Bay Labor Council. And I really want to thank the Board of Supervisors for bringing this forward, pulling it off consent and giving us this opportunity to make these comments. I appreciate the leadership of Supervisor Hopkins. There has been so much that has been said already that it just makes the case, I think, for this COLA piece to move forward. As you heard from The gentleman from Petaluma, they're already at $18.94. Sebastopol has a living wage at $19.65 without benefits. The city of Sonoma is $17.31. This COLA is not a pay increase. This is retroactive pay. This is catch up, where these workers should have been, and they should have been receiving these wages over the past 6 years. So there is a real lost wage impact for these workers. The County of Sonoma is the largest employer. It's the largest contractor, and they set the tenor for the behavior of wages and employers in our county. And using public funds to create sub-living wage jobs just can't be allowed to continue. So I am asking and very thankful to the Board of Supervisors that you are taking up this COLA issue. I am encouraging you to make sure that it gets done regularly, that it is not delayed this year. It's already been 6 years. But we also have many other provisions in this living wage ordinance that need to be taken up and considered because they have the same impact on workers' lives. So I'm really pushing for the Board of Supervisors to take a look at those additional revisions in the first quarter of 2022. Do not delay. Thank you so much again for your support.
Thank you. That does conclude public comment.
Thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. And before we sort of launch into deliberations, including any possible modifications to the recommended action or any conversation surrounding our work plan for next year, I'd like to give board members just a few minutes to respond to public comments. And I just want to start off by saying thank you to the public comments because they were really thoughtful, really thought-provoking, both from the heart and the head. And so I'll have some more comments before, but I wanted to after that, but I will just sort of invite my colleagues to speak on this. I see Supervisor Gore leaning in.
There was so much I agreed with public comment. Supervisor Gorin started by talking about the living wage, the last living wage ad hoc, and us, and I think that was when I first got to know Councilor Pittman as well, and all of our deliberations. We brought this living wage ordinance at one point before our board, and it was about 5 or 6 p.m. on a board meeting, and it was a very complicated policymaking exercise that didn't even get close to reaching what the intent was, I think, of the board or even those in the community, and it was one of those that there was no, I don't believe there was any bad intentions at the time, but it just necessitated a lot of work. And that's really what this is all about, is not just the what, but the how, the when, the who. So we went through a process where we went through, maybe 6 to 8 months of consultation and deliberation and ad hoc discussion. Supervisor Gorin and I, we brought that back to this board. We passed what was the living wage ordinance at the time with the cognizance that it needed to be adapted and it needed to go further, but we couldn't fit everything in at the time. And I want to thank all the individuals who have put their time into this since that time, because there has been a lot of frustration, but we're all trying to figure this out together. Immediately after our living wage was adopted, there was an item, I think at the next board meeting, that was on consent, and I pulled it off of consent, and it was a 3-year janitorial contract through General Services that would have gotten in before the living wage ordinance went after it. What that meant was, I believe it was at the time about $180,000 in increased cost to the county for janitorial services, but it was also just this glaring reminder and target of exactly why we were bringing this forward. Because our job as public servants is not to use public money to be cheap with our community and to outsource in a way that cheapens our community. And so, I am an unabashed supporter of living wage ordinance, of us putting the public money into the public trust, into our community. Also minimum wage, we see in our community what we deal with every day. So I think, my comments are really going to be less about the what and more about the how and the timeline that I heard in some of the comments that came up a little bit before. So I want to thank folks for staying tuned and for staying in line with this. The big thing I think that this needs to link with is this discussion that Yvonne and Crystal referenced in response to one of the questions earlier about also contracting, because true implementation of this, it really depends upon us changing the infrastructure that we do with this kind of contracting. We're not just going to have to pay people more, which is the right thing to do. We're going to have to reform our contracting procedures. We might even have to purchase new contracting programs that allow us to front load accountability, and then on the back end be able to enforce that in different ways and not ask people out in the community to go visit sites and do other things. This runs concurrent with another thing that we've championed and talked about at this last at our budget this last year, and I know is coming forward as a part of our strategic plan discussion, which is a full court review of procurement. Procurement is this word that nobody understands until they work in government. It means contracting. And so for those who are on the call, I ask that you stay close not only to the living wage ordinance, but also the work we need to do on procurement, which focuses on local hire, which focuses on good support for workers, and focuses on how to get the public dollar to do public good. So that being said, I look forward to going through this. I support all the items that are before us right now, including the work plan. For me, it's really now about how we get to the details, because the devil's in the details. So it's up to us to dive into that. I think the idea of an ad hoc, I'm open to that. I'm open to whether I serve or others serve on it, but I think that should be a discussion at our retreat in January when we decide how many ad hocs we're going to have this year and what our priorities are. We also at our retreat have the opportunity to agendize and target dates and then work back from those dates so that we meet deadlines. And then I just want to acknowledge that there was a lot of conversation, and I'm interested in my one question with staff at this point is kind of this idea of our dear county administrator having omnipotent authority to hold this back or push it forward. I can tell you I'm interested in the intent of the county administrator having that authority, or how we can have that as the board. And then also I'm really interested in the same side is how this timeline and the phase-in links up with this meet and confer process. Because for me, we've done a lot, we've reviewed a lot. I'm going to be ready to vote, but I want the staff to be able to do appropriate staff work to bring it back. But I just want to make sure, once again, we're not delaying for the wrong reasons. We're not delaying because of bureaucracy or other things, but that you have the time to be able to lock this up so that we don't have to agendize it all the time. It gets the needed accelerators into it. We're clear on our intent, and then our staff leads can do what's needed per board direction.
CEO Bratton.
Yeah, thank you very much. Here's my recommendation and what I think we should be doing going forward, and that is monthly updates to the board via email, so that every month we see how many contracts have already implemented, where we are in the system. Frankly, I'm going to have my staff give me weekly reports because I want to make sure we're driving this forward and we get the living wage increase implemented by April 1st. I'm not interested in the delegated authority or delaying unless there's really extraordinary circumstances. So that would be my recommendation, monthly reports to the board, a commitment. We could come back to the board in May if we haven't implemented, at least 90%, 95% of the contracts. So that's another option.
Quick follow-up question, and then I want to open the floor to Supervisor Corsi. Would it be possible to share that information publicly somewhere, say on living wage ordinance landing page, so that members of the public can follow along with the implementation as well?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, great. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. I want to thank Administrator Bratton for that strong statement of commitment right there. I think it's very important. I want to acknowledge that this is an improvement that we're taking on today. It's not a solution. $16.75 an hour probably does not get us to the point of economic dignity that we would all like. to use Reverend Cram's phrase. But it is an improvement. We need to keep improving. We need to add the elements of the work plan. I support what's in the work plan. We also need to understand exactly what the impact of each of those elements of the work plan is on our budget and on our community and on our workers. So I look forward to that coming forward. I just want to say one of the commenters mentioned that there should be a living wage champion among the five of us up here. I think you're looking at 5 living wage champions. I think that all of us will be looking at our calendars as this year goes on, making sure that the agendas toward the end of the year include the review and the escalator information. We are not going to let this slip our minds. That's my pledge. And I think we'll all be your champions.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the county administrator for clarifying how best to move forward and track. And again, I think we want to make sure that we don't make the same mistake that we made when we adopted this in the first place, was to adopt the policy and then business as usual, new things come up, and we don't get back to put the time and effort in that was required to look at the annual COLAs, as it were. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, and this is really up to all of us here, is that when we set aside or adopt a policy, that we have the wherewithal, staffing, resources to carry it out expeditiously. So I do very much appreciate that. I know that a few people mentioned retroactivity, and I know that retroactivity can't, according to, and I'll turn to the attorneys for the proper language, but as I understand it, it's something that's against the California Constitution for our own employees. And then, of course, retroactivity on vendors who have contracts create many issues. And I believe what we're really looking at is just going forward. And I see Debbie up, and maybe I have one other comment to make, but if perhaps we can go to the county council to clarify that particular issue.
And I'm going to ask Debbie Latham to weigh in on the employee retroactivity, and then Jeremy Fonseca can answer the rest of the specifics.
Yes, good morning. Through the chair, Debbie Latham, Assistant County Counsel. Supervisor Rabbit, you actually said it very well. There's with regard to employees of the county, there is a limitation under the California Constitution under Article 11, Section 10, which generally prohibits extra compensation for services already rendered. Currently, the county employees are under contract under existing MOUs, so that would apply. I'll turn you over to Jeremy Fonseca for the vendor contracts.
Yes, thank you. There would be similar concerns as to retroactivity with regard to the service contracts and the covered contracts under the living wage ordinance. The ability to adjust the living wage rate is very spelled out in our Muni Code section 2377. That's a forward-looking process. It's very prescriptive. And so to affect a rate and require retroactive payments for time already covered would raise concerns under that ordinance. There's no problem in the adjustment being based on the CPI adjustments and other factors that have occurred over the time span that we've been talking about. But the rate effect, the adjusted rate, increased rate, the effectiveness would be best on a go-forward basis and avoiding those retroactive concerns. And one other point to make clear, people are discussing using the word COLA for this rate adjustment. This is not technically a COLA. There's a variety of factors that are spelled out in the living wage ordinance for what the adjustment can be based on, including CPI. And it's an entirely discretionary process, again, very spelled out in that section of our municipal code.
Great, thank you very much. And just one last piece, because some people also mentioned the Petaluma minimum wage ordinance, and certainly I was on the council when that was implemented, was supportive of it at the time. And I know, I believe it was originally, there was two different amounts, and I think what you might be hearing even today are the two different amounts being used in different ways, perhaps. It was $11.70 plus $1.50 for benefits, or $13.20 back when it was first adopted, and of course then increased as time goes on. According to the Petaluma website, starting January 1st, 2022, their amount will be $15.85. So to that extent, now it probably, and what people are quoting is the additional $1.50 on the benefit side. I get it, but I just want to make sure that we all understand that $15.85, we're at $16.75, albeit a little differently crafted going forward. I think we're all trying to achieve the same thing. I realize that everyone is advocating for as high a number as possible as well, and totally get that. And then one last thing, not to throw a wrench into things, I'm looking at the work plan, and I know that's something that we talked about earlier, and actually perhaps we're still within that. Unpaid sick leave, I think, especially this past 2 years, have been something that's not unpaid sick leave, I'm sorry, paid sick leave, and then the unpaid personal side of things. Because of COVID, I know that we we're really concerned about making people, when they're sick, and nowadays, if you have the sniffles, you want to make sure you go get tested to make sure it's nothing worse going forward. I don't know, phasing in a compensation change, is there that much more work? And I've said this before, and I want to be cognizant of county staff's time. Is there that much more work than to phase in a sick leave piece? And then I look to my colleagues to think about, as we move forward, are we concerned about the overall vendor contract prices of the contracts that we're going to have, and will they go up too quickly so that it adversely affects services that we're providing? Do we want to phase it in? I want to make sure that we do it in a responsible way, but I do think that that has proven to be an important element through COVID, to make sure that people aren't going to work sick and making things worse within the county. So I kind of throw that out there as well, because I think it's worth talking about. And or as we go forward to that first quarter in 2022, that might be one that we want to take up earlier, sooner than later. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Coran?
I really appreciate all the discussion and the thoughtful analysis about potential impacts on our general fund, and certainly the impacts on our vendors. And I appreciate the comments that you just made. It's always been the discussion that we've had regarding improving benefits and salaries, whether it's increasing the minimum wage and benefits, or the living wage ordinance. And we have many people in our community think the trade-off is very valid, because there are many, many people struggling to survive in this economy. And I agree with that. But going through the process and the analysis is important. The meet and confer process is absolutely essential to make sure that we have connected with our labor partners in the county. I wish we could just wave a magic wand and approve the compensation increase retroactively now. It'll take a few months, but that's part of our agreement and our partnership with our employee labor partners. I want to try to expedite the conversation and policy options before the board early next year, so we can weigh in and get some definitive buy-in on what we agree to and what we are still being challenged by. And I think maybe our feelings have shifted from 5 years ago. I wish we had brought this forward on a yearly basis. I've talked with many of you over the years, fires, power shutdowns, a lot of different reasons, valid reasons for why this was not brought forward for review on a yearly basis. But I think you hear from this board a commitment to do so in the future. And I agree with Supervisor Corsi. There are 5 champions for the living wage ordinance, but we have to review how it moves forward in the county and acknowledge that what we're contemplating is not easily absorbed by existing staff. We may have to add additional staff for review and outreach and spot checks, whatever process we use to verify in the future. So it's not as if, gee, we have a lot of folks with extra time and they can just pick that up. So as we're discussing in the ARPA funding proposal in the next item, it requires staff to implement both before and after. And thank you, all of the staff, for working on this and considering all of the ramifications of bringing this back. So I look forward to having a conversation and diving into the policy options.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Coran. And I have a few things that I'd like to respond to from members of the public, but first I have a question for staff, which is I appreciate the clarification that we are unable to provide extra compensation for services already rendered. But I had a question. I'm wondering if it would be possible, looking at ARPA funds, to provide an additional bonus for our lowest paid employees, which would include those that would be impacted by the lack of COLA, recognizing, quite frankly, that the pandemic sort of disproportionately impacted those who had the lowest wages, and that also some of these employees might have included folks in janitorial services who are on the front lines of exposure, or some of our regional parks extra help who were unfortunately not given hours when all of our parks were closed. And then sort of when they returned, right, we're also on the front lines of exposure. I'm wondering if that would be something that would be legal that we could consider when we consider ARPA funds later today. Council Pittman or Council Latham? Debbie, you want to jump in?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Again, through the chair, Debbie Latham. So that's a really great question. With regard to ARPA funds, there's a different analysis. So these are not county or state tax funds that would fall under the traditional constitutional limitation. On the other hand, you have to look at the qualifying basis for what ARPA funds can be used for. And I know that the rules are not final. There are some draft rules providing guidance on what is allowed as far as certain hazard pay. I'd have to turn to staff for their interpretation as to whether or not what you're proposing would be considered to fall within the hazard pay definition. I think it might. I know there's a proposal later today on the ARPA funds for hazard pay, but a catch-up living wage, I'm not sure that would qualify. We would have to look at that more closely.
Yeah, I was thinking that, it probably would not make sense to actually provide a specific dollar amount of back pay, but for instance, to provide a certain lump sum to employees earning under a certain threshold, sort of as a potential hazard pay bonus. And I was just wondering if that is something that the board could consider in our next agenda item. Do we think that would be within the confines of ARPA rules and possible?
So I believe the criteria is the ARPA contemplates payment for essential workers. So we would have to look at whether or not the definition of essential worker would encompass the criteria you just expressed. So maybe we can look at that in between the two items.
Great. I would really appreciate that because I do think that honestly, some of these lowest paid county employees were also some of the folks who are truly on the front lines of the pandemic providing services, and also tend to be part of the households that were most disproportionately impacted by the economic impacts of the pandemic. So I would love to have a little bit of that conversation later today. I also just wanted to say thank you again to all of the members of the public for their comments, and in particular for your grace, because, this is something that was off the board's radar for far too long. This is something that we should have been doing all along, and I really appreciate that you came with a spirit of collaboration and of problem solving and of moving this forward with a strong sense of urgency. I feel like there are so many individual comments that I took notes on that I'm not going to respond to them all, but I want to go back to some of the first public commenters who spoke here in the chambers, and in particular acknowledge the words of someone who served our country in the Navy, who said, "This COLA is part of my economic dignity." And I think that this conversation fundamentally is about economic dignity, and that is really what all five of us, I believe, are here to advance. I really do think that we are trying to invest in the kind of society that we want to live in. And I also want to acknowledge, that another public commenter began with, we have good jobs. And yes, everyone on this side of the dais has a great job. We have the opportunity to serve our community and the tremendous privilege and responsibility that comes with that. We also, everyone on this side of the dais makes six-figure incomes. And so we are not having to choose between paying our rent and paying our electric bill and buying our kids Christmas presents. And so I think it's really, really important that we stand up and we honor and acknowledge that privilege and that responsibility to take care of some of the most vulnerable folks in our community who are having to make those hard choices, who are trying and sometimes fighting like hell to be able to stay to live here in Sonoma County, the county that they love, that they grew up in, but really struggling to afford it. And so I'm really proud of this board for having, as Supervisor Corsi said, 5 champions for living wage. I really feel like we are united and we are a team here and we are going in the right direction. And so thank you to every single public commenter who took time out of their day to advance equity in our county and to work with us to move this forward. So with that, I would look to my colleagues. There are sort of a few comments that I have heard, that may suggest maybe do we want to modify sort of some of the action items that are currently presented to us, or do we want to provide staff direction? I appreciate CAO Bratton saying she doesn't really want the authority to, to drag this out. And I do think that part of, earning the trust back in the public is to make sure that we have all of the information, expressed transparently. And so I'm really excited that hopefully we are going to be posting that information about these contracts on a monthly basis so that the public can, quite frankly, monitor our progress as we move towards April. But I would open it for deliberations and policy suggestions or directions to staff at this point, or a motion if someone would like to go all Robert's Rulesy on us right now.
Chair Hopkins, can I add 2 things I think the board should consider, just so we're clear, just clarifications on. So our existing ordinance does provide for, and I think this came up when Supervisor Rabbit was talking about Petaluma, credit for certain benefit levels. So if there are benefits provided, such as retirement and or sick leave, you get a credit. The state minimum wage goes to $15 an hour on January 1st. So whatever ours is, you get those credits to that. We can't go past, or we can't go below the state minimum wage. So you wouldn't get a credit that would allow your actual hourly rate to slip below that. Second thing to understand, which came up earlier, we have a living wage versus a local minimum wage. So the only way it applies is through contract with us to parties outside of the county, and it doesn't necessarily apply universally except for smaller businesses who will adjust folks. And it's why certain people tend to be assigned to our contracts, because the employer, if they're outside our jurisdiction otherwise, only raises the rates for those working on the contract. So just want that clear. We could consider down the road, this is a much longer process, a local minimum wage, and that actually is what both Santa Rosa and Petaluma's is, also a local minimum wage, not a living wage ordinance.
Thank you, Councilman. Supervisor Rabbit?
Just on that last point, Council, is that because they're charter cities and allowed to do that, or it has nothing to do with that? We could do that if we
There is a
took the
provision
longer
in
track?
state law that allows us to do it. If we were to adopt it, it doesn't apply to within the jurisdictional limits of incorporated cities within the county, but it would apply countywide to any business who is located in the unincorporated area.
Thank you. And I will say that it's been a point of pain for me that, we have folks who work in kitchens in, Santa Rosa or Petaluma who make more than folks who work in kitchens in Guerneville. And if there's a way of rectifying that, I would love to do it. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, it would be great just to see that graphically put out to really understand what options are. And I think that would be whether or not we want to go down that road would be telling from what we'd find out.
Yeah, and I think, I would also love to, quite frankly, see a conversation with the mayors and council members, or a conversation citywide. Some of the cities have it, some of them don't. Is there a way to actually, crazy thought, get all on the same page as a county so that there's actual worker parity across the jurisdictions, and you don't have one worker who's doing the same job outside of, city limits being paid different than one who's inside of a certain city limits. So, I know, crazy to think of that many governments collaborating all on the same thing, but it could be possible. So anyone want to sort of share some thoughts on policy or staff direction? Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, a couple things. The first thing is that when you look at this, I say I support the recommended actions. And I appreciate the county administrator for this point about the delegated authority to waive or further extend time for phase-in for the proposed increase. If I'm reading this, and I appreciate the comment about like this isn't the most important thing in the world, and it shouldn't be, because if we're encountering economic uncertainty, and the first thing we do is we're going to cut the lowest wage earners in our contract and other things from COLAs, I don't think that matches the intent of what we're trying to achieve. That's the way I see it in essence. So what I would do instead would be to remove that item of delegated authority, to make it automatic, and then to come back for a 5-year review. Anytime you do a COLA or something like that, I mean, I don't have a problem even if we just want to attach it to it, but I think that's a good way for us to review and just make COLAs automatic going forward. We've done this in a variety of organizations and other things. I do not think that should be the place where we're trying to pinch pennies at the end of the day if we're getting into economic uncertainty. We know that what causes economic uncertainty is the disaster world we live in. And what we've seen is every single disaster, disproportionately affects those who are the lowest earners in our community. So living up to that, I think, is an important standard to bear. With respect to the other items that we talked about, moving it and having the increase up to 1675, and the phase-in and the other ones, I'm supportive of where we're at with staff. I want to hear from some of my colleagues if there's other ones, but that was the one I wanted to start with item number C, and see where the colleagues are with that.
I appreciate that, and just want to check in with my colleagues if we have concurrence on that. I'm seeing nodding heads. Yes, great. Okay. Other suggestions or proposals as we move towards a motion? I'm surprised everyone's quiet this morning. Must be time for almost a break. Supervisor Coran?
Well, I guess this is a question for CEO Broughton. What is the most effective way, once we give some direction, what is the most effective way to consider this, do some research, and then bring it back to the board? Is it an ad hoc committee working with staff? Is it staff working with a couple of community members, or just alone? So I'd like to hear your recommendations on the best, most efficient way to do the research and bring that information back to the board.
CEO Broughton?
Yeah, thank you. The recommended action is our recommendation, and that envisions a process where staff across multiple departments will look at each of these elements, research, legality, cost, comparable jurisdiction approach, and we would package that into a workshop format, which would come back in September. And so an ad hoc, if the board is interested in having an ad hoc going to help guide some of that work or interface with community stakeholders, then I think that an ad hoc would be beneficial. Otherwise, we were looking at more of an internal staff-driven process, and then all of that would be public during the workshop, posted in advance, and the board would deliberate and give direction.
Well, from my perspective, I would accept that recommendation to have staff do the research and bring it back for the workshop. I know that community members will weigh in if they have questions or and to the appropriate staff to get the questions answered. They want to see rapid implementation. I think the board does as well, but there are about 7 or 8 policy questions before us and provisions, and I think we need to take our time to do the research and figure out how other counties have embraced and implemented those provisions.
Thank you, Supervisor Coran. Supervisor Rabbit?
I appreciate that very much, and I'll go back to what I said earlier regarding the paid sick leave, if that could be elevated, perhaps, because I do think that that's timely with COVID, and something that is of concern, obviously was of concern enough to have it mandated, but that's expired, and I do think it's an important one going forward. But not to make a decision within a vacuum, wanting to know exactly what that would take, both from staff and certainly the dollar side as well.
And I would agree with that. That is something that this board has prioritized during COVID in trying to ensure that employers offer adequate sick leave. Often, for whatever reason, employees don't feel comfortable taking the sick leave, but I think we are not done with the pandemic. It still ratchets around our community. So I would agree if we could elevate that in importance and consideration and bring that back as early as possible, would be great.
Thank you, Supervisor Coran. Supervisor Corsi?
I hope this isn't premature, but I would move the living wage rate increase, and with the two items removed, item C, and bumping up the information to get back to us about the sick leave, I would move A through F with those changes.
I'll second that.
Great. And I am wondering if you would entertain a friendly amendment, which would just be that at our planning retreat in January, that we really dive into how can we expedite this calendar and how can we do it in a way that, I also don't care if it's an ad hoc or if it's making sure that every single supervisor has a town hall, sort of focused on their district to raise these concerns and issues, but in a way that both tries to accelerate the process as much as quickly as possible, but also engages with stakeholders and the board.
Yes, I accept that amendment.
Great. All right. Anything else all right. I think we are at that moment, which is, Marcy, would you please lead us in a roll call vote on that item?
Supervisor Coran?
Thank you to the community and my colleagues. Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes, and so proud to serve with all of you. On that note, we do want to take a little quick break before we dive into our next sort of equally meaty and weighty item, which is ARPA funding. So we will reconvene at 11 o'clock for that item for any members of the audience who wish to participate in that. Thanks for your patience.
Great, thank you. And Chair Hopkins, we're ready.
Thank you very much. So that brings us on to another exciting item that is a big deal for Sonoma County, which is our American Rescue Plan Act update. And so we have a number of presenters today who have all been working very hard to engage with the community and to come forward with some ideas to really address the equity concerns that we saw just emerging throughout the duration of the pandemic. So without further ado, I would like to introduce, we have Oscar Chavez, the Assistant Department Director of Human Services. We have Alegria de la Cruz, Director of the Office of Equity. We are also joined by Ethan Brown, Interim Director of EDB, as well as Jake Harpin from Human Services, Natalie Brunamonte from the CAO's office, Janie Cardiff, and Christina Kramer from Human Resources.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Administrator Bratton, and Council Pittman. I'm Natalie Bernamonte with the County Administrator's Office. My fellow presenters today are Assistant Director Oscar Chavez, Director Alegria de la Cruz, and Interim Director Ethan Brown. Today, we are here to talk to you about the American Rescue Plan Act. Today's conversation is the culminating item based on 3 prior board presentations and significant community engagement work. The item is divided into 2 main parts, and the decisions we make today will allow us to kick off the solicitation process for proposals designed to meet community identified needs. Briefly, we can go to the next slide, thanks. The American Rescue Plan Act is legislation that provides funds for municipalities to aid in responding to and mitigating the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, including promoting long-term strategies that address economic impacts on the most affected communities. Sonoma County's award is $96 million. Funds must be obligated by the end of 2024 and expended by the end of 2026. However, as you will hear more about later, much of the ARPA program is predicated on having staffing available to monitor the performance and progress of funded projects. As a result, you will see that we are recommending that all funds be fully expended by the end of 2024 to ensure we have staffing available to support this monitoring. ARPA identifies 5 main funding areas: supporting the public health response, addressing negative economic impacts, providing premium pay for essential workers, investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure projects, and replacing lost public sector revenue. There are a few unknowns associated with ARPA right now. First, your board may recall that we're not eligible to the lost public sector revenue category due to the formula issued by the Treasury. This doesn't change the total amount of our award. It just would have made more of our award eligible to be used more flexibly for any general government purpose. While we did initiate work with our lobbyist over the summer to change that, no further information is available on this at this time. And that being said, as you will see in our presentation, we're confident we will be able to make effective use of the ARPA dollars even without this additional flexibility. We are also still working under an interim final rule that hasn't been finalized yet, and there's some pending legislation that would allow ARPA funds to be used more flexibly in a global sense. Since all of these items are pending with no specific known date for when they will be finalized, staff is recommending that we move forward with what is known at this time, and our funding recommendations follow what is in the interim final rule. With those housekeeping things out of the way, we can focus a little bit more on the meat and substance of today's presentation. Today is broken into 2 components. The first part is about the operational needs associated with ongoing COVID response and ARPA implementation, as well as early funding decisions on some proposals that stand apart from the community proposal we'll discuss in Part 2. Part 2 will establish the community funding areas. It identifies some proposals for funding decisions, and it establishes the process, criteria, and amount for the community funding process. One thing that I would like to note is that all of the recommendations you see here is a reflection of staff being very intentional and deliberate to make recommendations that were linked to prior board direction, prior information gathered, or community feedback. That brings us to the first element of Part 1, which is identifying and discussing the operational and implementation costs for ARPA and for COVID response. To date, the board has approved a total of approximately $20 million for COVID response and ARPA implementation. However, those costs were only for fiscal year 21-22. Staff has completed an analysis to determine the total costs for ongoing COVID response and monitoring and the total cost to implement the ARPA program, and the combined need for those two items is about $28.7 million. The next slide provides an overview of the budget for the COVID response element. The first two big rows that you'll see are costs associated from the Health Services Department. The $16.5 million is the figure that you've seen presented from the Health Department back on December 7th and at budget hearings. The Health Department has also requested an additional $5 million of ARPA funds that it would staff a COVID response and monitoring unit through December of 2023. It's important to note that this level of funding is sufficient for COVID as it stands now with its downward trend. It does not provide sufficient funding if there was a surge or additional vaccine deployments. In addition to the Health Department's budget, there is additional costs included for a Human Resources Risk Management Analyst. That position is responsible for activities related to protecting the health and safety of the county's workforce. There's funds available for an enhanced marketing and outreach campaign to continue public information relating to vaccines and masks. These costs had been baked into the $16.5 million in fiscal year 21-22. And then the last part of this illustrates a budget for enhanced cleaning of county facilities and veterans buildings. That provides a total of $23.8 million for ongoing COVID response and monitoring. From there, we can turn to the implementation budget. So this is the amount of funding and staffing needed to implement the ARPA program. The total request is for $4.9 million, and that takes us through the entire ARPA award period. This is about 5% of our total ARPA award. This includes funding for 4 full-time equivalent staffing that has been approved already, 2 in the Office of Equity and 2 in Human Services. And it also adds 2 more additional limited time positions in the Human Services Finance and Contract section. Additionally, there are software investments here that will allow us to invest in reporting and a results-based accountability software platform. I'm going to turn it now to Assistant Director Chavez to speak a bit more about the results-based accountability framework and how this fits in with our ARPA program.
Thank you, Natalie, and good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. I'm Oscar Chavez, Assistant Director with the Human Services Department. I want to briefly provide additional details regarding the 2 additional time-limited positions in the Human Services Finance section and the additional investment for a cloud-based software system. ARPA provides a unique opportunity for us as a county to reimagine how we partner, support, and work alongside our community-based partners to tackle ongoing and persistent community problems. The 2 additional allocations, along with the cloud-based data analytics system, Apricot, and Clear Impact software, are required to allow for the implementation of results-based accountability contract monitoring that includes a review of outcomes by demographics and to monitor for fiscal grant compliance and federal ARPA reporting. As previously discussed, RBA contract monitoring is an evidence-based partnership approach between the county and its contracted service providers to establish, regularly monitor, and adjust services to meet equity-driven performance measures. This type of contract monitoring goes far beyond a simple review of compliance to basic contractual expectations, as it invests in looking critically at performance outcomes being achieved under the contracts. It also predicates future funding on meeting current year performance expectations. While a human services upstream team currently deploys or employs an RBA contract monitoring approach, the current system does not allow for the collection of disaggregated data by key demographics such as race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, and geographic region. For us to effectively measure disaggregated demographic data, staff recommends providing these additional resources to expand use of the HSD upstream shared outcomes measurement system and to increase capacity to collect and to support community partners to collect demographic data. Moving forward, the RBA monitoring process will help the county highlight how the ARPA investments are being leveraged to have a maximum impact on communities disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. I'll now turn it over to Alegria de la Cruz. Next slide, please. Alegria, we can't hear you.
Any better?
You're good.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, members of the board, Madam Chair, Council Pittman, and CAO Bratton. I'm Alegria de la Cruz, the Director of the Office of Equity. Jake, could you flip to the next slide? I think we got these two. There we go. So I'm going to just take a moment here to ground us in some humanizing data and to recognize that each of these data points that we're going to talk about today is a person who experienced some of the worst impacts of this pandemic in our community. As you can see, over the course of the pandemic, the cumulative case rates of residents of color have far surpassed those of white residents. Latinx residents in particular have been the most disproportionately impacted, with total case rates per 1,000 residents or 3.0 times higher than those of white residents. So you can see that on the left, on the map on the left there. And this impact in terms of the cumulative case rates of residents of color, it continues through other BIPOC communities as well. So as compared to the case rates of white non-Hispanic residents, American Indian and Alaskan Natives have experienced rates 3.1 times higher, Pacific Islanders 3 times higher, Black residents 2.3 times higher, Asian residents 1.4 times higher, and multiracial resident case rates 1.2 times higher. So in that first map to the left, you can see the geography of these cases and the ways in which our county segregation contributes to these areas of focus, and the opportunity that we have with these investments to really address this disproportionality. So this slide not only shows us kind of geographic areas of impact, but also the ways in which we see disproportionality in someone's race and ethnicity. And on the right, on the map on the right, you can see that the ways in which those hotspots, those geographic hotspots, layer almost perfectly with the Human Development Index from the latest Portrait of Sonoma data. And what the HDI is, the Human Development Index, is a composite rating of overall well-being based on health, education, and income, right? Which enables us to look at comparisons over time and across race and ethnicity, place, and gender. So with this image, what you see here is those areas with a lower HDI score are highlighted in darker red. And the areas of higher HDI, right, so folks who are doing okay, outlined in lighter red. And so you can really see the ways in which COVID-19 cases layer right on top of historical inequity, and where people who have experienced greater burdens from the pandemic's impact where they live are the exact same places where communities have experienced historical disinvestment and where there is heightened segregation, particularly for Latinx populations. So Jake, if you could go back to that first slide that we started on, thank you. So this slide essentially shows those three different data sets on top of each other. And what this third data set shows is the Healthy Places Index. And that combines kind of 25 different community characteristics into a single index. And what we see here is HPI scores for each census tract. And what we do with the HPI score is to compare these different census tracts across the state to paint an overall picture of health and well-being in each neighborhood in California. So we can really see, right, with all of these different data sets, how important it is for us to be really grounded in the human impacts of what the data tells us, to recognize the disproportionate cost to inequity that sits squarely on the backs of communities of color. And this information really provided for all of us working on this project rich fodder in which to really ground ourselves and the importance of this opportunity to address those generational experiences of disinvestment and of the disparity that really results from that disinvestment. Next slide. Natalie, back to you.
Thank you. So kind of with that framework in mind, we get to the place where we start getting to talk about some of the proposals that we are proposing or recommending for funding. As I said, this is a two-part presentation, and these proposals are still part of part one. Part two focuses on hearing about the community engagement process directly with members of the community. But part one here is about some proposals that are good candidates for funding that pull into consideration elements of what Alegria had referred to. The first proposal that we wanted to discuss with you was funding for the public health lab and morgue. So in September, we provided a funding request for the public health lab and morgue with a total project cost of $27.2 million. At that time, your board directed staff to identify other funding sources, and as a result of that work, we've been able to identify approximately $19.2 million, leaving an $8 million funding gap. We've received letters of support from 6 community-based health organizations in support of utilizing ARPA funds for this initiative. In addition to the community support, the ARPA legislation specifically calls out capital investments in public facilities to meet pandemic operational needs. And this illustrates an acknowledgement at the federal level that capital investments at the local level for critical public health infrastructure is a cornerstone of providing equitable and timely public health services. The next item that we have before you under our Part 1 decisions is funding for lump sum pay. Given that all county workers are disaster service workers, and in order to recognize all current employees who contributed to providing continued services during the pandemic, staff is recommending that the board allocate ARPA funds equivalent to $1,000 per full-time employee and a prorated amount for part-time and extra help staff. The total allocation from ARPA for this purpose is approximately $4.8 million. Finally, if you could move to the next slide, Jake, there's a little bit more detail on the $1.2 million, which is the third element of these proposals for early funding consideration. Along with the public health lab, there were 3 proposals that were presented to your board in September that stand out to us as staff. These 3 proposals stood out because, first of all, they were recommended without modification by the county administrator's office. So we felt that they were sound and valuable proposals as they stood. But more importantly, at the conclusion of our community engagement process, we learned that the community very much wanted to see the county investing in initiatives that would make us more culturally responsive. These 3 proposals do fit in very well to that. The first is investing in a system that would allow us to more easily and readily understand the demographic details of the clients that we serve. And the second 2 would provide investments in consultants to help us better engage with the community and develop a language access policy. If we move on to the next slide, we'll see a graphic on what we look at right now with the proposals before you. This entire ring represents the $96 million award, and all of the items on the left are elements that we're proposing or recommending for funding under Part 1. So it's the COVID response, investments in county becoming more culturally responsive, the investment in the public health lab and morgue, the employee lump sum, and then the cost for the ARPA implementation component. At this point in time, we'll stop with the details on the Part 1 elements, and I'll turn it back over to Director De La Cruz to talk about Part 2, which focuses on the community outreach and funding elements.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm receiving word that folks are having a hard time reading our slides due to some challenges in our streaming. Is anybody else experiencing that? Just want to confirm that we've got a green light to keep going.
We're
Yes,
okay.
it does look fuzzy.
We can see it in the board chambers, but actually your words were just a little bit sort of stilted, maybe due to a connectivity issue when you were speaking. Do you want to just try speaking again just so we can make sure that that's working? It was kind of going
Sure.
out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So, folks, I just want to also let the people who are listening in know that the slides are available as part of the board item. So if you want to pull those up off of Registar, you can follow along with our conversation. And I believe we are on slide 15. So I'll just give people a second to do that if that's something that they're interested in following along for the rest of our presentation with these slides. Okay. So before I jump into the discussion of eligible uses, I want to just take a moment to talk about the legislative intent here. The language of the legislation, of the ARPA legislation, contains a critical recognition that there was deep disproportionality experienced by members of communities of color and of essential workers who are also largely people of color. and that they really deeply and disproportionately experience negative impacts of this pandemic. So with that foundation, right, or underlayment, ARPA then makes clear that there are 5 categories of eligible funding areas. And those 5 are supporting the public health response, addressing negative economic impacts, replacing revenue loss, providing for premium pay for essential workers, and investing in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Additionally, I wanted to mention that there is legislation that has been introduced that would allow for a more flexible use of ARPA funds, including utilizing funding to respond to natural disasters, which is very relevant in our community, as well as allowing for certain specific additional infrastructure investments. But that legislation is not passed yet, right? So we're not quite at the moment of finalizing that rule. So for that reason, staff recommends that we really stick to these distribution guidelines as currently articulated in the interim final rule, so that your board has the benefit of this structure and can work to finalize funding decisions today, which would allow us to move forward in allowing program implementation to begin at once. And going back to this legislative intent, in all of our efforts, we really work to honor this intent of ARPA and to center race equity as we develop these high-level funding areas to present our recommendations today. And we worked with our community to rely on and to learn about and to utilize an anti-racist results-based accountability approach that you heard about earlier, to ensure that we achieve the racial equity principles that are embedded in ARPA's legislation, as well as our own county's race equity and social justice strategic planning pillar, and your board's deep dedication to this work through our recommendations here today. Next slide, please. So we worked to really make sure that we were receiving feedback and ideas, and we did that through town halls, community surveys, the ARPA equity work group, as well as receiving input from your board on November 2nd. And what we did with all of that information was to create these kind of specific needs identified by community within each of these major categories. The first being negative economic impacts on individuals and households, the second priority really being disparities in public health outcomes, and the third looking at broadband infrastructure needs. And in response to your board's direction earlier this year, we completed a series of community engagement efforts, including virtual town halls, community surveys, and as I mentioned, the ARPA Equity Work Group. And what we did in those efforts was to really make sure that we were sharing the factual information on COVID impacts in Sonoma County, to ensure that our community as a whole was able to recognize the disproportionality and our need to then ensure an equitable recovery. And we wanted to also make sure that we provided opportunity and sought opportunities for our staff to elicit specific feedback from and about individuals who experience this disproportionate impact. So what we've done here is, and you'll see in the second slide, each of these areas, right? We identified specific needs within each of these areas or strategies or suggested programs that really illustrates how we might strategically invest these ARPA funds to narrow those disparity gaps. And priorities that are listed as we continue this conversation that were mentioned 5 or more times across all the different data sources, those are the ones that really bubbled up to the top. And as Natalie mentioned earlier, there was a deep understanding in community engagement efforts that if our own internal county structures are not adequately resourced, then distributing funding out to our partners cannot address disproportionality. And so what we need to do is to really align with this feedback and recognize that our county also has an opportunity to invest in its own infrastructure to support those relationships with underserved communities and to ensure culturally responsive program design and service provision. And I just want to continue talking a little bit about our outreach and engagement processes to center those disproportionately impacted members of our community in our work. So through all of our efforts, we firmly secured a shared understanding of the importance of and the need for a race equity lens in this work. Our work included a recognition that we needed to hold ourselves as the county accountable in the distribution of these funds. And so we're really looking to rely on that results-based accountability approach. And something that we don't get the chance to talk about all the time is that this work was really fun. It was a real pleasure to work with our community in this effort. We've surveyed the members of the ARPA Equity Work Group, and we heard a resounding amount of support for these kinds of opportunities to continue as well as gratitude for the effort that we made to value our community members' work and their time with stipends. And we also heard from them about the deep need for more time to support these kinds of efforts. The insides of our guts as a county are convoluted and they're bureaucratic, and it really takes time for us to work together to not only deepen our own understanding of community challenge with our processes, but also to develop the community members' capacity to share an understanding that's sufficient to then be able to transform and to make recommendations to be transformative in the way that we work. Next slide. So what we're doing here is kind of really looking inside of each of those buckets, right? And I want to just make a point here that you'll see kind of differences in the text that we're using to describe some of these specific strategies. And those words, those sentences that are in italics are those areas that were identified by the community and by your board for county-led, right? Or county plus CBO partnerships to really facilitate equitable disbursement and those use of ARPA funds. So if we're looking at disparities in public health outcomes, some of those examples of strategies, strategic investments, possible programs, when we're looking at mental health services, what we're also really getting down into is looking at the ways in which we're making mental health services accessible. We're looking at focusing on staffing culturally responsive and bilingual providers. We heard that very loudly from our community feedback. In this, we really also heard, and this really, I want to pull this all the way up, we heard about the importance of promotores, right, of community health workers. We saw an ability for us to not only address the fact that much of this work that folks are doing in our community is essentially volunteer work. So we see a need that would impact both of those buckets, right? Not only disparities in public health, but also really looking at negative economic impact when we invest in paying promotores a living wage. And when we're supporting their work in multiple sectors, not only just the health work, but recognizing that when folks are talking about health, they're talking about things that also will impact the people's health and well-being in other sectors. We also heard here the need for us to look at the creation and formation of resilient community and neighborhood hubs and spaces. Something that our community members really recognized was how much they're feeling the lack of the Roseland Community Center, right? The village that is currently in development, and how important it is for us as an institution to create those spaces for community members to come together, to pick up information, to really have spaces where we're centering them and their needs. Let's see. Speaking on kind of housing and shelter, and in particular, some of the things that came up out of this area of focus was looking at alternative care sites that really deepen our commitment to culturally responsive service provision, looking at short-term and long-term housing shelters, and really looking at also shelters that allow for deeper healing when it comes to people's needs to rehabilitate from drug use and other forms of addiction and self-medication. And then finally, I'll just touch on culturally responsive disaster response and long-term recovery. This is something that really came up in all of our different efforts to work with our community, recognizing that there is some significant work that we have already undertaken with very deep results and very deep impact, and that work continues and needs to continue to really draw that connectivity between what it means to do culturally responsive disaster response and how important it is for us to draw that line into long-term recovery with an equity lens. Next slide, please. This is really kind of digging down deep into looking at this negative economic impacts on households and individuals. This was the bucket that we really got kind of the most things dumped into it from the community, from your board, and from our own analysis. And so we're looking at, what are the ways in which we can provide immediate direct assistance to households to really kickstart that recovery. How are we looking at investments in fixing our rental assistance program, looking at universal basic income. There are many ways in which we can figure out how to get money into the pockets of folks who are disproportionately impacted. We looked at childcare and childcare facilities, and this really includes training and supporting providers. To expand the workforce would also mean that we are ensuring that folks are receiving not only minimum wage for their work, but also looking at the ways in which we can pay a living wage in our community, looking at the ways in which we're expanding accessible and affordable care and subsidies. Looking at educational disparities, we really heard the importance of addressing learning loss. And this floats right into what we're seeing in terms of some of the importance of investing in broadband infrastructure, which was named over and over again in our town hall meetings and in some of our focus groups about the deep difficulties in low-income communities of color to actually have the structures that allowed them and their families to connect to their educational institutions. So as you can see, this bucket is really full and rich for both things that we can do, for community-based organizations to do their important work, and also responsibilities that we have inside of our county. Again, those things that are identified here in italics are those things in which our county can take a lead or can lead in a county and community-based organizational partnership. And I am now going to pass it over to Oscar to talk about a few more recommendations in the mix here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alegria. Next slide, please, Jake. As Alegria shared in the previous slide, negative economic impacts on households and individuals, disparities in public health outcomes, and investments in broadband infrastructure were the three main areas of funding need. While the majority of the remaining available funds would be distributed through an RFP process, there are two needs that your board may wish to allocate funding towards outside of that process. First, under negative economic impacts, specific urgency was noted surrounding the need to for immediate financial assistance to address impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on low-income community members. There are existing structures that have directed funding to those community members most disproportionately impact, such as SCURA, and this allocation would flow through them without the need for an additional competitive process. However, this new allocation offers an opportunity to develop more flexible eligibility criteria, as well as planning and executing focused outreach efforts with community-based organizations who specialize in culturally responsive outreach and engagement to ensure that equitable disbursements of the equitable disbursements of ARPA funds. Due to the emphasis on this need expressed by the community and its time-sensitive nature, staff is recommending that $9 million be set aside for this purpose. This allocation would allow for more assistance to be made more immediately available to those community members who have not been able to access other forms of relief to address their needs. If approved, staff would work with community partners, the COVID-19 unit of the Department of Health Services, the Office of Equity, and the Human Services Department to examine opportunities to make eligibility criteria as flexible as possible and to ensure an equitable disbursements of ARPA funds across all communities in need. Upon conclusion of this work, staff will return to your board with a plan to execute this rapid community assessment in early 2022. Second, investments in broadband infrastructure were identified as a critical area of need during the community engagement process. And I'll now turn it over to Interim Director Ethan Brown with the EDB to present the request to fund broadband outside of the RFP process. Ethan?
Thank you, Oscar. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CAO Bratton, and Council Pittman. I'm Ethan Brown, and I'm still technically the Director of Business Development at the Economic Development Board for the next couple of weeks, but I certainly appreciate the acknowledgements and I look forward to the work ahead. The diagram here outlines staff recommendations around broadband infrastructure. The primary recommendation of $2 million would fund the initial pre-revenue startup costs, administration, and overhead for an organizational structure to govern the development, ownership, and management of broadband infrastructure through December 31st, 2024. Staff has also provided two other options for your board to consider should you wish to do so. Option 2, at $4.5 million, provides for startup costs plus a set aside of $2.5 million that could potentially fund infrastructure deployment to 130 underserved residences in Sonoma County, which uses an average per household deployment cost in its assumption. Option 3, at $9 million, would increase that set aside for infrastructure deployment to $7 million to serve additional residents. Staff's baseline recommendation is at the $2 million level. As you'll see on the next slides, additional investments in broadband infrastructure will affect the level of funding available for the remaining community investment buckets. To discuss those allocations, I'll now turn it back over to Natalie from the County Administrator's Office.
What you see before you is the same slide we looked at before, only filled in to better depict what would happen under the staff recommendation for the Part 2 funding decisions. What you see here is of the $53.3 million that would be available if you approved everything in Part 1, we are recommending the $9 million for rapid economic assistance, $2 million for broadband, and then that would leave $25 million approximately to invest in negative economic impacts and $17 million to invest in the disparities of public health outcomes. Assistant Director Chavez will speak a bit more about how we arrived at the $25 million and $17 million splits, and then also we'll go into the process by which we would award those funds.
Thank you, Natalie. Next slide, please. Now I want to present the recommended funding levels and the proposal solicitation process. Should your board elect to fund all elements presented to this point of this board item, between 35 and 42 million will remain that will be issued through a community RFP process. And based on the needs expressed by the community, we are requesting a funding allocation of 60% of the available total to address negative economic impacts and 40% to address disparities in public health outcomes. Next slide. This slide illustrates the funding options of both Part 1 and 2, with the last two items being the portion of ARPA funds that would be issued through a community RFP process. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, ARPA provides a once-in-a-generational opportunity to reimagine how we partner and support community-based organizations to address persistent and long-standing community challenges. It also provides an opportunity to shift from our traditional government safety net and work towards building a community safety net that engages a much broader group of stakeholders and institutions. This process recognizes that it is simply not enough to put dollars in the community and wait for a closeout report at the end of the contract period. Rather, it recognizes the important opportunity we have with these funds to deepen our relationships with community-based organizations, to provide the necessary and ongoing training and technical assistance, and to build community capacity and learn collectively from the results of our work. This slide here illustrates the proposed timeline for the selection and award process beginning in January, all the way through the duration of ARPA ending in 2024. Beginning in early January, the Human Services Department will host community workshops to inform interested parties about the upcoming RFP process and to create opportunities to build cross-agency partnerships for joint funding applications. We use the term RFP to indicate a solicitation and evaluation process for all proposals. We are not proposing a formal RFP process, as that has strict and rigorous requirements that must be followed. In late January and early February, the RFP will be released with a proposed deadline between 6 to 8 weeks after the release. Next slide, Jake. I want to go into a little more detail of the remaining timeline. So during March and April, a review committee comprised of individuals with background in program planning and evaluation, knowledge of target populations to be served, staff from other municipalities and from surrounding counties, and individuals representing the needs of low-income communities and communities of color most disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 will review proposals and make recommendations to your board for funding. The criteria for recommendations will elevate proposals that prioritize cross-agency partnerships, that demonstrate evidence-informed program design, that support relationships with underserved communities and culturally responsive program design and service provision, that foster Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and AAPI networks of mutual learning and support, that serve prioritized census tracts identified in the portrait of Sonoma, and that identify if the projects are one-time investments or articulate how they will support or sustain the work after the ARPA funding has expired. Then in May and June, the review committee will review, score, and advance the highest scoring proposals to your board for final approval. County proposals will follow the same funding timeline and respond to the community identified needs. Department proposals will be evaluated with the same criteria as that of the community proposals. This community departmental comprehensive process will ensure that the best proposals are selected, regardless of which entity is providing the service. After your board has approved the recommended proposals, agencies and departments representing funded proposals will attend 1 to 2 RBA workshops to identify performance measures and learn more about federal funding requirements, including eligibility documentation, reporting, data collection, and program and fiscal monitoring. Then in July and for the remainder of the ARPA grant period, contractors and departments will submit quarterly performance reports and participate in regular results-based accountability, turn the curve conversations with our staff. HSD staff will ensure compliance with federal requirements. Next slide. This slide illustrates the 4 milestones of the ARPA process, and I want to focus on the monitoring process after the contracts have been awarded. Staff plans to return to your board during the fall of 2023 to report on results achieved in 2022 and to report on the status of all categories of funding. This reporting process will include recommendations from staff on reallocating funds if certain areas are on track to be under or over the allocated amounts. Reports will also include results of the RBA process to illustrate the extent to which ARPA-funded projects are achieving their intended goals. And now I'll turn it back over to Natalie to close out our presentation. Natalie?
Thank you so much. So we had a lot of information to share with you today, and we have quite a few actions. This slide articulates all of the areas where we are seeking board direction to staff or to formally approve certain items. Just as a review of this, the first 3 bullet points reflect part 1 elements that we had discussed, and then the subsequent ones focus in on the community investment buckets and the strategy. As we prepare to move away from our formal presentation, I also wanted to share that depending on how the conversation goes, I do have a spreadsheet available in the event that the board finds that helpful for visual monitoring of decisions that are being made. And so I will plan on just pulling that up if the board requests it, but I wanted to let you know that this conversation may become dynamic, and I have a tool that I hope will facilitate that process. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that excellent, informative presentation. And more importantly, thank you for the deep work that went into bringing this presentation before the board. Because that engagement with the community, those late night town hall meetings, all of the individual meetings that you held, I really am very grateful that it feels like we have truly created an equity-driven process to get to this point. And obviously there are still decisions that need to be made and still conversations that need to happen. But I am very, very grateful for the work that your fantastic team has put in. And I know that she is no longer on our screen, but I also want to give a sincere thank you to former EDB Director Sheba Pearson-Whitley, because she was an absolute critical leader in this effort. And so I want to extend our gratitude for her service on that front. I will ask my colleagues at this point in time if we have any questions, and I would say let's try to keep it to questions, because I'm guessing I've heard that we have a lot of participants in Zoom today, and I'm anticipating quite a bit of public comment on this item, so I want to make sure that we do have an opportunity to hear from members of the public before we deliberate. So Supervisor Coran, you want to lead us off in the questions?
Thank you. Great. Wow. A lot of information, a lot of hard work that you have done in meeting with the community, discussing with the community, and working through the logistics of what we need to do in order to dispense the ARPA funding. I know that people and plans are actually preliminary to dispensing the funds and providing services, and critical. But it appears to me there's a lot of positions built in and a lot of implied overhead associated with distributing the assistance. I'm not going, well, let me just ask, have you thought through the recommendations and done an evaluation of what is the fiscal, what is the revenue that's actually going to be sent out to the community to provide the services rather than employing the people to distribute the funding?
I think it might be helpful, Natalie, to go back to that pie chart. Because Supervisor Coran, one of the things that we wanted to make very clear in our presentation, and hopefully that's something that we can continue to pull out, is even those investments that staff are recommending kind of come off the top or outside of the process are money directly to the community, money directly to community-based organizations to support an equitable recovery. So let's maybe go back to that. Thank you, Jake. And Natalie, do you want to kind of walk through these recommendations here? Okay.
So really, if you look at the investments that are being proposed, in terms of the ARPA implementation and the staffing associated with implementing the program, you can see that in the slice of the pie that's the $4.8 million, sort of in the bottom-ish left of this. Everything else really is reflective of investments that the community has asked us to make. Of course, a large bite out of this is the ongoing COVID response and monitoring. So that's perhaps a bit less directly speaking to the community engagement process, but a very critical element of what we would be using these funds for. I think the other thing I would note is as we come out of the full-blown element of the pandemic, FEMA funds are going to stop being as available. And so we need to make sure that we have appropriate resources dedicated for the COVID response. So obviously that $23.8 million does sit a little bit apart from the community investment component, but is pretty important. So really the 6 FTEs that we've talked about in terms of implementing the program are affiliated with that $4.8 million, and it's about 5% overhead to run the program. I think the other thing that I would just share is, as I've worked with Assistant Director Chavez and Director De La Cruz, the results-based accountability is built into that $4.8 million. And that's such an important investment because it's really going to be what we choose to do, not what the federal government has told us to do, to help us understand if we're being effective and making sure that all of those other investments are going in the right direction. So hopefully this graphic kind of helps respond to that. And we're happy to answer any more detailed questions about what we have displayed here.
Thank you, Natalie. And I think I'll follow up with you to figure out what the $4.8 million actually pays for and embraces in the rest of the pie chart, because there's a lot of capacity building in the rest of the pie chart. I'm not sure it's captured in there, but it might be.
Can I just mention one more thing that I think Natalie touched on that I just want to get deeper into? And Oscar, feel free to jump in here. But the county's deepening of its results-based accountability work is such an important moment for us to really connect the ways that we're holding our community-based partners accountable and the ways in which we're holding ourselves accountable. And that capacity building need within our systems was something that was very clearly identified and requested time and again in every engagement effort that we had with our community. And so, right now, just an example of that, right? Neither we nor our community-based organizational partners are collecting demographic data specifically around race or ethnicity in any kind of concerted or organized or centralized way. And so essentially there's no way in which right now our county systems are showing us the ways in which we are actually moving the needle on race equity with public funds. And so in order to make those changes, we have to invest in our systems. We have to invest in our staff capacity to collect this data, and we have to provide the support to our community-based organizational partners because we're asking them to also do additional work to move the needle on race equity. And it's this kind of investment that ARPA has acknowledged with its final rule guidance, but also that we really heard from our community that unless the county changes the way that it does business, unless the county changes the ways in which we engage with our partners, unless we give them additional support to do the additional work that we've asked them to do, and to truly be our partners in this, then we will not succeed, right? And together we need to be able to succeed together with those kinds of investments. So I just wanted to provide some kind of more actual practical explanation around why these investments look quite the way that they do and how critical they are to our success in this effort.
And I appreciate that. And many funders and folks from the community really want to understand more discrete demographics about where the funds are going. And we've even tracking the infection rate in Sonoma Valley, it's been very difficult to get to the demographic information as well as the community information. So I appreciate that we need far more sophisticated tools for tracking what we're doing and the benefit that might be accruing. But let me ask you an accountability question. We're now almost 2 years into the pandemic, and dispensing essential, critical assistance for those individuals coping with COVID, whether it's sick pay, quarantining, business relief, and sometimes our partners or community partners have been slow to get the funds out there. How are we going to provide the accountability that you just mentioned for our community partners to ensure that they're actually doing the job in dispensing of funds? And will there be an ombudsman if we have constituents reach out to us that they are not receiving the relief, that it's slow coming forward? Who do they contact? Who do we contact?
Supervisor Coran, I can start this. I think, why we've added that additional level of staffing support is exactly to the point that you're making. We need to have greater transparency and accountability. One of the requirements is that every quarter, the organizations will need to upload both fiscal and programmatic data onto the dashboard. This dashboard data will be publicly available to you and to the community to see how the organizations are utilizing those dollars. We'll also use that opportunity to engage organizations around a process called Turn the Curve, where if they're not meeting their objectives, we want to sit with them and understand what is the story behind the data, what is causing us not to be able to release those dollars, what might we do differently, and who needs to be part of this conversation so that we can course correct and not wait until the end of the contract period to determine whether or not the strategy was effective. This is a much more rigorous process, and I think it's necessary for us to be able to, as Alegria pointed out, change the way that we do business, and more importantly, change the way that we are more responsive to the needs of the community. So I think you will see that in the way that we work with our partners to document and report on those results.
Excellent. Thank you. I know who to come to, Oscar.
I just wanted to add a few more points with this question, because I think you raise a good point, Supervisor. So GUDA was the kind of community developed vehicle to push through resources during COVID in a culturally responsive way to address the disproportionality that was being experienced in the Latinx and Indigenous language speaking communities. They did that in the middle of a pandemic. And they did that, in many ways grounded in community direction to ensure that they were collecting demographic data. So they built a new system that we were still not even doing that work, but that was something that the community demanded of this effort. And so I really want to just celebrate the work of the epidemiologists in the Department of Health Services who moved very quickly to address community needs and who did amazing amounts of heavy lifts to ensure that our county had the benefit of demographic data during the pandemic to really direct our efforts and to support GUDA's creation of a new system, of a new way of doing business that was going to be, directed at this culturally responsive approach. And so we're recognizing that this is another example of asking our community-based organizations to pop up in the middle of a disaster to again and again kind of step up and help us do what we know is so important to do that we can't do without them. And so you'll see the recommendation that came from the community in order to avoid that impact that we continue to place on our CBO partners during every disaster. They've told us very, very clearly, we can't keep just popping up and creating this surge capacity without some additional support from the county to really hold the center of that work and to have it be connected to what an equitable disaster response look like. And then to make sure that we also have the guidance and the ability to turn from disaster response into long-term recovery. So that's one of the areas that definitely came up as a clear recommendation from community-based partners, and that staff completely understand and see the impact on our CBOs time and again with every successive disaster in our county. So it's really not fair for us to continue to ask them to do this without providing some of that additional support. And that's what you'll see in some of those recommendations, really embedding the importance of our counties.
I couldn't agree more. They do need additional capacity. They're so tired of popping up and responding to every couple of months a new initiative. So I recognize that. Just a couple more brief questions, hopefully. The criteria to receive assistance. First of all, are we going to be using our human services eligibility worker to dispense some of the assistance, the $9 million right off at the top?
Supervisor Coran, what we're recommending is that we convene our internal stakeholders to develop that criteria. We didn't envision that our eligibility workers would be doing that work, but working through existing channels. And as we pointed out in the item, that we would come back to you sometime, to your board, sometime in January with the proposed timeline that would detail all of that criteria and the method of dispersing those dollars.
Often, as you know, Oscar, the eligibility workers know the client base far better than some of our community organizations. So I hope we figure out how to plug in their resource ability to the funding mechanisms. We've had requests from farm workers to consider using the ARPA funding for hazard pay. How are we going to approach that? Is that going to be considered as part of the criteria?
Absolutely. So again, building on the feedback that we received from community engagement efforts, we heard very clearly from the farm worker community, as well as from kind of the agricultural industry as a whole, about the needs for continued support to workers in this industry.
Okay.
And so it will be part of the criteria that will be created as part of the funding availability notice. And if there are organizations who have creative proposals about how to design and deliver a program like that, we will be open to hearing those as we move forward in our decisions and our evaluation of those proposals.
And I know that you've documented the impacts in some of those census tracts. I would assume that our assistance would not be specific to those census tracts. They could be used to consider folks living in other parts of the county, even though they're not living and working in those census tracts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There will be a way of making sure that people's needs are elevated in those areas where there has been historic disinvestment. It's one of the things that ARPA directs, and it doesn't mean that we need to be exclusive to those areas. We recognize that people who have experienced disproportional impacts to COVID pandemic live all throughout the county and not just in those segregated areas.
Thank you so much. That completes my question.
Excellent question, Supervisor Coran. Other questions for staff? Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, a couple of quick questions, I hope. On the $9 million of rapid financial assistance, I just want to make sure I understand that that is not the universal basic income. Those are two different items here?
That's correct. The universal basic income project would be submitted as a proposal.
Thank you. I don't see homelessness called out specifically in any of the presentation here. There's an item under disparities in public health that talks about housing and shelter, but I think that we could deal with homelessness if we wanted to, either in that bucket or in the bucket of negative economic impacts. Certainly, COVID has changed the way that people look at shelter. Homeless people are less inclined to be in what I'll call mass shelters for lack of a better word, but more our alternative care sites versus congregate care sites have grown in popularity, and that is being seen out on the street because we don't have a lot of alternatives right now. Where and how might homelessness be addressed in this in these buckets?
Good question, Supervisor. So we called we highlighted housing and shelter in the looking at in one of the buckets, and I just want to acknowledge that there were a number of people in our ARPA equity work group who have deep roots in working with people experiencing homelessness and really understanding some of the needs of that population and how current structures may not serve them, especially those during a pandemic, as you've mentioned. So with regard to disparities in public health outcomes, that's where we really saw housing and shelter called out. And we understood and we heard from our community that some of our traditional ways of providing shelter need to shift, right, into something that looks more like an alternative care site where people have some privacy and feel some additional safety. We also really heard the need for facilities to support people's rehabilitation and helping to support, stopping self-medication, stopping drug use, and that be much more intentional service that's built into the middle of our sheltering services. We also heard the importance of some of those, again, those non-traditional things that we've had a hard time kind of leaning into that we've done with some really important and positive results at times, and that this provides an opportunity for, again, our community-based partners to come to us with their best ideas about how to challenge, solve some of these challenges that we face as a community with regard to housing and shelter. But it's definitely been identified as one of those strategic areas for investment.
I just want to suggest that, we don't need to reinvent every wheel here. The Community Development Commission and the Continuum of Care Board this year took $2 million that we made available through the budget, and through a real collaborative and creative process working with communities throughout the county, we just approved several projects in the last couple of weeks with that money, and that might be a vehicle for putting some ARPA money to use in the homelessness arena. Just throw that out there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the work. Very much appreciated. And I appreciate the process that we went through, and I think it was very just a good community way to go through the community and get their input, and I do appreciate that. I think to Supervisor Gordon's questions, which I appreciate, always want to minimize the overhead, obviously, and using one-time funds to hire. I take it that these FTEs that we are placing on these dollars are term limited, which I think is true. However, I think we all know at the end of that term, then the decision comes, so it doesn't necessarily preclude the dilemma before us. I would hope that, and I take it that census goes through 2020 or December of 26, that there's a plan in place if the idea is to keep those FTEs after that point in time, that there's some growth or whatever recognized funding to keep them going forward, because I know that all we're doing is kind of punting on that. On the overhead side, I know that it is, and I totally agree with the kind of the accountability practices, and I think that's just wonderful that we do that. Certainly, the one-time funds, if you back out that, the 5% comes probably doubles, but that's fine going forward. I guess my other questions really have more to do regarding the, from day one, I think, is really kind of coming to grips with were any of the three, each whether it was CARES, Carissa, or now ARPA, recognizing COVID impacts and truly trying to recognize and reach those that were most impacted. We know that we know that certain populations are impacted overall and have been from day one. But even mentioning ag workers, for instance, were ag workers more or less impacted than, say, hospitality workers or restaurant workers or hotel workers who might have been, jobs might have been gone back on whatever it was, March 18th of 2020. So just trying to figure out how we really identify those most impacted and get them to the relief that they need, perhaps maybe even disproportionately, because they have a greater need going forward. And I want to make sure that we recognize that. I know that's the hardest thing for us as a county to do. And even looking at the $9 million, because my first question, why 9? Why not 10, 11, 8, anything in between? And I know that at some point we just need to make buckets and pull a number and place it in there. But it does have to do with how then what the expectation is of the community, what the impact that we can truly have to make sure that we're hitting those that have been most adversely affected by COVID going forward. And on the broadband thing, I'm not sure if we're actually approving that today because it's in the separate list, or if we are, how does that wrap into what's happening at the federal level and the dollars that are called out specifically? And should we, quite honestly, look at this as a match to something bigger coming forward, or I just put that out there because I think there's a lot of unknowns on some of those pieces, not knowing exactly the dollars that are going to flow into this county on those items. But I do very much appreciate the work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Gore, questions?
I'll echo the appreciation, and what I see here reflects a ton of work, but a ton of quality work too, and I want to acknowledge that. The only thing more detailed than your presentation is my attempt to take notes about where I think they should go and where I support or want to see more direction. And I'll start by just asking a few questions on some different items. Number one would be the lump sum for county employees. I kind of wanted to request maybe either the county administrator or Natalie or somebody talk about this just real quickly about how this would link in with our overall either labor strategy or discussions. And I say that not to try and get overly specific, but just, I know there was a couple of us, or I would say maybe even all of us, I haven't dealt with this in the Brown Act world, but pushing for this, and I'm happy to see the proposal, but I just want to understand how it came to be before us in this form and in this way.
So I will jump in here. As the board knows, we are in the middle of existing 4-year labor contracts. And so the recommendation to approve hazard pay is above and beyond. It's not part of our negotiations. I think a lot of jurisdictions out there that are paying essential worker hazard pay have done it in order to close negotiations on open labor contracts. So we're just in a different position. The amount staff came up with was just based on kind of what we were hearing from the labor unions. We know they wanted more, but it was an amount we felt was a good place to recommend. Mm-hmm. And so that's what you have before you today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I look forward to diving into that one more when we get into comments and discussions. And I also acknowledge this has been something that's been discussed before, is that other jurisdictions have been brought up, Kern County and others, and I know that part of our question to you before, or my personal one was this a part of their other labor strategies, or was this a standalone item for the other counties? And I think there's a mixed bag out there. There's some apples and some oranges, but for the side of us, this is I think I come into this with, and I know my colleagues do, with honoring the work that's been done. And so that'll lead that discussion forward. The second thing that I want to get into is I appreciate seeing the early funding department proposals, all of them having equity-based approaches to them, the GIS work, the data-driven work, the community engagement, and the language access. And I wanted to, I loved seeing the items that talked about doing a review of existing outreach and where we're at with different commissions, Commission on the Status of Women, Commission on Human Rights. This kind of goes back, Director De La Cruz, to a lot of our conversations and the creation of the Office of Equity and other things. And so part of my question is the approach to really make sure that work is not Office of Equity based, but county-wide based. Because I know you have a working group that we've heavily supported, or I personally have too, is that from different departments, and how we integrate this needed work together, so we don't just create a bunch of different outreach efforts that conflate each other. There's always the opportunity to have everybody trying to do good work and have it organically go together, but the strategic side is what I'm interested in. What do you hope to achieve, like as an end result out of that? Is it a common way that we do outreach going forward, more policies integrated into it? Because just doing outreach for the sake of outreach without looking at potential policy changes or direction to our department and agency heads, So I'll pass that over to you real quickly.
Sure. Great question, Supervisor Gore. So we recognize that the county does have a number of different ways in which it engages and kind of pulls community members into the center of our decision making. And what this proposal essentially proposes to do is to do a deep analysis of those efforts and to pull out best practices, right? Both for ensuring that the county has the benefit of community voice in some of these difficult decisions, and also that community feels included and understood in a meaningful way. So we've done some initial surveying, for example, of the ARPA Equity Work Group to really start forming the basis for the ways in which we would recommend to your board. Right, these are the community engagement principles, and these are some of the ways in which we can value community participation inside of our systems. An example, right, of what may come to your board at the end of this process is a community engagement plan, some guidance documents to departments who are looking for ways to enhance their efforts. And with that, likely, some request for resources for departments to support their paying stipends for community members to participate in these efforts. So we know, for example, that the county does pay for a number of different positions for those community members who have been appointed to Brown Act bodies, to Maddie Act bodies. And so how do we kind of, draw that way of valuing community members' participations in our processes across all efforts? How do we have some consistent approaches? How do we understand the value of our community members' time? And to Supervisor Rabbitt's point earlier, right? How do we also address disproportionality as we make these decisions? Are we looking at the ways in which we might put, kind of needs-based analysis into the payment of stipends and allow for people to make those choices themselves? Are we looking at, I'd love to do an analysis of, the demographic makeup of those community members who are currently serving in board-appointed commissions and boards, because I think it would tell us a little bit about how we are moving the needle on representation and ensuring that folks have an opportunity to get into the center of our work together, of our shared work. So ultimately, the outcome for this community engagement work would be a plan to be approved by your board with guidance to departments and likely a resource allocation for departments to support their community engagement efforts. With regard to the language access work, the outcome there would be a language access policy that crosses over all county departments, as well as a fiscal analysis of what's currently happening with the money that we spend to ensure language access to all of our community members. and some recommendations about how to ensure that we are caring for and protecting bilingual and bicultural staff who may be tapped in additional ways above and beyond people who are monolingual English speaking within the county of Sonoma. And then ensuring that everybody, again, is resourced to ensure that we're not only meeting our legal compliance responsibilities to ensure language access, but also to, again, go into the place where we're saying, like, what does language justice look like? And how might we ensure that language justice is what it is that we are providing in our communities?
Thank you. Thank you. Data doesn't lie, right? Appreciate that. I'm glad, it's how to make sure that there's hard lines in a world where the word community engagement oftentimes gets lost in its softness and its blurred edges. So other question I have, and I believe Mr. Chavez, maybe you could lean in on this on the side of contracting with your experience in upstream investments and others, is that there's definitely a few areas in here that I've talked with you about, and I would love for you to state it pretty plainly for the community in terms of what we're trying to achieve with contracting reform, because it's nice and easy when it sits there as saying we want to speed up contracting, but can you please, for folks, state what the problem is? And I'll preface that by saying I've had a few instances where, whether in COVID or other situations, where I've had community groups outreach to the county and say, shoot, you approved all this money and I provided the service, and now it's a year later and I'm a small business and I'm still trying to get paid the invoices. And I don't do this to disparage anything internally with our current work. I do it to say, what's the problem? What are we trying to achieve? Are you going to be looking at things like do we need to be forwarding 50% of the money to certain kind of groups so that they can actually, because they don't have bank accounts, especially CBOs and community-based organizations, to pay people out and then wait for reimbursables forever? I mean, please tell us what you've heard from folks on this item beyond that anecdote that I'm throwing your way.
You're muted, Oscar.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. It is a complicated question, but to get to the point, I think there's a recognition that there's often inconsistencies in the way that we procure and contract for services. So one of the strategies is to think about, how might we work better together, not only to streamline the process, but to make it easier for organizations to access these dollars. And some of the things that you pointed out, some of these smaller nonprofit organizations who don't have the money in their bank account to front load need a vehicle or a mechanism by which they can actually get upfront money to start their contract. So these are just some of the challenges that have been pointed out, including the various and many different solicitations that they're required to go through. So part of what we're trying to do is to think about, how might we streamline the procurement process so that, an organization doesn't have to apply to 20 or 10 different solicitations from various different departments. There's a lot of nuance in that in terms of regulations that we have to comply with. Different vendors have different expectations. But I think it provides an opportunity for us as county departments to really think about, how can we work better together in terms of identifying the kinds of services that we procure for, and could we package those in a way that makes it easier for organizations, especially those smaller organizations who don't have grant writers, who don't have the kind of bandwidth that our much larger nonprofits have. And so I think this is an opportunity with ARPA, and what we're suggesting is investing more in that training and technical assistance, and look critically at our own systems and try to understand, do they have to be this way? And if they can be improved, then we should do that, because when we can improve the solicitation process, when we can make it easier for our partners, it is ultimately the communities that we're trying to serve that benefit from that experience. So we are going to be learning from this ARPA experience vis-a-vis the way in which we're providing technical assistance, the way in which we are engaging our non-traditional partners, different community groups that have not been part of our conversations, and really learn how we can actually improve the process and get to those larger questions that you talked about how to make public dollars grow the public good. And we're excited at that opportunity to learn from our experience to improve that entire procurement process as we move along with ARPA.
Can I give a couple of examples, Oscar, of some of the ways in which we've really heard specific recommendations from community members? So we heard from smaller community-based organizations, maybe not even necessarily 501c3s, that they get left out all the time from county funding because of their own, whether it's structure or, as Oscar mentioned, lack of a grant writer or internal policies and procedures that essentially, accept them from being able to participate in our processes. And so we're really thinking about, how do we incentivize bigger nonprofits who have some of that administrative muscle to take on what it means to be a fiscal sponsor and to recognize that sometimes fiscal sponsorship is not just a rubber stamp, but also really kind of providing that capacity building that a bigger nonprofit could do with some additional funds. So how do we roll that into program funds, right? As we think about how to include and collaborate or facilitate collaboration, encourage collaboration with the acknowledgement that this is actually work that we're asking our bigger CBOs to take on, to include people who have culturally responsive capacity in terms of Indigenous language speaking staff, right? In terms of people who are bilingual and bicultural, and not just Spanish and English, but in Fijian and Eritrean and Vietnamese and Khmer. These are communities that go in large part, they're almost invisible in the way that our systems look at their needs. And those community-based organizations, as a result, are also largely invisible and left out. So we're really looking at all the ways in which, this funding could help us to also much better understand what our bigger nonprofit organizations need in order to provide that kind of support and that inclusion and that deeper collaboration to ensure culturally responsive service provision with public funds.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There's a lot to say here. I'm not going to belabor it all in questions because I want to hear from the community and others. I want to acknowledge and when we get into the discussion with my board as well and with the county administrator is that, the public health lab, the initial request came in at $27.2 million. It looks less on here, but it's less on here because it's also because we're committing, even though this is ARPA, this assumes that we're committing the entirety of the sale of Sinead, the dollars from the Sinead demo that's being held in escrow for us, and all of our, basically, I'm asking maybe the county administrator to kind of respond to this, is our year-end balance from this past year all towards the public health lab. And I state this because I really, the fact that it's such a large line item, I'd like you to address maybe the conversations with health and others about this site. It's not only a public health lab, it's a morgue, and kind of help us justify our thinking around pre-committing that much money to one facility that has multiple uses. But I want to get that out there. It's the biggest line item, so I want to address it.
If I may, so I'm going to ask Natalie to weigh in as well, but since we put this in as a department proposal, we did receive several letters from some of our FQHC partners supporting this request, and we also had a successful sale of the Sinead property, meaning we have to relocate that lab and morgue in the next couple of years. So those two things have happened. And as you pointed out, Supervisor Gore, we have identified other one-time funds to help pay for the majority of the lab and the morgue. And that's why we've been able to reduce our request to $8 million. Natalie, if you want to add anything.
If you like, I can just walk through the sources that we identified in order to get from the $27 million down to the $8 million.
Yeah, that would be great.
Great. So at the year end of fiscal year 2021, we established, we had a $15.1 million available general fund balance. The sale of Sinead was $13.9 million. And then we were able to release, we'll be able to release about $10.2 million that was set aside for the demolition of Sinead. So all of those things together make about $39.2 million in available funding. Of that, $20.1 million is proposed for the purchase of the Sears site for the new county center, leaving $19.2 million available. So then the remaining funding gap between the $19 million from those sources versus the $27 million needed brings us to the $8 million. And we've not been able to identify other funding sources to cover that $8 million funding gap.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the data. More what I'm pointing out is that even though we're looking at ARPA, this assumes we are pre-committing $15.1 million of year-end general fund from 2021 towards the public health lab, which ultimately means that we're spending all of that, and that's not going to come back before the board except for approval. So what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get to is that what you're, I guess I want to respond is what you're asking us to do is approve these other funding sources, the sale of Sinead, the other things, not just ARPA allocation, because this assumes that we're going to fully fund that.
And that's a great point,
Yeah,
Supervisor.
yeah.
So, yes, indeed.
Okay. And I'm not afraid of that. I just want to make sure that we are all clear amongst us that this is, if we also have to speak about this being a vital facility. We've had discussions about it, other things, and this is a huge investment into the future. Obviously necessitated by many things. The one thing that I have always requested, and I don't need all this now, but for the future is to understand better the public health lab, and I don't want to belabor this conversation, but when we maybe in the new year agendizing this and look like what is it going to look like when we build it out, what is the procurement policy for, or what we're investing in, what's the existing facility, what's the build out time, because this is a needed facility, but I don't understand enough about that facility and how it integrates with the community. As we talk about the FQHCs, who has access to it, I want to make sure that this facility, if we reinvest in it, is going to be providing the maximum support to the community network. And the reason we say that is because this was a big item before we got into the pandemic. We were here at the board, and I started to receive letters, just like all my colleagues, that said, "Please don't sell the public health lab." And there was kind of I believe, a staff kind of proposal in health to consider outsourcing the public health lab. Right, so a part of this kind of gets back to not just the paragraph side of it, but I'd love to see the business plan for the morgue and the public health lab and what it's going to achieve. That's it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. The great thing about going last, are there any other questions from Supervisor Rabbit?
Well, the first time that ARPA came to us, there was a line item for $40 million for the public health lab and the morgue, covering the total cost, or thereabouts.
27.
But I remember it being a $40 million project at the time. And I guess my point to what was just brought up is that $15.1 million fund balance, correct me if I'm wrong, is totally discretionary general fund, even more discretionary than ARPA. So we are making these decisions and kind of growing the pot and making our, going forward. The money set aside for demolition was in order to get a higher price at one time, and obviously it was going to be spent somewhere. But you're right. Now we're putting it towards this particular project, growing the pot going forward. But we do have the ability to not do that and to look at other things and or use the fund balance for whatever we want to at some date too, with the additional flexibility built in.
If I may, I think that's a part of what, when we get to comments, is what I'm going to be interested in, even though we're authorizing this amount of money as an allocation, is figuring out when we present and we get an update to our board on, before we actually approve all these outlays. Because there's like a pseudo approval, and that's kind of the question, is that, are we locking in right now? Because I support the idea of the public health lab. I'd love to see it, but I haven't, after putting $20 million towards the Sears building, it's because of the public comments and the discussions and us going through a deliberation. So I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to weigh in and look at what the plan is for that.
Any other questions from my colleagues? the great thing about going last is most of the questions have already been asked, but I do have one last question, which is really sort of just dialing into this premium pay for essential workers. And I understand that NACO, for instance, had some guidelines around this, and I'm wondering if I could get a little bit more information on kind of the ARPA intent, because I believe that essential workers are specifically called out, and I would love a little more detail. Director De La Cruz, do you have any additional information on that?
This was really an HR labor issue. I have information that comes, that's publicly available around NACO guidance, around the use of ARPA for essential workers generally, but not necessarily on the county staff that's proposed here.
This is Christina Kramer. I would recommend that maybe if Debbie's available, she can speak to that.
Hi, good afternoon. Debbie Latham, Assistant County Counsel. And again, this is an interesting issue. Unlike trying to provide funding for work already performed in the context of living wage that we discussed this morning, which has constitutional provisions, this is a carve out. This is a funding specifically earmarked by the federal government to provide rescue funds to the county for qualifying reasons. One of the reasons that qualifies is for certain essential workers. And as noted by Natalie Brunamonte earlier, all county workers are disaster service workers by statute. And therefore, if your board chooses to exercise discretion, you can make an argument that therefore all county workers should receive ARPA funding as essential worker pay for work during COVID. And how you want to divide that up is really at the board's discretion.
Thank you very much. And one follow-up question is that I think it's very important to obviously acknowledge that county employees are essential workers. My understanding is that you could also have a program that would support, for instance, lower wage essential workers in the community who do not work for government. Is that correct?
That is correct. Under ARPA guidance, there is a provision that allows for that as well. I will note that EDB put forth a department proposal in the earliest rounds of department proposals regarding ARPA to do that, to essentially pay hazard pay for disproportionately impacted workers. And you might speak to that CAO staff around kind of, the decision on why that didn't move forward. I think my understanding is that it was understood to be something that might be proposed by community-based organizational partners or community partners to use for ARPA funds, but that was certainly contemplated and proposed by the Economic Development Board in early conversations about how to address disproportionality experienced by essential workers of color.
And following up on that, is that the kind of project or program that could fit into the sort of rapid economic assistance bucket, or one of the buckets that we have here, and sort of, and also would a county department be eligible to say work with community-based organizations to bring forward a proposal in response to the RFP?
So I think that there's plenty of space in the funding kind of notification and award process to allow for a county department like EDB or HSD to develop a program with community-based partners that deals specifically with the impacts to essential workers of color. The rapid economic assistance, the $9 million that is recommended by staff, comes out of much of the Cura data around folks who were not eligible under earlier criteria for the emergency financial assistance, as well as a number of folks who still haven't been able to access emergency financial assistance, or those people who are coming out of the kind of the rental assistance program, finding that is too restrictive to meet their needs and needing something that's a little bit more flexible. So hopefully that also addresses Supervisor Rabbitt's earlier question around, how'd you get to 9 million? What is that? I think it was you, Supervisor Rabbit. Where did that number come from? That number does really come from looking at data of people who still have not been able to access help during this pandemic to really kickstart that recovery. So that is grounded in Cura data from the disaster response so far.
Great. And then quick follow-up question. I did note, UBI listed in the agenda item, and I'm just curious to sort of hear a little bit more about the conversations around the Universal Basic Income pilot, because I know that is something that other jurisdictions have either enacted or are looking into.
Sure, I can speak to this, Chair Hopkins. This was a proposal that the Human Services Department submitted as a department proposal early on to work in partnership with the Family Resource Center Network and other organizations. Most recently, as you pointed out, the city of Healdsburg and the city of Santa Rosa are exploring and are looking to fund a GBI, or Guaranteed Basic Income pilot. We have been approached by the city of Santa Rosa to partner to submit a proposal through the community grants process. So that is something that the department is looking at in partnership with a variety of community-based organizations.
Great. Thank you very much for that information. I have a whole lot that I'm excited to say, but I will save that for later. Any other final questions from members of my colleagues? All right, then Supervisor Rabbit.
Just to reiterate, and I'm not sure where it comes in, but to Supervisor Corsi's comment earlier regarding homelessness, I know there were some additional capacity building projects that were still on the docket that this was seen as a logical source of funds, and I'm not sure if that means it comes out of the that category with the shelter on the those impacted by COVID, or if that means, because I'm not sure if there's already. Well, I just want to make sure that we reserve enough capacity to make sure that we can carry forward those projects.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Rabbit. And actually, I will ask a question for the public record. Earlier, I leaned over to CAO Bratton to ask how much we have remaining in our contingencies, which is something that we track throughout the year. So I'm wondering if you could share that number with the public and the board.
We have, as of today, $4.42 million in contingencies. And I will say that probably the main thing we're tracking this year in terms of hitting contingencies is jail population and whether or not it starts to increase, where we have to open up the North County Detention Facility. So that's kind of the main caveat.
And if memory serves, CEO Bratton, we usually actually start with just $5 million in contingencies per year, correct? And this year we had more than we normally do.
That's correct. And I think we started with 5.9 or 5.7. Natalie can get me the number.
We were actually at about 6.6 million to start this year.
Great. Thank you very much for that information. With that, I am going to open it up for members of the public to speak. And I do just want to make a reminder note, which is that translation services are available in Zoom, and the way that you access them is by clicking the globe icon. So if at some point we do have a member of the public speaking in Spanish, we can access that by clicking that globe icon and selecting English. And it's a little bit challenging for us to do the translation in real time from Spanish to English in the chambers. So if a member of the public wishes to speak in Spanish, we're just going to ask for a very, very brief timeout. Some of us have earbuds and other devices that we'll be listening in on, and some of us will be actually going into the room next door to listen to the English translation in real time. So I just appreciate everyone's patience as we navigate the hybrid world. It would actually be easier for us if we were all on Zoom, but this hybrid is going to require a little bit of technical wizardry. So just please have patience, and we'll make sure that everyone has access to information in Spanish or English as appropriate. So with that, I'm going.
Chair Hopkins, can you repeat that here in Spanish, or have our Spanish interpreter repeat that guidance here for people who are listening on Zoom?
It was sort of shared at the beginning of the meeting, and I can also, and we have translation services in real time, but I think that's a good point that someone might not be sort of listening to the translation services. Supervisor Gord, do you want to sort of share that in Spanish?
Yeah, I'll try. Do the best I can. Gracias a todos ustedes que hablan español como primera lengua por participar en esta reunión con la Junta de Supervisores. Nosotros tenemos servicios de traducción aquí, pero hay algunos de mis colegas que no hablan español, y si ustedes pueden ver en la pantalla que no están aquí mientras hablan en español, es porque escaparon en la sala atrás de nosotros para escuchar a la traducción traducción en inglés. Entonces, algunos de nosotros van a quedar acá en nuestros asientos y otros tal vez van a irse allá si ustedes están hablando en español para escuchar a la traducción en inglés. Y después vamos a responder a lo que dicen ustedes y gracias por participar. Les agradecemos mucho por su paciencia.
Great. All right. With that, I will go ahead and ask if there are any members of the public who wish to speak in person on this item. Seeing none, I would like to ask Marcy, how many hands raised? I understand we have quite a few Zoom participants, and so I want to make sure that we are running past time, that we kind of are able to get to everybody. So if everyone could go ahead and please raise their hand in Zoom if they do wish to participate or speak, that will help us set the amount of time to ensure that we get through everyone.
Thank you. Absolutely. Please do raise your hand now if you're wanting to comment on this item. It's number 45 on today's agenda. And if you are a phone-in attendee, you raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone keypad. And I will just pause for a moment while Thank you so much. And the number I have right now is 23.
Okay, great. Could we please go with 90 seconds on this one? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The first commenters are Sunny, Thomas, and Phil.
Hello, thank you. Sunny Galbraith again, here with 350 Sonoma and an executive board member at North Bay Jobs with Justice. We believe that the ARPA funds should be used to directly support farm workers through paid disaster leave and hazard pay. These funds should go directly to workers through trusted community organizations and not through subsidies to employers or the wine industry. As a climate activist, I recognize that farm workers in Sonoma County are on the front lines of the climate crisis, bravely working in extreme heat and dangerous wildfire smoke conditions, putting their health on the line to support the backbone of our county's economy. Their great care and love for the land must be compensated fairly with hazard pay. As a public school teacher, I have worked with children of farm workers. The effect of the economic insecurity and dangerous working conditions on a child's ability to be successful in school is devastating. As a board, you have the power to help not just the farm workers, but their children too. Farm workers in our county are overwhelmingly immigrant, indigenous, and people of color. Many are undocumented, so they are not eligible for disaster unemployment assistance from the state. Using the ARPA funds to support paid disaster leave and hazard pay for farm workers is a way that the county can address this urgent need, take significant steps towards addressing racialized inequality, and send a message that immigrant and indigenous farm workers are valued in our community. Thank you so much.
Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, Supervisors. This is Thomas, and forgive me. I do support the previous commentators' comments, while I'll be addressing a different thing. The pandemic affected many areas of the county, both services and people. With all due respect to the equity team and their effort here, which is enormous, and I'm going to highlight that here. This is very much an example, an experience of building the plane while flying it in the air. I want to help make sure that the plane reaches the ground and that there's wheels on the plane. And so a couple of things I want to point out and thank the supervisors, both Supervisor Corsi and Rabbit, for mentioning issues regarding homelessness. And it's very important. I hope that there can be a carve out for homelessness because it didn't seem to be addressed. Now, they may have considered it, but certainly it's a really big issue and it wasn't addressed. I hope that there can be ongoing board review and measurement and oversight. And the point I'm making is that Sam Jones was affected by about 60% of the people have been infected. So it's a huge thing. and the HMIS tracking has really suffered, and we need to augment those funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next commenters are Phil, Mike, and Jana.
Good afternoon. My name is Phil Gross. I am President Emeritus of the Hacienda Improvement Association along the Lower Russian River. I'm also North Coast Regional Chair of the CDP Rural Caucus. And as such, I'm very concerned about the rural parts of Sonoma County, and particularly the Lower Russian River. I want to speak specifically about the broadband portion of this proposal. It is really, really critical for our rural residents that we do all that we can to improve broadband in our communities. It's a priority of the Biden administration and of the Newsom administration. The state just allocated $6 billion to be spent to build the middle mile for broadband. But the more important part of it is that by having a statewide plan, we're more eligible for the money in the infrastructure bill and in the Build Back Better bill. And likewise, Sonoma County will be more eligible for more funds the more robust and sophisticated their plan is for deploying broadband throughout the county. So I would just urge you to do whatever you can, invest as much as you can in broadband for our rural areas. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, I'm Mike Nichols, and having been involved as a county volunteer and working on county broadband issues since 2010, I wholly support the investment of ARPA funding for affordable and ubiquitous broadband expansion within Sonoma County. The COVID pandemic acutely demonstrated the need for high-speed broadband in education, health, and emergency services for the underserved and unserved communities within our county and state. It's interesting to note your Santa Clara County Board of Supervisor colleagues is also addressing broadband needs today and are actually considering the adoption and funding of a municipal broadband network serving their impacted and underserved communities of East San Jose and South Santa Clara County. As you well know, broadband is coupled with economic development. The potential opportunity of $9 million in non-RFP and RFP funding with leveraged federal, state, and local investment potential touched upon by Supervisor Rabbit is a generational opportunity to complete the necessary work of connecting the unserved, as well as the underserved speed threshold impacted households and businesses in Sonoma County. Thank you very much.
Okay. That's very weird. Yeah, I mean, because county's offering like.
And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Jana Blunt. I'm president of SEIU 10-1's Sonoma County chapter, and it's official, the 2021 recipient of the North Bay Labor Council's David Grabble Kicking Ass for the Working Class Award. But do I deserve that? We're going to find out today. I want to thank you for your time, consideration, feedback, and especially for giving me faith that you'll find a way to do the right thing today. Since I started down this road in September, I've met hundreds of county workers all across our many bargaining units, from management to extra help. I've listened to them, cried with them, been yelled at by them, and I promised them all that I'd do everything in my power to convince the 5 of you to choose the solution that addresses both the side effects of neglecting our living wage ordinance promises, plus ensuring equitable recovery for our lowest paid workers through ARPA. The CAO's current lump sum proposal inadvertently penalizes our extra help staff for having been penalized by having their hours slashed during the pandemic. Our ARPA proposal would provide true equitable recovery, with extra help employees receiving a sum they can actually use while still honoring those who were here for both years more than those who came on later. It's the best of both worlds. Our ARPA proposal would allow you to stand up and reward those who suffered the most with a dignified lump sum, which would not only recognize them for their service, but it can also serve to right the wrong we've made by neglecting them over the past 6 years. Thanks so much for your consideration.
The next commenters are Michael, Mary, and Marty.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Stanford. I'm an extra help park aide of Regional Parks, and
SEIU Local 1021 Chapter Officer at the county. Last year, I had my income slashed by half to $13,500. It's $1,100 more than the federal poverty level. And yet we know that $23 an hour is what at least needed to live here. The current CAO proposed hazard pay would disproportionately penalize myself and my coworkers. Proration is morally and economically wrong, plain and simple. To award those who serve side by side with full-time employees, but reduce our share of our pay, we already have borne an oversized cut to our livelihoods, is insulting. We, part-time and extra help, deserve the full amount of hazard pay because our lives have been impacted harder economically, but also that we are humans equal to that of our full-time compatriots. By prorating us, you are saying that we are not equal humans because you won't give us the full-time work. That is morally wrong. Not only do we deserve the full amount, but $1,000 is inadequate. I have already mentioned that my income was halved in half, just above the federal poverty line. The $1,000 isn't going to cut it, as that is less than 10% of what I lost working for you and the community last year. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
And if our next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Thank you. My name is Mary Sandberg. I'm a vice president with SEIU 1021 and also vice president with the Labor Council. And it was my great honor to be able to be part of the equity work group that talked about ARPA funding and how to disperse it equitably in our community. I want to give Alegria and Oscar huge kudos for their leadership. The board for having the vision to put together this community group. It was very much a learning opportunity for me. I was part of the data subgroup, and so I completely support the comments that Alegria has made about the county investing in its own infrastructure and the positions needed to do so. We heard the eligibility workers will be distributing these funds. And we obviously had data issues when COVID first struck and not being able to accurately count COVID cases in our Latin community. I'm also going to very much advocate for the use of ARPA funds for hazard pay for workers, farm workers and county workers. That is a big part of what these funds are being made available for, is to be able to support workers who are on the front lines, exposed to dangerous exposures of COVID, their families, the stress. It really is a justified use of these funds, and I encourage the board to seriously consider the county's proposal and farm workers. Thank you.
The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Marty Bennett. I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Locals 2850 and 49, unions representing hotel, restaurant, and gaming workers in the North Bay. The county should prioritize ARPA funding for hazard pay and direct financial assistance for all essential workers, but particularly including low-wage immigrant workers of color. And I would highlight these particular occupations: farm workers, hotel and restaurant, day laborers, grocery, nursing home, childcare, and domestic workers. The hospitality industry is lagging behind all others in the current recovery. Hospitality and tourism are one of the cornerstones of the regional economy, and a robust recovery is crucial. The workers we represent, including both those who have been recalled and those who have not, we estimate about 40%, are experiencing high levels of economic insecurity. Hazard pay will provide increased financial stability until the industry fully recovers. We cannot afford for skilled hospitality workers who know the clientele and how to provide the highest quality services to leave the industry or to leave the area in search of more stable employment. Hazard pay for all essential workers will recognize the contributions they have made prior to and during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter can unmute and state your name. It's difficult for me to deduce the name from this profile. Goki? Shows an email address, and you should be able to unmute at this time. I'm sorry, for this individual, I'm not seeing the action of unmuting on your end, although you should be able to. Thank you. And Tom, Marcel, and Gregory are the next commenters. Tom, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my name is Tom Woods. I'm with Teamsters Local 665, and I'm an executive board member at North Bay Jobs with Justice. I appreciate the time. Black, Latinx, immigrant, and indigenous workers and their families have been disproportionately negatively impacted by the pandemic in terms of COVID cases, premature death, and economic hardship. We heard that from staff today. In particular, farm workers have been hit very hard over the past few years. While much of the world went into lockdown and work from home mode, farm workers continue to work, get sick, and struggle to support their families. In addition, farm workers have had to work on the front lines of climate change-fueled wildfires, smoke, and extreme heat. We still don't even know what the long-term impacts will be on farm workers' health and their well-being from having to endure these hardships. Farm workers in our county are overwhelmingly immigrant, indigenous, and people of color. We believe at North Bay Jobs and Justice that ARPA funds should be used to directly support farm workers through paid disaster leave and hazard pay. These funds should go directly to workers through trusted community organizations and not through subsidies to employers or the wine industry. Many times, farm workers don't have a choice about working in dangerous conditions because of the economic need. In addition, as many farm workers are undocumented, they're not eligible for disaster unemployment assistance from the state of California. Using ARPA funds to support paid disaster leave for farm workers is a way that the county can address this urgent need in the community. Farm workers often take the brave step to work in the vineyards during hazardous conditions, such as evacuation zones, unhealthy air quality, or extreme heat. Farm workers are putting
themselves... Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hello?
Hi.
Thank you. Honorable Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. As a retired public health psychologist, veteran, volunteer with the North Bay Organizing Project's Immigrant Defense Task Force, and a member of Oakmont Standing for Justice, I support the proposals made by the Sonoma County Office of Equity towards the disbursement of ARPA funding. The community engagement and partnership strategy and structure and the language access policy proposals respond to the circumstances of our disproportionately impacted low-income communities and communities of color. As we know, immediate assistance toward rent, childcare, hazard pay for farm workers, and culturally responsive disaster planning is an urgent need for many of our neighbors. The community engagement and partnership strategy and structure proposals fits with the county's strategic plan, race, equity, and social justice pillar objectives 1 to 3. The countywide language access policy proposal is aligned with the county's strategic plan, race, equity, and social justice pillar objective 4. Thank you all for your service. My name is Gary Keeney.
Thank you. The next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Gregory Farron, and I'm a member of your working group. Let me just, Chair Hopkins and members of the board, the opportunities afforded by ARPA funds and the community capacity building that they can support are game-changing for a variety of your goals and core pillars. But more importantly, they can greatly impact the lives of those most impacted by the virus. They can highlight innovative means and methods to serve our residents. I probably don't need to alert you to the fact that ARPA is only the beginning of an increased support from state and federal coffers. Sonoma's share of another $2.5 trillion is on its way. So my advice to you is to make your decisions on the many needs being presented to you with all of the funds you will have available. Do not waste ARPA funds on needs included in the infrastructure or Build Back Better Acts, or expenses which could be funded from your general funds. Second, pay attention to the funding source prohibitions against supplanting early funding allocations with subsequent funds. I know it's hard not to respond to what's in front of you with currently available dollars. It's a struggle the community faces every day. We trust you to help shape the design and content of the government we need and to support the community we are and can be. It's the job of being a visionary you are elected to be, and the community members we all are. It's now time for all of us to step up and do what's right.
Thank you. The next commenters are Fernando, Pat, and Grace. Hi, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. My name is Fernando Mora. I'm part of a group that's working with the Indian tribes and their rural neighbors to build to connect the communities to the broadband superhighway. And I just wanted to express the need for consideration of a public-private nonprofit approach to bringing connectivity to these communities, and request that the Board of Supervisors consider deploying as much capital as possible to this urgent need. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat McDonald. I'm an attorney at Legal Aid of Sonoma County and was a member of the ARPA work group. I encourage you to adopt the ARPA funding proposal prepared by staff from community recommendations. And I just want to make 2 points to that end. First, the pandemic hurt us all, but it has not hurt us all equally. White residents of the county in large part were not harmed to the same degree as people of color were. White residents disproportionately own businesses. They have home equity. They have access to health care, which shielded them from the worst of the pandemic. Oscar Chavez earlier mentions the community safety net. And the ARPA money, I think, is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to help communities create exactly that safety net, address the needs that they see, and work toward broader transformation so that the inequities we saw during COVID are not the inequities we see during our next crisis. And this proposal enables that. Secondly, I want to highlight the funding structure in the proposal. I think as much ARPA money as possible should be allocated through the competitive and collaborative RFP with county departments and local CBOs according to the priorities set by the community. Our CBOs are close to the communities they serve. They've repeatedly shown potential to be creative and effective in creating lasting change. By maximizing the money available through the RFP process, you will harness the creative energies of our communities to propose the projects that will build collective wealth and power and chip away at those underlying inequities. Please adopt the proposal in front of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Grace Chung Shulman, an Asian American and 18-year resident of Sonoma County. I'm honored to have served on the ARPA Equity Work Group. In spite of having to work together virtually, the work group process was very effective and immensely intense. In addition to the many hours of work sessions, we also analyzed many data files and provided online analytic input on our own time. The collaboration between county staff and work group members was positive and productive. Discussions and brainstorming were very intense and wide-ranging, drawing from our own lived experiences and even soul-searching. I speak in support of the staff recommendations. It is a rare opportunity to have access to the APRA fund. The proposal aims not only to heal the current wounds, but also to build a culturally responsible network in preparation for future disasters. I hope you would consider positively the proposals and recommendations. I also strongly recommend that this community engagement process be a model for future county policymaking. Thank you.
Thank you. If the next commenter could please unmute and state your name.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I am Regina Brennan, and I'm a member of the ARPA Equity Work Group. I hope that our work, our recommendations, our experiences, the conversations we've had at ARPA town halls will not be ignored. Equity means distributing resources based on recipients' needs and based on past policies. Discriminatory policies created and implemented by both government and private sectors have brought us to this point, and it will take intentional, targeted decisions to address generations of discriminatory policies and practices. We know that the pandemic has hit BIPOC communities the hardest. In addition to the pandemic, Blacks have been disproportionately affected by decades of institutional racism. If Sonoma County is to engage in tangible equity work, adequate funding of creative programs is essential. Targeted financing and investing in programs such as down payment assistance and home buyer education, as well as innovative housing models, will address some of the pressing needs in this county. In addition to attending ARPA town halls, our equity work group sessions met for 18 hours. We ask that you respect and honor the recommendations made by the ARPA equity work group. Thank you.
The next commenters are John, Max, and Maddie. John, if you are able to unmute and begin.
Apologies, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Hello, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. My name is John Wielden. I work in administration for the nonprofit Social Advocates for Youth and have had the honor to serve alongside my fellow community members as a member of the ARPA Equity Work Group. I would like to call attention to the recommended action items under D, Community Investment Buckets. We endured an exhaustive process to generate these strategies in order to support the members of our community who've been most disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Utilizing the ARPA funds to invest in the suggested community buckets is not only in line with the purpose of the federal act, but directly aligns with the values, principles, and pillars of the county's strategic plan. I implore you to not only approve these recommendations, but to take them to heart and prioritize the identified needs of our communities in your future decision-making. While the ARPA funding is a rare opportunity for meaningful impact, one that could move the needle that Algria had mentioned previously, funding alone will not fix systemic racism and economic disparity. As has been mentioned, the county needs to continue looking inwards to identify the barriers and obstacles that put a damper on meaningful change. The ARPA funding is just one step on the long path towards making Sonoma County a place where all residents have not only equal access to basic human rights, but the ability to succeed and thrive. Thank you. I yield my time.
If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Max with North Bay Jobs with Justice. We at North Bay Jobs with Justice strongly support using ARPA funds for hazard pay for all essential workers, including low-wage county workers and hospitality workers. But I want to talk a little bit about why it's so urgent with farm workers. farm workers are having to go out there and work during fires, during smoke, extreme heat, and have not received any kind of additional compensation during all of the pandemic while they've been working. The backbone of our economy here in Sonoma County is agriculture, and especially wine tourism. And so we really need to recognize the work of agricultural workers. Part of what's happening here is that agricultural workers are falling through the safety net. People are not receiving any kind of state unemployment. They're oftentimes not receiving any kind of payment from their employers when they're not able to work because of sickness or of fires. And so this is an opportunity to actually start what needs to be a long-term and sustained investment, both public and private, into really making sure that there's a safety net for farm workers, the people who do the most essential work in our community. And you have a chance to start this off right, and then next year in the discussions on Ag Pass to legislate that hazard pay and paid disaster leave are part of this safety net that needs to be a much bigger vision of how we take care of the people who are doing this essential work.
Thank you so much for the comment. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Yeah, hi, Maddie Hirschfield, Political Director with the North Bay Labor Council. And gee, Max just kind of stole my thunder, but I want to reemphasize a few things. There are so many people worthy and in need of hazard pay, but I do want to just take a minute to stress the need of farm workers who, Max quite eloquently said, show up every day. And as Alegria de la Cruz said in the beginning and showed us with data, that these people have been more affected by our disasters than anyone else. People of color are often farm workers. They're also immigrants. They're also undocumented, and so they don't have the traditional steps to seek assistance. And as Max mentioned, it's a major part of our economy here. And these workers don't have the choice oftentimes to not go to work because of this extreme need to make sure that they are paid and that they can take care of themselves and their families. So I would urge you to please include farm workers in the hazard pay as part of ARPA funding. Thank you.
Next commenters are Ana and Attila.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Anayeli Guzmán. Soy una trabajadora agrícola. Estoy apoyando el proyecto de trabajos con justicia del norte de la bahía. Más que nada, mi opinión es...
Lo siento, pero...
Anayeli, ¿se puede parar un momentito para arreglar lo que es la traducción ahorita por sus comentarios?
Oh, sí.
Sí, gracias. Ok, un momentito, vamos a arreglar, a ver qué se puede. Los supervisores se tienen que ir a otro cuarto para escucharle bien.
Thank you. And Jamie, if we can restart the timer, please. Thanks so much.
Can you guys give me a thumbs up over there when folks on... Okay, great. Thank you. Anayeli, siga. Gracias.
Sí, mi nombre es Anayeli Guzmán. Soy una trabajadora agrícola y en estos momentos estamos apoyando el proyecto de trabajos con justicia del norte de la bahía, el cual son 5 demandas para el cambio en cuanto a las condiciones de trabajo para los trabajadores del campo. Estoy de acuerdo con que los fondos de ARPA se asignen a las personas que, como yo, trabajamos durante ya sea los incendios, durante la lluvia, durante la pandemia. Muchas de las veces a nosotros no se nos da esos recursos porque a veces no contamos con algún documento que pueda justificar nuestro trabajo, pero sí quisiera que directamente nos hicieran caso en cuanto a ese pago por riesgo, y pues que que fuera eso, que nos tomaran más en cuenta de todo lo que nosotros, el esfuerzo que nosotros estamos haciendo, arriesgando a nuestra salud, porque no podemos a veces quedarnos en casa sin ir a trabajar y solamente decimos que estamos en manos de Dios. Entonces es mi opinión y espero que sí los fondos de ARPA pues lleguen a más personas indocumentadas como yo y como muchos más que existimos en los files.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Alegría. And the next commenter is Anna. If you can please unmute.
Sí, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Ana Salgado y soy miembro del Comité Ejecutivo de Trabajos con Justicia, representando a la comunidad. Y también tengo un programa en KBBF, el cual me permite escuchar las necesidades de nuestra comunidad. Y entre ellas he escuchado las necesidades tales como las que explicó la señorita Anayeli anteriormente, y en lo cual estoy presente aquí abogando también porque muchas de estas necesidades se ven expresadas en las 5 demandas que han puesto los trabajadores agrícolas en diferentes departamentos del condado. Y básicamente les puedo decir que fui testigo de la incertidumbre que muchos de ellos están viviendo, porque muchos de ellos vinieron a pedir apoyo y a ver en dónde podían ellos calificar para que les ayudaran con muchos de estos gastos, ya que por su condición indocumentada no tenían el valor ni tenían ese apoyo para ir a pedir la ayuda. Entonces yo creo muy necesariamente que esta incertidumbre no se les debe de dejar y debemos de buscar la forma de cómo apoyarles, ya que son parte esencial de nuestra economía. Gracias.
Thank you. And Attila?
Hi, I'm Attila Nagy, Executive Board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Executive Board Member of North Bay Jobs for Justice, also with Comite Vida Immigrant Rights Organization. Now, I'm here today to advocate for Black, Latinx, immigrant, and indigenous essential workers, especially farm workers who put themselves on and their health on the line for the harvest, working in the fields. They have been negatively impacted by the pandemic and need to be compensated fairly with hazard pay. Many farm workers are undocumented, not eligible for disaster unemployment assistance from the state, and so a substantial portion of ARPA funds should be used to directly support farm workers through paid disaster leave and hazard pay. As stated before, the funds should go directly to farm workers, not through subsidies to employers or to the wine industry. Using ARPA funds to support paid disaster leave for farm workers is a way that the county can address the urgent need in the community. Thank you.
And thank you so much. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So we are going to, before we begin deliberations, take a brief half an hour recess for lunch. And then, and we're also going to take just a couple of our closed session calendar to get that started, which we will likely then continue our closed session calendar in the afternoon after all of our other regular calendar items are completed. So I do want to give an updated estimate for a number of our afternoon items. It will come as no surprise to folks who are watching this meeting that we are running behind schedule. So originally we had a number of time certains, I believe, starting at 1 p.m. And I'm just trying to pull it up right here. So lots of pages on the agenda today. So originally we had a 1 p.m. time certain on an urgency ordinance, followed by a 1:35 p.m. on a sort of land conservation contract, followed by a 1:40 time certain, followed by a 1:45 time certain, followed by the 2 p.m. time certain on the redistricting final adoption. And so I would estimate at this point in time that we will be adding at least 1.5 hours to each of those. And I'm going to apologize if it goes to 2 hours, but let's sort of assume that we will add 1.5 hours to each of those time certains for all of those folks who are planning on participating in those items. So we're going to just take a half an hour break. We plan to be back by 2 to respond to all of the wonderful and thoughtful and heartfelt public comments that we just heard. So thank you, members of the public, for your participation. We will take a brief break and then we will return. Council.
Public comment
Yes.
on closed session items, but I also have 2 additional notes. Both item 49 and 52 have been withdrawn in addition to the 2 you noted earlier.
Thank you, Council Pittman. And so with that, we will go ahead and take public comment on our closed session calendar for today. Just looking to see if anyone in person wishes to comment. Seeing none, I would ask if any members of the public wish to comment on our closed session calendar for today. Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in Zoom comments for that.
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to comment on the closed session calendar items before the board today.
Which I believe is items 48 through 53.
Yes. Thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you. So we will adjourn into closed session for half an hour and plan to be back out here at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will begin in a brief moment. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. And Chair Hopkins, we are ready to resume.
Thank you very much, Marcy, and thank you to members of the public for your patience. We're going to be just sort of dividing our decision-making process into two different parts today. So we're going to start with sort of some of the pieces of those pie and have discussion and board deliberation around those. Those include, number one, approving the operational budget of $23.8 million through December 31st of 2023, approving the implementation budget of $4.8 million through December 31st of 24, looking at the funding for the public health lab and morgue, the funding for the lump sum pay for county workers, and the 3 departmental proposals to invest in the county's cultural responsiveness. But before we sort of jump into deliberations, I would like to acknowledge the many hundreds of emails and comments that we have received from our absolutely amazing county workforce. And I would personally like to thank you on behalf, and actually also on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors, through your service throughout the duration of this pandemic. Government didn't stop. Government needed to keep going. And I really appreciate our workers who showed up every day, whether that was in person or virtually, to make sure that those essential services were being provided. And I also want to acknowledge the many county employees whose job sort of, class and purpose changed entirely, to be retooled to really focus on the public health disaster response, stepping up those safety net services, and also diving into some of the critical equity work as we saw the ongoing disparities that were on clear display through the duration of the pandemic. And so I actually would like to ask my colleagues that we start with that lump sum payment for county workers. And I actually believe that we have a commitment from our board. I'm just guessing what's in my colleagues' hearts right now to increase that and to improve that and to acknowledge the sacrifice and the performance of our county workforce. So I would look to my colleagues for a proposal on the lump sum payment. And we can have a little bit of a conversation around what that would look like and also sort of what the potential funding pathways for an increased lump sum payment to our county workforce. And just looking to my colleagues to see who would like to jump in. Supervisor Rabbit and then Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I'm glad you put it in that way. I do think that when ARPA came out, it was always available that hazard pay, lump sum pay, whatever you want to call it, was one of the eligible criteria or one of the eligible expenditures within the Act. And I do think that it's appropriate. And I think we all want to acknowledge, again, like you said so well, this last nearly 2 years now of having to pivot on the dime, really in one day's notice, get out of the office and keep carrying on the work. And within the county family, there's so many people that do so many different things that are all an integral part of that, including those that truly frontline workers. Everyone is a frontline worker of some sort, but those that had no choice but to show up at their office or their place of work to deal with our citizens, our constituents, our residents of Sonoma County, to deliver those services. And very grateful for that. I've been on a couple of other bodies that have been discussing the hazard pay and lump sum pay, and we were fortunate to be able to grant some of that. I know there was in terms of what that actual dollar amount should be. What's always true is that the needs exceed the resources, even in this case when the federal government is putting some money on the table as well. But I do believe that we could afford to do perhaps more than the $1,000, and I think that we can probably better that by a good 50%. So, something around the $1,500 I think would be meaningful, and the sooner that we can get that into the pockets of our employers, our employees, the better off I think we will all be, especially given this time of year, going into this new year, and hopefully getting through this winter as unscathed as possible through COVID, and looking for brighter days ahead, and with acknowledging that we're going to have a different looking workforce and different acting workforce in terms of whatever we do on the telecommute policy side of things as well. So I think it's an interesting time to be a public servant, but one that we want to recognize the incredible amount of work that has been done for the last 22 months or whatever that number has been. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Rabbit for leaning in here. It's always tough to figure out what the right number is, but I couldn't agree with you more in terms of needing to get there. I have a couple questions. Maybe a county administrator or somebody from staff can help out with this. But if we're looking at the current proposal for 1,000 being around $4.82 million, I can do my own math, but I assume we're looking at about $7.5 million if we added to that. Is that what you're tracking towards from what Supervisor Rabbit's talking about?
So I'm going to ask Natalie, but I think it's another 2.4 million. So what is that, 7.2 or 7.3?
Sorry, I had seen a document previously that did say the 1,500 would total 7.7 million. And I think it was nonlinear for reasons that happen in the background.
Okay.
We believe, Human Resources believes it's about 7.6.
Okay, so 7.6 to 7.7 is what we're currently tracking at. I think maybe as we work through this item, you could bring it back to. The question I also have is this item that came up around extra help and other things like that. I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit about the issues there with putting together the policy that you presented and then what we've heard from some of our employees. I think that's when we're getting on to the 75, 50% in other areas. So I just wanted to bring that up, see if anybody wants to lean in and give an explanation a little bit.
I can lean into that, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you.
This is Christina Kramer. So the original recommendation in the board item does have sort of a stepped amount based on the number of hours. Extra help employees do augment other areas and other functions. We do hear the concerns that the extra help employees have made. It's difficult to understand exactly how much work they would have been working because not all of them have regular schedules and they work intermittently. So if you wanted to sort of do something with different with extra help based on the recommendations, perhaps the easiest route would be to amend the proration and do something more like extra help would receive 100% of the lump sum or extra pay, provided they meet a minimum threshold of 200 hours. That pretty much all but eliminates the proration. The reason we recommend a very small amount, that's 200 hours over what we are calculating as a 21-month period. And we have extra help employees who do very minimal amount of work. So we really are trying to, and that is their intent. They might be poll workers, okay? That sort of thing. So we believe the intent is really to do more for those extra help employees who are working a little bit more regularly than the truest intermittent extra help employees.
Well, I think so. That's very good. I question for the county administrator maybe about process on this is that do we anticipate that that you want direction on the overall level of funding and then some direction in terms of the extra help stuff? Because I also, some of this stuff might need to be looked at and brought back as an appropriation, but I want to see how much direction you want on this item and what might need to come back, because I personally, Supervisor Rabbit proposing that we take it up by 50% of what was proposed here from 4.82 to 7.6. I think that's a good start to where we're at. I think the other side is this other side of extra help. Would you want us to decide that now with the 200 hours and just kind of get it moving, or is there some things that you'd want to study and bring back to us as well?
So I really think it's the pleasure of the board. We're prepared to go forward and do the meet and confer on the elements.
Okay.
We would want the board to carve out the total amount from ARPA so that we know that's available, and then we would meet and confer and come back with the final package.
Cheryl, if I may add to that, I don't want to forget, if we do adjust the proration amount for extra help employees, we should do the same for our part-time regular employees. Traditionally, we have prorated any sort of lump sum based on their FTE, but if we are not going to prorate in the way that we've recommended for extra help employees, human resources recommendation would be this, to basically also treat the part-time regular employees as they would receive that amount. And to be specific, yes, we would need the amount approved so that we can meet and confer to provide an equivalent amount of lump sum based on that amount that is set aside.
Okay. What's the when you're talking about the cumulative of how many employees this would cover? I know we use different levels of for aggregate employees for different things, full-time, part-time, others. Christina, do you have any good estimation of what's our what number we're working with right now?
For how many employees we're talking about?
Yeah, when we're covering. Yeah, exactly. I'm just looking.
Oh, I've got many pages in front of me. Janie, if you're there and you have it more at hand, please help me out here and jump in.
So we do have 511 extra help employees that have worked during the time outlined in the board item that have worked over 200 hours. And were you looking for a total number of employees, including extra help?
What's the other number that you're using without the extra help for our total FTEs that this would apply to? Or, you know, you don't have to give me a specific. I'm looking for round numbers. Is your best guess?
3,800, probably.
3,800.
And then can I ask how many extra help employees would be eliminated from that minimum? Because what I want to make sure is that we're not penalizing people who are penalized because there was no work during the pandemic, you know, like, for instance, our park rangers.
So just the 200 is the time period, if you, just as a reminder, is from March of 2020 until now. So it's a year and 2/3. So it's a pretty low number of hours for that period of time, given most of our employees have been back at working full hours for a very long time. Extra help obviously work less hours in many cases.
We believe that park aides is, I believe, the position that you're referring to, Supervisor Hopkins, Chairwoman Hopkins. And 200 hours is about 25 8-hour shifts over those 21 months. Generally speaking, a park aide, an intermittent park aide is going to be scheduled well above that according to a schedule. So we don't believe they would be left out based on that 200-hour minimum.
You know, I think there's a couple ways to look at this. The one thing that I'm considering is that we go from 1,000 to 1,500 for employees, but then we add elements to 511, which actually drops that back down. I know this is an imperfect process, but I'm thinking of saying we're at 7.6. We rounded up to $8 million. That's 400,000. That covers those employees, and you guys work with what you have. I personally love the proposal that Supervisor Rabbit had. I don't want that to pull off of the employees that are there. I think we can work around this, but the reason I say this is because what I've heard from you, all of you, and from our employees about what they've done, and I honor their work. And so I don't know if there's support for that, but that's what I think that would allow us to get closer to making sure that this hits people's basically their homes and not just gets weeded out. So
Supervisor Gore, could you just sort of restate your proposal one more time, just so that we're sort of agreeing with Supervisor Abbott, and I just want to make sure
so it's a
we're all
yes
clear.
and. So Supervisor Rabbitt's proposal was to add 50% to the cost. So the proposal was 4.82 million to equivalent of about 7.6, which took us from $1,000 to $1,500. We are giving direction that anybody at this point over 200 hours, and I want to, and also if we need to put this into a motion later, but that also as kind of per the direction that you gave, which is, are we leaving people out who needed to work versus is this really that $200 kind of a good area to go? So my proposal would be to put $400,000 on top of that and even it out at $8 million for hazard pay for employees from COVID. $8 million total.
So essentially that extra funding would be to make sure that no one's left behind. So if during the meet and confer process there were individuals identified who were unable to meet that because essentially they didn't have work due to COVID, we would make sure they were cared for by the county. Okay.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Coran?
I really want to thank both of my colleagues because that's exactly where I was going. We've heard from many, many, many employees over the past months articulating the hazardous conditions that they worked under and the exceptional work effort that they provided to our constituents, our community during a really challenging time. So I would be supportive of both of those, rounding that up to really look at how we consider various employees and class of employees for inclusion into the hazard pay. So I will be supporting the revised motion.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. And I'll support this too. It's a lot like the living wage ordinance that we spent time discussing this morning. It's not enough. It should be more. I wish it were more. But it's an acknowledgement that this is important work. We've kept this organization going over the last 22 months, and the way we've done it is on your labor. So this is an acknowledgement of that.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Abbott, anything to add?
No, I appreciate that, and I think it's definitely a move in the right direction. And I think again, the asks for what we're going to go through are probably going to exceed the dollars available. But to be clear, we're still at a proportionality for the 511 extra help workers who exceed 200 hours, because we would be short 366,500, right? I just looking to staff to make sure that gets us where we need to be in order to believe that, or to augment the dollars to those folks. And I do think and acknowledge, a poll worker is quite different than someone who perhaps didn't get the work that they were counting on because of the pandemic as well.
And I don't know, Supervisor Gore, if that's a question for you in terms of clarifying your motion, or if staff has any additional financial information regarding the proportionality.
And just, I like the question here, because what I was working off was looking at this idea of the pro rata allocations, right? Of 50% for certain hours, 75% others. When I looked at when I was looking at like what, if we have 512 employees, and I was calculating if there was 400,000, that's about $780 a piece that would be added to that. I was assuming that there is already some money going to those extra help employees, but at a 25 or a 50 or a 70, not 25, but 50 or a 75%. I was kind of trying to just authorize enough money for our staff to be able to like equalize that book. And I don't know if I'm getting there, but I appreciate the question, because that's kind of the intent, was to make sure that we get individuals up to 1,500, that we don't leave others behind at like 900 or 800. And I don't know if staff wants to look at that or, take this as initial direction, or how that works, but that was the intent. Thank you, Supervisor.
So does staff have any additional information on finances? And I quite frankly would be curious to know, what is the total number if, for instance, we were to give $1,500 to everyone who worked more than 200 hours? I just would like to have sort of all of those numbers in front of us so we can look at them and think this through. Because I do worry that some folks would be being penalized for not having work because of the pandemic, right?
We believe that, so when I said that the dollar amount was about I believe I said 7.6 million, that was for the modified proration that I discussed earlier. So that would have included a larger amount of employees, as Janie Cardiff pointed out. And so if it's 8 million, then that is a good buffer to ensure that we have enough funds to meet and confer to satisfy your desires.
Okay. Everyone okay with that? All right. So it sounds like we have pretty much unanimous support from the board on this. I'm looking to my colleagues. So one thing that would be helpful as we move on from here is if we could actually bring up the slide. Maybe we could start with the pie chart, and then I believe the next slide after that had sort of the part 1 decision points and then the part 2, so that we kind of take this in bite-sized chunks and move forward from there. And I think actually, before we do this, question for my colleagues in terms of funding. Do we want to look at, say, general fund contingencies or other sources for this increase, or do we want to just grow that portion of the pie from ARPA?
I think my feeling is that we should work it through ARPA, and then we should identify if there's gaps as we go through procurement and other things later into this year, and see where our contingencies is. The only reason I say that is that there's a lot there's going to be, we got to understand that there's some of this money that we will have to spend with contingencies at the end of the year, and I have no problem doing that, but I don't want to pre-commit contingencies. I'd rather put out the funding buckets, and if staff ultimately, if there's more need out there that they come back to us with, that's above and beyond what they see in the ARPA buckets, and that's a good problem for us to have at contingency time, then I'd be happy for the board to prioritize it in that way. So I just feel like we should do this and then see as we go towards the end of the year, fiscal year, which is more maybe an update in April at our quarterly, or in May once they get the responses back from the RFPs.
Okay. Supervisor Corsi, were you leaning in, and then Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what my support was based on.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Ditto. I think you go with the known money, and then we go back and change the color money later as need be.
Great. And then Supervisor Coran, you're good with that as well?
I'm comfortable with that. I did want to offer, I really understand and agree with Chris Corsi's comment regarding homelessness and housing. It's not really brought out in the pie chart, I think, adequately. And I know a couple of us really emphasize the need for additional funding for housing and homelessness. And I had mentioned at the time $10 million for that. We may not have the funding for that, but I'd like to see the $5 million increased. I think there are many, many pressing priorities. Housing assistance is right at the top. So if there is a way for us to consider increasing the amount of funding going to homelessness and housing solutions, and potentially put this in the hands on the decision-making of the Community Development Commission and the Continuum of Care. There may be projects that we need to support a little bit more to get them to fruition, but I'm looking for some geographical dispersion and equity among funding for this from these funds.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Just clarification from staff and maybe the county administrator. Would you see that coming out of the disparities in public health outcomes? Because it seems like homelessness would be right in line with that. With that being said, and again, this is what I tried to say earlier by not knowing. So we have 17 million there, but as yet to be determined, right? It's a number based upon some data set, and if we take additional dollars and put it towards homelessness, whatever that dollar amount may be, are we going to be short in something else that we also prioritize? I do think that, and at one time we talked about putting aside like $4 million to be able to cover any additional near-term homeless issues. Certainly not going to cover the longer term, but maybe get us through this winter season.
Great. CAO Bratton?
Yeah, I believe staff indicated that the $17 million bucket, that's where housing and shelter is, but I think Alegria said, there was some discussion around it could fit under the other bucket as well. But certainly what we've presented today, housing and shelter is part of that $17 million health disparity.
Any other questions or comments on that one? Okay. One question that I actually have before we completely settle the county employee lump sum, I have been operating under the assumption, but I think it should be agreed upon by the board publicly that this does not include elected officials. And I wanted to look to my colleagues in terms of the lump sum payment. This is for county employees exclusive of elected officials.
This is not, I don't propose this is for us. I agree with you.
So excluding elected officials,
and I absolutely would agree. I know all of us here on the dais have been working in some challenging situations, but absolutely our employees are on the front lines, and we should recognize the conditions that they've been working under.
Thank you. I'm seeing consensus from my colleagues. So just to be clear, we are excluding elected officials from this county employee lump sum. So with that, we can go ahead and dive into those other Part 1 items. And I think that the next slide might actually have it sort of in a table that we can go through. So there's the operational budget. Or actually, okay, maybe it was different in my...
It's a bit farther down.
Okay.
Sorry, in the slide deck.
We can find... there we go.
Slide number
That's it.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Jake.
Perfect. So there's the $23 million for the ongoing response and monitoring. Do we have board consensus on that need? Any proposal? This is the ongoing response and monitoring the public health response for COVID-19. Thumbs up? Okay, great. Then we have the implementation costs for ARPA. Any questions or comments on that one?
Just one.
Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, I think this got to one of the questions that was earlier, which is our desire to have accountability, and which it can only be done through appropriate staffing and appropriate investment into programs and to bringing people together. One of the things that I talked with our ARPA leads about in one of my sit downs was the opportunity for these to continue to not just have this be a money out and then hope it hits the ground right kind of situation. So we had talked about funding being available, or the need to, as you create awards, is to potentially do training and give and push people towards partnering on one degree. So this is more the how. I'm not talking about the amount of money, right? And on the back end, I would say the ability to bring folks together. You talked about quarterly reporting. One of the things that I would really like to see is integration. We always talk about it on the board, not just a bunch of different funded proposals, but hey, you're doing outreach in the Springs this week. Can I lean on with you? So I just wanted to see with potentially some of our leads if that's the goal, and if this money really enables you to get that done, because that's what I hope to see in the community.
Supervisor Coran.
I would echo those comments. I have a question because in the pie graph that we referred to a little bit ago, the implementation was 4.8 million and now it's 4.9 million. Is that a rounding error, or is that going to be corrected, or how do you interpret that?
Through the chair, sorry about that. That was, the numbers were moving late in the process. The 4.917 is the correct number.
Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate it.
Excellent catch. Other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, so are we. And Supervisor Rabbit leaning in?
Just knowing that it involves additional FTEs, the comment made earlier about what is the long-range plan when those when the term of that term limited hire expires, because I know we've been hit in the past with those, and we've done a good job. Yeah. County Administrator's Office has done a great job, and our fiscal people of making sure that we had growth over time to accommodate that, but we just want to make sure we're not faced with that same dilemma again.
Thank you. And I really appreciate it.
I just wanted, whether it's Oscar or somebody else, that point I talked about with respect to training, constant, you don't want to make it so hard that you give community-based organizations the same problems we have when we get money from the state and the feds, which is that program administration is actually more trabajoso. It's a lot more work than it is to actually do the programs on the ground. But I'm just wondering if you're hearing this and if you're in agreement with the kind of concepts that we've talked about with accountability but not bureaucracy, with coordination and integration of programming and check-ins and opportunities for partnership, things like that.
Right. Supervisor, we have built that into the staffing programming. One of the things that we've talked about is really supporting a learning community. So as we are looking at the results of the quarterly reports, we actually want to bring our partners together and collectively look at the data and figure out what's working well. And if things are really working well, how can we amplify those best practices? So, what you're suggesting is exactly what we've built into the process for the ARPA. And our goal is to be able to continue that beyond the ARPA experience.
Well, and I'd also just add that, things like what we talked about in our earlier discussion is providing support for them to be able to give good information for you all to report back to the feds, as opposed to this being a point the finger at us or them as grantees is needed. So whatever there is appreciated. I would just say thank you very much. The only other thing that I would agree with Supervisor Rabbit on is there's two sides of this. This is what I love is that there's a lot of communities I know that are only putting this into physical infrastructure, not into humans, and we are doing that. At the same time, what I want to make sure is that you guys in those contracts, this is the other side, that's the good cop and then the realistic cop, right? Not the bad cop, which is in every contract and everything is that please list that this is one-time money. And that a part of their plans should be how do they sustain that work in the community or integrated into the community going forward, and how do we support that? Because we all know that in 3 years, 2 or 3 years, no matter what we say in a contract, we're going to get a lot of requests for people to continue this vital work in our community, and we do not have general fund dollars to sustain a $96 million investment. So I just want, for all the training and other things, please be crystal clear with that. That's, once again, try not to be a bad cop, but realistic.
That's a criteria that's integrated into the RFP application itself. So we've got it covered, Supervisor.
Thanks. Supervisor Rabbit?
Just to add on to that, I think it's great that Oscar and within that, the accountability standards, quite honestly, if a nonprofit or a community-based organization wants to continue moving forward, they're going to have to prove that in the initial grant application and grant, and then we're going to be able to judge the biggest impact for the dollars available. So I think that's actually set up well, and I do appreciate that aspect of it, because it's true. All the programs that we're going to undoubtedly put money towards are going to be so valuable. We don't want to see them expire, but this money is one time and is going to vanish at some point in time.
Thanks. I really appreciate that conversation and line of questioning, because I'd want it to be very clear to the members of the public that this implementation is also about technical assistance and also about equity, and that we need the folks within the county family to be able to work in partnership with the community-based organizations. I remember that when we had the emergency rental assistance dollars, we made a substantial investment in software to ensure that our local service providers could meet all of the, sort of federal regulatory compliance that was necessary in order to disperse those funds. And so I'm really grateful, and I know that it's not a small dollar amount, but in my opinion, this is money well spent, because this is investing in those partnerships with the community and ensuring that we can provide additional supportive resources, particularly in communities that have not had that capacity before. So I think we also need to make sure that we're doing this in a culturally responsive manner. So thank you for the work that went into that. Next up, so I'm assuming we've got thumbs up on this one, seeing nodding heads, great. So next up, we've got the Public Health Lab for $8 million, and I know we had sort of the conversation before about the other sources of funding that we were looking to meet that. Are there any concerns or questions? Supervisor Corsi.
No, I just want to support the plan that's been laid out by staff here. I think it's important that we pay for the things that we have to build. We know we have to build a new county center. We know we have to build a new public health lab and morgue. We're lucky to have the fund balance along with the successful sale of Sinead. And not me, but other members of this board put aside that $10 million for demolition a few years ago. We're lucky to have all that in place right now to use for what our needs are. So I support this plan.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Other comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Gore?
Already said it, which is I consider this kind of like in Congress where you authorize money and then you appropriate it. So my question just to the county administrator is, I'm supportive of this. I assume we will have a future item that comes back and says what the scoping is, what the idea is, because this has been such an abnormal way to look at funding a building and, you know, location discussions, other things like that, that this is kind of we're inventorying this money for the future investment. So that's it.
Great. Thumbs up? Okay. Wonderful. So moving on to the departmental proposals, these were the county investments. Oh, question from staff? Nope. County investments in cultural responsiveness. And this all seems very necessary. Any comments from the board or feedback on that one? Are we happy with that? All right, great. So it looks like we have covered part one. I do want to ask one final question just for clarity for my own peace of mind. When we are looking at that lump sum payment for county employees, what would be sort of the potential proration for one of our lower paid county employees who had, you know, their work hours severely curtailed by the pandemic? Because I really do feel very strongly about not kind of basically hitting them twice. And I'm hoping that the funds that were additional or proposed by Supervisor Gore could meet those needs. But I wanted to check in to get some clarity on that point before moving on to part two. And I don't know.
So,
there we go.
Let me try to answer that for you. So basically what you've done is you've set aside $8 million for us to meet and confer with our labor partners on what would be a lump sum in the range of $1,500 per employee, and whether or not for us to meet and confer over the appropriate proration for any employees who were extra help or who missed that. So I can't give you a specific answer because I think we'll work through that in the meet and confer process. I think the best way to respond to your question and concern is that we believe that the amount that you've set aside will allow us to address that. And any employee who, you know, setting aside employees who really aren't intended to work as extra help as sort of this is what they do to make a living. I'll just use poll workers as an example. That's sort of an extra, that's extra help at its most basic minimal level. So we believe that amount will allow us for those employees who work as extra help with a little bit more hours, more regularity, while maintaining and staying within the parameters of appropriate use of extra help, that amount will cover what we need to cover with them, if that is responsive to your question.
Great. And I hear your point. I didn't anticipate poll workers being part of our conversation. I think that's a very clear example of who we're not necessarily intending to cover. But I want to make sure that our park aides, janitorial services, anyone who might sort of be in a more part-time or extra help role would be covered. And Supervisor Abbott, you were leaning in?
Well, I think you just said it. I mean, I think just the intent would be to get those that are most adversely affected by COVID, those that lost hours, as well as those that were working, but without kind of going down to the poll worker level. And I think that I'm glad to hear that staff hears that and has the ability to kind of parse out the dollars accordingly.
Perfect. And I would just say that, you know, if we're very close to making everybody whole, I personally would appreciate it coming back before the board to say, hey, with $100,000 more, right, we could be at the place where, you know, this works for everyone and those most impacted are. But does that sound like a conversation we're trying to work within the $8 million? But let's have that conversation and let's go through the meet and confer process. All right. So I believe that does conclude our part one, and we can move on to part two now. So we are going to have to make some adjustments as a result of increasing the lump sum payment. So maybe we should start with broadband because that was such a substantial range. Thoughts on broadband, or does anyone want to start on a different topic to provide some direction? And also, actually, before we sort of start slicing and dicing the numbers, it might actually just be a good opportunity to check in with all of my colleagues. What are the priorities that you really want to lift up? I heard Supervisor Corsi loud and clear talking about homeless services. I heard that echoed by Supervisor Coran. I'm very interested in what we can do for farm workers, and I've got a couple other things that I would like to share that I've been hearing from the community. So why don't we just take a quick check-in on sort of some of the, I guess, philosophical priorities of my colleagues, and then we can start slicing and dicing the numbers and balancing it. So would anyone like to lean in on that? Supervisor Gore?
So I just want to honor a couple things that I've heard that I completely agree with. The first one is that I don't know exactly what the area of the farm worker focus needs to be, but I want to make sure that it's covered within this area. The reason I say this is because, one, there's been a discussion about hazard pay. Second has been about disaster-based income. Years ago, Sonoma County published a report on through the health department on the status of farm workers. And I think what we understand is that, like, I just want to go out on, and be bold, as we all have, and say that this is a key area of the safety net that we have not been able to reach and support. And so an allocation of funding, I don't know if we need to bucket it away or if we ask the equity leads and on our departments to be able to identify proposals to do that. I would rather, instead of just throwing out numbers right now, is look at proposals, look at things that could leverage private sector money. I know that in the past we've had wine growers and others create a foundation. I mean, at the onset of the pandemic, there was even a discussion, outreach workers, people like Zeke Guzman, on like, can the county put money down and encourage private sector investment into some of these things. And so there was a lot of different stuff going on. And then so I think, as you've mentioned, that's one. The other one for me is really, I've seen it 3 or 4 times into these proposals, but as much as some of this money is direct money onto the ground, I would love to see further leveraging, right? Like, so for example, we've had, there's a big discussion 2 or 3 times listed in here about disaster response or mitigation with underserved communities. We've talked about the COAD being an organization and a lead. There's been discussions about us putting in a grant to FEMA, a BRIC grant, that could potentially either do just us or to be a region or be something with other jurisdictions and heavy hit places that really focuses on workforce development into this mitigation work. So I just throw those 2 out and back off because I know we could all have 1,000 ideas, but those are 2 things that I'd love to give kind of clear direction. And then rather than allocating a specific pot, I'd rather see which ones of these this fits in and see how staff feels that they could manage that, because I don't want to go into every detail.
Great. And do you feel like these sort of fit within the existing sort of parameters, but these are the kinds of efforts that you hope will come forward from the community and move forward?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'd rather say that these are within the efforts and these are important interest areas, and then have staff be able to come back to us and say, here's what we've been able to see, here's the kind of proposals that we've gotten, we've had conversations through it, and these are the opportunities, because I don't want to put money out if I don't know exactly what it's going to go to.
Great. And I had Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Coran. I see you.
Thanks. And I want to second what Supervisor Gore is saying here, and also thank the folks who turned out today to speak up on behalf of farm workers. We just had our crop report delivered to us last week, and it's full of great pictures of people working in agriculture in this county. And I want to do more than honor them with pictures. I would really like for us to find ways to make sure that they are taken care of with that economic dignity that we talked about first thing this morning. At the same time, what we heard from a lot of the labor folks who spoke today, and some of the farm workers too, was not just hazard pay or disaster pay, there's a movement right now, the 5 demands that have been put forward for farm workers, and it involves more than pay. It's training, it's safety, it's things that for most employers are an employer's responsibility. And I don't think that all of that should be put on ARPA. I would love to see something come out of this where the industry and the farm workers and their labor friends get together, put a proposal forward, and figure out how to truly make this a public-private partnership. So, as Supervisor Gore said, I think and I hope that this framework that we've got set up can accommodate something like that. And also, I don't want to dilute some of these other things by doing what I believe that employers should be doing also. But, with the rapid emergency financial assistance, that I hope is going to find the people most in need, whether they're farm workers or housekeepers or, Uber drivers or wherever they are in our economy. Let's find those people most in need through these other buckets.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Coran?
I agree with those comments, absolutely. Our agricultural economy really is based on the labor of both permanent employees and casual employees through labor contractors. And not every employer is the employer that we would want them to be, and step up to the plate and recognizing the hazardous working conditions of our farm workers, especially during those smoke-filled skies and emergencies. I do think our farm workers deserve that hazard pay for working through many, many conditions. But the 5-point plan, yes, it is about health and safety, training in languages that they can understand. It is sanitation facilities. It is dignity of work, as well as recognizing the hazardous conditions that they work through. I think it would be very important for us to reach out to our partners in the vintners and growers to start working and negotiating on how we can collectively recognize some of the conditions and demands of North Bay Jobs for Justice, because I think we do believe in justice for all. And let's figure out how we can collectively work with our partners in making that happen. So I agree with you.
Thank you, Supervisor Coran. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, and I just on that particular point, I think you'll see movement on addressing those worker issues in the near future, and I welcome that. And I think it's timely, of course, going forward. In terms of what I'm looking for in the big picture, I mean, I can't help but think that this particular year, going back to those, I keep going back to that same mantra of how do you identify those most adversely impacted, looking at some of the job losses, that data that we were told early on. Food industry, 20.5% job loss, personal care, 20.5%, sales, 12, office admin, 10.6, accommodations, 9.1, and so on and so forth. Really start to hone in on those that truly lost income from day one and perhaps never got truly recovered or had to go shift careers or whatever else. So I think that's a place to start. The other part that's really, I think, important is to recognize that in spite of the horrible, loss of income and all that brought, is the psychological impacts of COVID, especially on our children and our youth and the schools, and the effect of, I think we're going to have some years of playing catch up on a variety of issues, academically as well as all the other social and psychological. And the mental health needs that will come from that, I think we are just, now's the time to make that investment as well. So that, to me, that's a huge issue that I'd really like to see going forward. To the extent that we can use these dollars, and not, my fear is that if we scatter them too thinly, that it's more of a little economic stimulus exercise instead of really boosting and bringing someone to a place where a higher level that and generational almost. Is there a way to really achieve that, hone in on those most adversely impacted, and really get significant dollars to those to really change circumstances, trajectory, work, type of work, you name it, housing, all the things that we all worry about, but would obviously be so worried about without any income to pay for it. So for me, it's really trying to identify that as best we can. And I realize that's, again, one of the harder things that we have as a county because of the way that we operate, but that's the ideal.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Any other thoughts from my colleagues? I just want to say yes, and I agree with everything that my colleague said. And in addition to raising up the challenges faced by our farm workers, I also want to acknowledge those who work in the tourism industry and domestic workers, which sort of often include a lot of our sort of lowest wage workers, also a high representation of women of color in some of these workforces and undocumented workers. And so I think that one of the most important things we can do is really work with the existing community-based organizations and potentially support new community-based organizations that know and live with and work with these residents so that they will have access to these kinds of services. I also completely support what Supervisor Corsi and Supervisor Coran were discussing earlier with respect to homelessness, and also Supervisor Rabbitt's comment on youth mental health and mental health more broadly. I do want to raise a couple of other sort of conversations that I've had with members of the community. I'm really excited by the sort of disparities in public health outcomes bucket. And one of the things that I think is really important to look at is racial health equity, and in particularly implicit bias within our existing healthcare system that goes beyond sort of what government does and into the private sector. I have had conversations with some folks from the Redwood RCHC, Redwood Coalition Health, something, I will look it up. It's an acronym, but it's basically all of the federally qualified health clinics in Sonoma County, as well as, I believe, Marin, Napa, and Yolo. And they are actually interested in starting the conversation around racial equity and implicit bias in staff and sort of culturally competent healthcare systems. And so I think that that's something that is so important to address, given that this is exactly what we saw throughout the entire COVID-19 pandemic, is quite frankly the historical disenfranchisement of communities of color from healthcare systems, largely based on these implicit biases that were left unaddressed, and then the resulting distrust. And so, yes to the working with the promotores, and, yes to also trying to sort of look at our existing healthcare systems and ensure that they are culturally competent and working towards racial equity. I also wanted to lift up a proposal and conversations that have come from Barhai regarding what is a really huge problem in Sonoma County, which is quite frankly the Black homelessness crisis, and how do we really look at housing and racial equity in housing and the overrepresentation of the Black community, unfortunately, in our homeless population, and the lack of access to home ownership. And so I think that all of these things are on the table, but I just wanted to highlight a few of those issues. And I also wanted to echo what Supervisor Corsi said, which I think is kind of getting at this point of, equity is not just going to be achieved by one-time funding. We also, quite frankly, need to look at policies. And so I would hope that we can carry some of the work that was done through the ARPA process, because I know there were policy recommendations and requests that came from the community during this process that we're not discussing today, because right now we're focusing on the funding piece. But I'm hoping that when it comes to agenda setting for the year in January, that we can actually listen to the community on some of those policy proposals and ensure that they are given sort of their due time before the board next year. And I think that living wage ordinance was a great place to start, but I think that we need to move beyond that and have some bigger conversations. I know during living wage, we also talked about minimum wage. There might be some other things that are out there, and I think that we should build on this equity work that has been done through the community engagement and hopefully continue it further into policy conversations. Looking at my colleagues, anything else to add on this? And I guess this is an open question for my colleagues, is how do we want to go about slicing and dicing this? Or do we actually just sort of want to leave this part 2 bucket for staff, quite frankly, to use their best judgment in terms of adjusting some of these buckets to meet the needs of the community and sort of the conversations that we had today. Because we could sit here and we could say, okay, well, we increased, the lump sum payment for county employees, so we're going to take $1 million from the rapid emergency financial assistance and $1 million from the disparities in public health outcomes. But we also might actually sort of leave some flexibility based on the proposals that come forward. And some of the proposals might, quite frankly, be able to draw from multiple of these buckets. So I'm open to my colleagues' suggestions either way. Supervisor Corsi?
That's not a bad idea. But I think that if we settle the broadband question,
That's a good idea, yep.
that it'll help staff focus this even further.
Great. So why don't we settle the broadband question and then potentially leave open the flexibility or have a conversation after that? So, CEO Bratton, sorry, you're leaning in. You're like, flexibility. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, my recommendation is we do leave here today with the amount in the buckets that are going to go out in an RFP. So, we will need to adjust the 3 million or whatever it is to come out of the green, somewhere on the green, so that staff is clear on what's going out in the RFPs for the two categories and the 9 million. So
you wouldn't feel comfortable, say, having a range for a couple of those buckets or looking, because there could potentially be proposals that might actually check multiple of the boxes, right?
So
for benefit projects.
We built in to the RFP process this idea of staff would have the authority to move some funding around depending on what the proposals are and the review committee. And so today, I think it's important for the board to make sure we're signing off on the review criteria, because that will get to kind of all your interest you expressed just now, because that's what staff's going to do, or the review committee, when they look at proposals and bring them forward to the board for final approval. So I think there is flexibility in the recommendation, and I invite Oscar, Ethan, or Alegria to weigh in or add anything if I missed anything.
I think that's absolutely right, CEO Braden. We did include in the board item that specific request that depending on the number of proposals that come for each bucket, that we would have the ability to be able to shift if there was additional requests in one particular bucket. That makes a lot of sense. And because we don't know the kinds of proposals that we're going to get, having that discretion will be very helpful.
So essentially we can make buckets, but we can change the buckets later. So it's kind of the same thing. It's just that it happens on the back end instead of the front end, right? Okay.
Through the chair, one thing I would like to add as we're progressing through the decision making that I didn't hear is absolutely having direction on broadband would be helpful. We also probably need direction on the rapid economic assistance because that is time sensitive. So just as a reminder, we got through part one. Having direction on broadband as well as rapid economic assistance would be excellent. And I think then if we can do a 60-40 split for the other two buckets, we'll be in a really good position. But I hadn't heard that $9 million, and I just wanted to remind that we need direction on that as well.
Great. Yeah, I think we should start with the broadband, and I would bring that to my colleagues for consideration. Supervisor Corsi?
I would suggest we stick with staff's recommendation on broadband, which is $2 million, to basically have the organizational infrastructure in place for the really significant investments that are coming down from the state and the feds. I trust staff that this will be enough to have that organization ready and to move on once we have additional funding.
Do we have concurrence from my colleague, Supervisor Coran and then Supervisor Gore?
I agree with Supervisor Corsi's recommendation. Let's get the planning in place. Let's get the plan in place and get ready to take advantage of some of the funding that might be coming from the state and federal sources, as well as technology sources and other sources of funding. I will continue to say I'm really concerned that the plan may say, as it has before, let's start the planning through the core areas and then eventually get to the outlying areas, when I think the communities in need, especially in the Springs and River area and Roseland area, and maybe up north, are desperately in need, dealing with educational disparities, health disparities, and how can we figure out how to get the broadband accessibility into the communities that that desperately need that assistance. And it is a challenge, absolutely, but let's see if we can figure that out.
Supervisor Gore?
I just want to applaud staff because the best way to get $2 million is to have $2 million be the floor on a $9 million proposal. That was, no, but all jokes aside, call out the work of not just Ethan, but, Calvin and, Mike Nichols and that have sustained this over time. And, Ethan, you've told some of us that really the future of broadband is not, it is some kind of there needs to be some kind of a governance model. It's not just from an agency or department as an economic development board or like transportation and public works to go after. There's too much of a jurisdictional crossover need. And so the one request here would be to a lot of what you've heard from our board over the course of the last year. I know Supervisor Corsi and others have really talked about this too, is the multi-jurisdiction effort. There's a group called mayors and council members. There's definitely different city manager groups and others. So just direction would be to find a way that this supports countywide deployment to all of our constituents. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit?
I appreciate that too. I just wonder if, would this $2 million be the governance planning funds? Do we need to set aside, I don't know what's going to come down, quite frankly, although there's talk of lots of money, but I assume that all of that will also have a local match of some sort. And then I wonder, will we deal with that a separate time, or should there be money put aside at this particular point in time to make sure that we have the local match covered?
CEO Bratton?
I'm going to look to Ethan, who is closer to this issue. I know Jennifer LaRoque's also working on it, but Ethan, if you have an answer, that would be great.
Thank you, CEO Bratton. You are correct, Supervisor Rabbit. There's so much that's unknown right now, and we did provide that set aside to use this unique opportunity should your board wish. I do know that what we are looking at here from the state is between $15 and $31 million, depending on how they decide to define what a rural community is. And they're looking at that statewide right now. And we don't know what's coming from the feds. I would like to look to Calvin Sandine to give him an opportunity. He's our broadband analyst at the Economic Development Board to chime in and talk about what he sees as specific needs, because there is a technical aspect to that question that I would feel more comfortable if he was able to address that.
Follow up on that?
Calvin should be joining.
Okay.
Hello, how's it going? Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, I do have limited broadband at home, so that is a
ironic.
Great transition. But yeah, absolutely. As far as what's been developing at the state and federal level, there is a lot of unknown, and that there is a need to set aside additional funds to prepare for that. I have spoken with the CPUC directly, California Public Utilities Commission, and they let me know that communities that are more prepared and getting all their planning in place and also dedicating funds towards infrastructure specifically are more attractive as far as communities to work with proactively. Not just at a state level, but also in federal agencies' eyes, that if they are seeing commitment from these jurisdictions towards solving the digital divide, that is going to be a great use of county investment. So I can go into more specifics on kind of why this is a good decision, but I'll leave that up for any questions.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Well, I guess perhaps my inquiry probably goes more to the county administrator, just to make sure that, hopefully there's success at broadband at the state and federal and the dollars start to flow, are we prepared to have a local match of any kind of significance, or should we carve out some amount to cover that out of these funds?
And if you give me a minute, I'll try and get an answer to that question.
No, that's great.
Great. While we're waiting for that, I was actually really glad that Cal popped up on the screen, because I wanted to give a shout out to Calvin Sandine and also to Mike Nichols, who have been two tireless, hardworking champions of broadband, and also just kind of share my thoughts, which are, I have been fighting for rural broadband for years. I'm a huge believer, but when I look at these funds and I think about $20,000 versus for one connection versus $20,000 being $1,000 per family, to workers who are really in need right now, that's kind of where my mind is going in terms of supporting the governance structure, which I think is critical. But I also would want to ensure that if funds become available and we need a 10% match or a 25% match, that we are not leaving money on the table and unable to draw it down. But I would hope that in contingencies or in some other sort of potential fund that we would have an ability to move forward with that. And I think that the first piece is really getting that governance structure and ensuring that we have the resources and the capacity to try to pull those funds in. So hopefully achieving that would show the federal and state government that we're serious about this. Should we move on to something else? Do you have an idea, CAO Bratton?
I do not have an answer yet.
Okay. So Supervisor Abbott, where are you? Do you want to sort of okay with the $2 million, but then trying to find another source of funding for a potential match, or do you want to sort of suggest that we do carve aside some for a potential match?
Well, what prompted my question was the range, and then and understanding the connection, like you said, the connection of the different number of families, but knowing that is on the horizon, and just wanting to make sure, like you said, we don't leave anything on the table that we can't come up with a match with. If the match is $2 million or less, I'm not as worried about it. If it's something significantly more, then we have to plan for that. This is, perhaps the $2 million on the governance, and then set aside $2 million, just kind of park it and revisit as needed, or something like that. Something along those lines might not be a bad idea if we want to make sure that we are moving forward. If it's something less, I'm willing to say, fine, let's not tie up any money that we don't have to.
One question that I have, and this might be a Marissa and Montenegro question, would be, do we have any information regarding the Build Back Better plan, or sort of is it planning on being sort of a, per capita or per connection, just pass through money that doesn't require a match? Because that would be awesome. But if it does require a match, then we should be prepared to sort of have some funds. So we don't have any sense of sort of what federal and state revenues might be available, or that it's going to be a pass-through versus a grant application process. I don't know, Calvin, have you heard anything at the state level? And we could also check in with our legislative analyst.
I did get something from RCRC with federal broadband information, so I'm pulling that up right now. So I can come back possibly with an answer in a few minutes once I look at it.
Great. So maybe we can just take a brief pause on broadband while we sort of seek out this information, or do you want to sort of, any other proposals from the board? Do you want to just take a couple minutes to figure this out?
I'm fine if you want to move forward. Just put the $2 million. If there's a need to put the other dollars forward, you can.
Okay.
Get on to the next item.
Okay. And I actually want to give the microphone to CAO Bratton, who had a potential proposal on how to sort of address the money that was that we are increasing the lump sum payment, and a possible way of allocating the rest.
I'm wondering if we can pull Crystal and Carrie Harrow up into the screen to talk about broadband, because it is in our strategic plan pillar, and there's been a lot of work going on with the objectives and the funding request, and so I'm hoping Crystal can answer the question. So Marcy, do you see Crystal in the queue?
And is there any possibility of strategic plan money being allocated for the matching?
Crystal's here. Are you having trouble seeing some of the panelists? Do you want to have a temporary
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Move of the slide? Okay. Natalie, I'm going to take down the slide quickly.
Good afternoon, Crystal Carey-Harrow, through the chair. I missed the question specifically, but yes, in fact, there is quite a bit in the strategic plan infrastructure pillar related to broadband. Jennifer LaRock, as Cheryl Bratton mentioned, is our project manager working directly with EDB. She's actually in the grant contractor meeting as we speak, speaking specifically about broadband, but if you could repeat the specific question, I may be able to answer it directly.
So Crystal, Supervisor Rabbit was wondering if we need to pull off more ARPA dollars to hold back as potential match to leverage federal dollars. And so there's been a proposal from staff to use $2 million of ARPA mostly for governance around broadband. And the question is, do we need to hold back a little bit more so we're in a good position to leverage state and federal dollars? And so I don't know what we have in the funding requests that are coming to the board later in January, early February for broadband.
That's a great point, Supervisor Rabbit. I think we're a little bit early on knowing what the programming of that broadband funding looks like. Calvin did mention the rural communities organization, but we're not to the level of detail where we know what the match might even be. But my understanding from Jennifer as well as Marissa is that there will be some kind of match. So I do think, just like as we did with the Recovery and Resiliency HMGP grant applications, I think it would be very smart to set aside some money for matching funds. There are no in the year one strategic plan funding requests, anything for broadband, in part, I believe, because Ethan and Sheba knew that there would be an ask here and broadband was high eligibility for this funding stream. And also because it was only a $5 million bucket of funds. And certainly a broadband or any major infrastructure project would eat up the bulk of a $5 million funding source.
So I think the question for the board is, do we want to set aside some funds for potential matching, which if those projects don't come through, we could set a sunset date and then return it to the pot, or increase other contracts. Thoughts from my colleagues. Supervisor Gore.
I'm comfortable with us sticking with $2 million, seeing how the rest of the pots come back, and if we need to look at this or look at contingencies and others, that's just my personal belief at this point. I believe what we've looked at, we will get a good idea when we go to National Association of Counties Conference in February with what the infrastructure bill is currently coming out with. I think we should have some meetings about what that is too, but state as well. So I think it'd be good to come back with it.
And I agree. It's speculative at best to determine how the funding might be implemented at the local level and what kind of local match there might be required. And we don't yet have a plan on equity and implementation for this. So a lot of unanswered questions, and I look forward to developing the plan and then coming back and having a thoughtful discussion.
Great. Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm completely clear whether there's whether the $2 million, all of that is needed for setting up governance for broadband, or if there is some match money available in that number.
I can speak to that, Supervisor Corsi. The proposal for $2 million was just for the startup and administrative costs for that broadband entity.
All right. Well, we're going to be looking for match sometime. The question is when. But I think that Supervisor Rabbit is correct in backing us up a little bit here. I would support another $2 million in match money that if we don't need it, we can put it back into the pot.
All right, I would support a match money set aside as well, but sort of given the variety of perspective I would also be open to a compromise of, say, $1 million of match money, and then to look, at more contingencies. But I'm open. I'm looking at sort of Supervisor Coran. Would you be able to support like a $1 million?
I'm looking for a relatively small amount of matching funds because it is, as I said before, it's speculative at best. $1 million may be adequate, it may be too much, it may be inadequate, and we have no idea.
So is that a...
I'm supportive.
Okay. I'm looking to my colleagues.
I just don't want that in the when we're in the gladiator den.
We need a new thumb emoji. That's the Susan Coran thumb emoji. That's the wiggly one. Yeah. It's like a half. Yeah. Anyway. All right, would that be sort of okay if we look at sort of a board consensus of $1 million of set aside, and then also, hey, if it turns out that's actually way short, I would support coming back and having a conversation around contingencies or other pots of funding. And if we end up not needing it and the feds and the state just rain down money on us, then I would happily return that to the pot as well. So, good? Okay.
Good.
All right, so now I'm going to hand it over to CAO Bratton, who has a suggestion for the remaining.
Yes, thank you very much. And this is basically Natalie's suggestion, which the staff recommended, and that is a 60-40 split of the balance. But before we go there, I'd ask, does the board want to pull off homeless dollars for kind of a direct amount that CDC would be responsible for in coordination, working through the COC? And so that's the question I would ask the board. I heard a number of comments to that effect, so we just need to know if we're going to pull off any more funds before we split the balance 60-40. And I don't think we've addressed the $9 million yet, so we just need to confirm that the board's comfortable with the staff recommendation on the $9 million of rapid assistance.
Great. Why don't we start with that $9 million? Are we supportive of the $9 million? See a thumbs? Okay, so supportive of the rapid assistance for $9 million. And then I think the question is, do we want to call out homelessness as a priority, or do we want to see that sort of embedded in the existing bucket? Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, I'll go back to what I said earlier. I think that, this is it's a priority for us. It's a priority for our community. And it's certainly a priority for a lot of the people who are living out on the streets right now. I think that what we did last year was we took $2 million in PG&E funds and trusted the CDC and the COC to put some recommendations forward. I think that we were all pretty pleased with the way that came out, and I'd like to see us do that again with at least a similar amount. If we want to do a little more, I'd say when we figure out how much is left in those other two buckets, which is going to be around $35 or $40 million, I think, take 10% out of those two buckets, 6% from the larger one, 4% from the lesser one, and put that towards homelessness.
And actually, I do recall, Natalie, that you promised to do some of your budget wizardry and pull up a real-time spreadsheet. And so if we could actually get that going, that would be amazing.
Can you see my spreadsheet?
Yes, I can.
Great. So just if you like, I can give you a quick orientation. This column is what was recommended. What we really are interested in right now is the column in green. I've got our running balance going. So here's everything that you've decided on so far. This is our part one total. Rapid economic assistance. I have a placeholder here for homelessness and broadband. So where we stand right now with all of the things that have been approved is a balance of about $38 million. I can, roughly rounding to that 10% level, I could pop in $4 million there. And then this will show us the 60-40 split for these two remaining buckets, if that would be helpful.
How do you feel about that, Supervisor Corsi, popping the $4 million and then seeing what is left? She was just sort of suggested, I think, $4 million, roughly 10%, to put in for the homelessness, and then we can see what the numbers would look like for the 60-40 split. Is that a good? Okay.
Can I just ask a question while you do the math? To the board, I think the interest here for staff is also to make sure that any of the stuff that gets pulled out and directed to a specific source is still connected to the results-based accountability approach. So I just want to make sure that that direction is clear, as we're making these specific investments.
I really appreciate that, and I was actually going to bring that up as I would hope that we are looking at that same set of criteria as we are approaching the homelessness funding. Looking to Supervisor Corsi, says absolutely. I'm seeing nodding heads from my colleagues as well. All right, how does that look to everyone? Stunned silence, smug silence. What's the silence energy that I'm sensing right now?
That's what that is that's consent. And I want to say this is that it's like we're all sitting here at 3:30 p.m. and I want to thank the chair for leading us through this. But I am not only comfortable, I am very happy that staff came back to us with this 60-40 split. I do agree with the allocation you mentioned for homelessness and all the other items for results-based accountability. And I think, for me, I don't really have a lot more to add. That's why I was quiet. So I'm in support of where we're going. Thank you.
Great. And before we sort of get to it, I also just wanted to call us all back to the criteria for recommendations to ensure that we are all comfortable with that. They are as follows: prioritize cross-agency partnerships, demonstrate evidence-informed program design, support relationships with underserved communities and culturally responsive program design and service provision, foster Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and AAPI networks of mutual learning and support, serve prioritized census tracts identified in the Portrait of Sonoma, and then also identify if projects are one-time investments or how they will support the work after ARPA funding has expired. And I think that it's really important, quite frankly, that we support these because this is the work of all the folks who participated in this process, and I think that should apply to everything that we do throughout this process. I'm seeing nodding heads. I think we have reached a decision here. Any final words before we move on to the rest of our day? All right. With that, I will thank staff one more time because this has been a beautiful process. It has been an engagement process, and it's been a learning process. And I think it will actually be a continuing learning process as departments and community-based organizations work together to implement and to work within the criteria and the framework that you have created. So thank you for centering equity in this process and not just talking about it, but actually doing it. This is what this should look like. So thank you. You have the full board's gratitude for the work that you've done. And with that, I would ask Marcy to go ahead. Actually, formal motion. Who wants to throw it out there?
I move to spend $96 million in the following ways.
I thought it was like Jeopardy. You're slamming the bell. You're like, it's me.
There's a lot of elected officials in this CSAC world and other things that we do that for some reason they always want to be the first and the second, but I got there before.
I will be the second.
Okay. The motion is to approve it based on the direction given to staff. So we have a second. I guess the question is there a need to read that into the record, or are we good to the county administrator and others? I think we have.
Do we have the appropriate direction?
Yep.
That's the question to ask.
Everybody nod. Don't.
I think we're good.
Okay.
As described in the magic spreadsheet of
Yes.
Natalie.
Okay. Thank you.
Personnel resolution also.
Well put.
Included in your motion?
Well put. Yes, it is. Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Appreciate that. All the other items unrelated to the reallocation of the dollars that were held there within.
Nice use of there within.
Thank you.
Supervisor.
What did Andrew Smith say that one time? Whilst? Yeah, okay.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Just clarification, Natalie had I saw 3 million on the broadband. Was it 3 total or 4 total? Was it 2 and 2?
I thought we settled on 3, 2 and 1.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, 3 total.
All right. So with that, Marcy, I would ask for a roll call vote on that motion and that second.
Supervisor Coran.
And I'd like to echo the comments and the incredible thank you to all of you and all of the community representatives commenting on this throughout the outreach process. It's been a long time coming. I appreciate everyone's comments and passion on this. Aye.
Yeah.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad this is the last item for our day. Appreciate that.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. Thank you all so much. Thank you
Oh
for the
my
work.
God.
Really, really appreciate it. Great work.
the
Great
morning.
news. We just finished our morning agenda, everybody, and it is 3:30 p.m.
Good luck.
All right. And so with that, we will be moving on to our afternoon agenda, just a couple and a half hours late, beginning with our 1 p.m. urgency ordinance to amend and extend the Sonoma County Code Chapters 40. So I will hand it over to our Permit Sonoma Director, Tennis Wick.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. This is a measure being forwarded by Ross Markey and our staff, and given the late hour, would the board like presentation on all the Permit Sonoma items, or make us available for board questions?
I think legally we can't consent calendar all of this, right? So let's expedite this as much as we possibly can. Do we need I'll look to my colleagues. Do we need a presentation on this one, or do we have any questions, or should we start the public hearing? Okay, I'm looking at starting, unless staff has any complaints, to go ahead and start the public hearing on this one.
That's great, thank you.
So with that, I will ask if there are any members of the public who would wish to speak in person on this one. I do see one. Great. Do I need to do it here? Do we need to turn on this device? Or is it may not be dead? Do you want me to try down here?
Somebody here? What's going on? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Yeah,
This is not the first time. Okay.
Do you want me to go tap it and see if it's working?
Squirrel. Okay. What is this?
Welcome. We actually ask that you keep it on while you're, but I think it's not working, so hang on. Try tapping it and seeing if it's, nope. Nope. We may need
I'm gonna go to take a nap.
And
batteries.
the wireless mic too is a light blue underneath it that will show that it's on if the switch is on physically.
It says it's on physically, but it's still not hearing it tapping. Marcy, you are amazing to be a technical expert in a microphone that's in another room. Those are some skills. And just apologies to those who are participating virtually. We're just having some technical challenges with our microphone in person, so just hang on for 1 minute.
Through the chair, I'm happy to call for public comment in Zoom if it helps.
It's still not working, huh? Okay. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and start via Zoom while we continue to troubleshoot? And
that would be great.
Great. Actually, Marcy, I think we found, we're just going to use the other mic for this one because we believe that one will work.
Okay.
So if you want to come up, you could join us up here.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Are you doing the public Zoom first, or am I? No, we'll let you go first, actually, if that works. If you speak and we can hear you, we'll go for it.
Okay, can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
yeah, you can hear
Perfect.
me.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining us today. And just a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes, and we'll turn on the timer so it'll be green, and then at 30 seconds it'll go yellow, and then it'll go red.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay. My name is Copperwoman Sasso. You might remember me coming in here and singing a song to you. I am 70 years old, and I live in a 1-year-old state-of-the-art tiny home that is ANSI certified with proper electric and water hookups. I want to be allowed, just as trailers are allowed for fire victims, to live in my safe, affordable alternative housing. I received an eviction notice from Permit Sonoma in August due to a neighbor reporting my tiny home. And fines had accrued to over $10,000 and were reduced, and I was given to the middle of January to become compliant. It is prohibitively expensive to establish a septic system, and I have a perfectly safe composting toilet and responsible composting system where the contact with waste is actually less than cleaning a regular toilet. You've allowed people to live in alternative trailers and tiny homes since the fires and are voting to extend this measure. My home is no different than those allowed for this reason. There's a housing shortage, raising the rents beyond what a low-income person can afford. Put yourself in my place. Would you want to answer a housing ad and move in with strangers and pay a rent that takes most of your income? I now live safely in my tiny home on 4 acres of land in rural Sebastopol, where I have established a beautiful, supportive community with the landowners. At 70, there's just no sensible reason and a hardship for me to find another place to live or put myself on the list to move to the new RV village in Sebastopol on 116, which actually only has a capacity to serve 30 vehicles to alleviate the lineup on Morris Street. I'm here to ask you to include me and others like me who live in safe, affordable, alternative housing to be allowed to live simply and peacefully, the same as the fire victims in their temporary trailers. I'm leaving a few pictures of my tiny home so that you can see it's a real house.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
And you
thank
can
you.
leave those pictures there and we'll come grab them. Thank you so much for your patience. I know we're running late today, and thank you for the song that you shared last time.
Okay,
and
thank
we will
you.
continue
Okay.
to work with you. I can just say personally in my office, I know we've been in touch with you and Jonathan.
Yes,
So,
yes.
all
Okay,
right.
I appreciate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay.
you for sharing your thoughts.
Okay.
And with that, we will go ahead and shift to our virtual commenters via Zoom. Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in the Zoom public comment.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. There are a couple of hands raised. And for the commenters, I will just remind you that this is item number 54 on today's agenda. That was originally cited as 1 p.m. So hoping to provide clarification on that before we begin in Zoom. And for our first commenter, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. This is Jonathan Greenberg, the editor of the SonomaIndependent.org and a public interest advocate and activist, and the head of the Stop All Government Evictions from Tiny Homes and Trailers. So what we're going to ask you for today, I know it's a stretch, is to extend what you've done for fire victims to the other hundreds of people who are being evicted by Permit Sonoma from exactly the same homes, supposedly for their own health and safety. My dear friend Copperwoman is going to be evicted on June 19th and be made homeless from living in a tiny home that is no different than the ones you are going to give permit protection to right now. By my estimate, and I am an investigative financial journalist with many years of experience, and I've spent 3 months investigating Permit Sonoma and the human consequence of these evictions. 20,000 people in our county are living in similar conditions, in anxiety for fear of a call to their neighbor that their perfectly safe tiny home or trailer or converted dwelling will be inspected by Permit Sonoma because of a call from a neighbor, and they'll be ordered evicted in the middle of winter. As this 70-year-old grandmother that spoke to you just now is about to be. I really ask you, there's no villain here. Permit Sonoma is doing their job. They need different marching orders from you. We have homeless villages. Those trailers are coming from someone, my friends. They're coming from people who are unable to live on private lands with them. We could change this and create more affordable housing opportunity and reduce housing anxiety with the stroke of your pen and your vote today. Please do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next commenters are Sonia and Jane. If you can please unmute and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Sonia Tafajan, and I lived in my tiny house legally on Jesse Lane for 5 years under a permit that allows a disabled person or a caregiver to live in a tiny home that is certified as an RV. I was hooked up to the septic, water, and electric, undergrounded it. It cost me $6,000 to do that on someone else's property, and she kindly paid me back half of it. It's very expensive to hook up to a septic, as you know. So there are a couple things I want to say today. One is that I hope you will go ahead and extend the emergency regulations, Lena, that we're talking about today. And I do hope also that Tennis Wick et al. At PRMD will be able to work with the water board as quickly as possible to be able to get through the composting toilet regulations that have been held up for more than 10 years in Sonoma County. And there's also an issue that has to do with the fact that right now I personally have 2 friends that have been handed 30-day notices in the last couple of days. And those people are going to be out on the street along with 189 other people who were evicted from alternative housing last year, when the county only managed to provide 78 rooms, I believe, of low-income housing, and evicted 189 people who had roofs over their heads and relatively safe accommodations. So, thirdly, I'm hoping that the board today can, under this emergency, vote on doing a moratorium.
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and begin.
Well, my name is Jane Torres, and I currently live in a tiny home with a waterless toilet. Like many tiny home dwellers, the waterless toilet seems to be key, or sewage seems to be the key issue when evicting tiny homes from properties. It's generally about septic and sewage, and that waterless toilets are not legal yet. But it seems to me, I was looking at the Sonoma County Code, Section 7, that requires flush toilets for every dwelling, and on-site waste treatment systems or waterless shall not be effective until Section 7, 13G2, that is amended to allow waterless toilets. And I looked into that, and there seems to have been already a lot of work done in terms of permitting waterless toilets. So I would like to echo Sonia that you would quickly vote a moratorium, an eviction moratorium for those up and coming, and for a nice stay extension for those who have been served notices recently for the waterless toilet treatment system. And I think that's pretty much all I have to say. It is crisis right now. Homelessness is a crisis in Sonoma County. And we should not forget the environmental advantages of waterless toilets. Humboldt County says that water toilet and gray water systems can significantly decrease water use when properly designed and managed. And they have a whole,
Thank you so much for the comment.
Thank you.
Apologies for that. And the next commenter is Thomas. If you can please unmute and begin.
Hello, yes. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I was just reviewing the case in Washington Supreme Court, settled Seattle versus Long. And in that, Long claims that he has a homestead right to the property, which was, in this case, his truck parked in the street. And similarly, I would claim, if you will, that the tiny homes involved have a certain homestead. In other words, that they should be protected from the misfortunes of loss. For a certain amount should be protected from the misfortunes of financial loss to protect a family. Therefore, the homestead cannot be attached or taken or towed or fines placed on them. And so I would dearly appreciate you to extend that opportunity within the fire exemption and emergency to those people who are living in these circumstances. We still have thousands of homes that have not even been rebuilt from the fires, let alone to extend the housing that we need in the community. And so I would ask you to consider Seattle versus Long in the case of the Washington Supreme Court's decision, acknowledging that he had a homestead on his truck. And there are differences of opinion as to when the fine occurred that could allow for the towing and so on. But I think that's, as they said, trivializing the Eighth Amendment in that case. So please do consider that. Thank you.
And thank you very much. That does conclude comment on this item.
Thank you very much. I will bring it back to the board and close the public hearing and begin our deliberations here. And, I would like to start by acknowledging the public comments. And I don't believe that we can really address those public comments through this sort of current process that we are in, which is really the extension of an existing policy that actually is set to expire at the end of the year. And so it's very timely and time sensitive, and we don't have the ability to really redraft that today. However, what I would like to do is sort of ask my colleagues if we might have an opportunity to discuss these issues and perhaps really start in January with our calendar setting meeting, because I have heard these concerns from a number of constituents. I have heard this request for a moratorium. I have heard the concerns about the evictions, and I have been a champion of composting toilets for 5 years. So I really would like to have the composting toilet conversation in particular. So I would just sort of ask my colleagues if there is kind of agreement to bring that back, because I don't think that we are able to really address those specific concerns through just this particular agenda item today.
Thank you. Like you, I've heard from many folks who really would like to expand housing choices by occupying tiny homes in the backyard or on existing lots. We've had this discussion. Thank you, Tennis, and your folks at Permit Sonoma for fire survivors. And we've been pretty firm in saying, no, you can't just pull a tiny home on wheels onto your lot specifically because of the sanitation challenges. And I think that is part of the conversation that we all need to have. And I would welcome the opportunity to talk about the state-of-the-art composting facilities and whether or not we can consider tiny homes for housing for our homeless or other folks.
Great. Other thoughts from my colleagues or any questions or comments on the particular item? Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the comments, but I appreciate the work as well. And to be clear, PRMD does not evict anyone. PRMD has code enforcement, and there's ramifications to code enforcement. It's up to the property owner to make sure the property is up to, at least at a minimum, health and safety standards. And it is a catch-22, I believe, for us. It's worth pursuing and looking at. But what I think we can't do is have a double standard where certain people are allowed to live in substandard living spaces that may not meet all health and safety standards. So we need to be consistent. Doesn't mean that we can't have a range within that. And I believe that working with Permit Sonoma, we can come up with a solution extending, I believe it's the one section that we already have. But, it can't be carte blanche, and it isn't. I really fear a double standard. There was an article in the paper not long ago about people living in substandard spaces. That's not something that we want to promote. We want to make sure that everyone is as safe as possible, is living as safely as possible. So I look forward to that discussion, and I think that there's ways around that. I also, as everyone knows, a lot of this is regulated by entities outside of our control in terms of the Water Board and else and others. So I look forward to that.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Rabbitt's comments, and I too look forward to the discussion. There aren't many groups that you can belong to in our society where you hear the phrase, I look forward to a conversation about composting toilets.
Amen. Supervisor Gore? Okay. So any other further comments on the item before us? I'm seeing none. So I would ask, after formally closing the public hearing, ask Marcy to please lead us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbitt?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yeah.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. And with that, we will move on to item 55, which is our biological opinion phase 3 letter of credit, third amendment and notice of extension. And I believe that we are going to be joined by Lynn Roselli, Sonoma Water Finance Manager, and David Manning, our Environmental Resources Manager.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I have Grant Davis. Lynn should be with us.
Don't go there.
Can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Lynn. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. I'm Lynn Roselli with Sonoma Water. I know it's been a very long day for you, so I will try to make this as brief as possible. We are here today. Sonoma Water is requesting that the board authorize that Sonoma Water enter a phase 3 biological opinion letter of credit. This would be a third amendment. The National Marine Fisheries Service and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife require that Sonoma Water undertake certain projects in the Russian River and its tributaries to avoid jeopardizing endangered salmon and steelhead in the watershed. And in order to do those projects, they also require that we provide some financial assurance that we can actually do those projects. And in 2009, the Sonoma Water requested a consistency determination from the Department of Fish and Wildlife for incidental take coverage under the California Endangered Species Act for implementation of the provisions under the biological opinion. The financial provisions for the letter of credit under the consistency determination are identified in the 2009 Memorandum of Agreement that was approved by our board and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And those terms are basically shown here. Phase 3 activities, the level of the principal amount for the letter of credit is $12.765 million. Phase 3 activities include dry creek habitat, design and construction of miles 4, 5, and 6, in addition to other monitoring and maintenance activities. So this letter of credit is intended to secure those activities. The security is $13.4 million. Our security under the second amendment agreement was 17.4, so we've been able to reduce that amount by significantly. The terms of this letter of credit are very favorable. We did have discussions with County Treasury, and they indicated that because this particular letter of credit was had more favorable terms than even the previous letter of credit that we did not have to do a separate presentation to the debt advisory committee. The bank fees are shown here on this slide. The term is through the end of the biological opinion, which is September 30th, 2023. Sonoma Water wants to assure our board that we are able to, we have the funds and resources to actually implement the Dry Creek Habitat Enhancement and all the remaining projects under the biological opinion. We have the ability to pay the debt service to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for construction of Warm Springs Dam, which is the fund which holds these U.S. securities that secure the letter of credit. And we're also able to maintain this letter of credit. And with that, our requested action is to authorize Sonoma Water's general manager to execute a third amendment agreement as required for a standby letter of credit in the amount of $12.765 million. This is required under the memorandum of agreement with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The fees that we will pay annually are shown here. And with that, I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Any questions from members of the board? Supervisor Gore?
Lynn, I want to thank you. This is a rushed item, but it reflects, an unbelievably sustained and resonant amount of work that's on the ground. The one question I have is that it's been quite a while, and I wasn't able to be at the last one. The Public Policy Facilitating Committee, which is 3 board members getting together to kind of review where we're at with us and the Army Corps' commitments. The irony of this biological opinion is us with Sonoma Water actually going to the federal government to lobby the Office of Management and Budget to put the money into the Army Corps to fulfill their obligations under the Clean Water Act and the Endangered Species Act. Ironies are endless, but I'm not asking for a big response right now, but maybe just as we kind of finalize this item, maybe you can send us a note about what we're projected to do in terms of programmatically looking at our work this coming year. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right. Great. With that, we're going to check and see if there are any members of the public in the hall. Nope, seeing none. Marcy, do we have any members of the public who wish to comment via Zoom?
Thank you. Anyone in Zoom, if you would like to comment on item number 55 on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you. Then I will go ahead and bring it back to the board. Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Coran?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yeah.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes, and thank you so much, Lynn. Really appreciate the report and the information.
Thank you.
With that, just as a reminder, item 56 is going to be continued to a later date. So that brings us to item 57, which is the Corbell request for expansion of an agricultural preserve. So I will hand it over to Director Tennis Wick on this one.
Thank you, Chair. This item involves, as you just mentioned, the expansion of agricultural preserve, but also the adoption of a replacement land conservation contract for the subject property. Allison Hodgkin is our journey level planner assigned to this project. We'll waive the presentation if that's okay for the board and be available with questions. We're aware of no controversy associated with it.
Great. Any questions from my colleagues on this one? No. I don't have any questions. I really appreciate the staff work that went into this, and I do think that it is a good thing to keep moving forward with ag preserves and in accordance with the Williamson Act. And at some point, we can have a bigger conversation about that and synergies with the Ag Preservation and Open Space District, but not today. So with that, I will go ahead and formally open the public hearing, see if there are any members of the public who wish to speak in person. Seeing none, Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in public comment for the public hearing via Zoom.
Thank you. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on this item number 57 on today's agenda. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Always wonderful to see land use issues moving forward at such a rapid pace with not massive amounts of controversy. So with that, Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call? Unless there are any other further comments from members of the board, go ahead and please lead us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Coran.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And that brings us to item 58, which is another land conservation contract, this one on Star Road in Windsor. And so I would hand it again back to staff to see if there's anything to describe before moving to questions.
I know, Chair, just to mention for the board, this also involves the expansion of an agricultural preserve, hence the need for a public hearing. Also on this one, no public controversy as far as staff knows, and we'll waive the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bring it back to members of the board for any questions on this. Seeing none, are there any members of the public who wish to speak in person on item 58, the Simoncini Land Conservation Contract? Seeing none, Marcy, would you mind leading us in public comment for the public hearing via Zoom?
Thank you. Once again, please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on number 58 on today's agenda. Seeing no hands, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing. And Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in a roll call vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Goring.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And with that, we will move right ahead onto item 59, which is our zoning code update, business modifications for COVID-19, the moment we have all been waiting for, which finally formally legalizes our county workforce that has been working remotely in unincorporated Sonoma County. So I'll hand it back to staff.
Thank you, Chair. This is the beginning, I hope, of a continuing conversation with the board and more smartly regulating land use in Sonoma County. And I think as there was an earlier conversation in 2021 between Chair Hopkins and Scott Orr, noting that about 500,000 people are violating the home occupation requirements in our zoning code. So now we bring them back to hopefully bring them in alignment with the reality of today's society. Also the same with takeout food from restaurants, which obviously has been vital to keeping that part of our economy alive. In fact, takeout for a number of businesses. So I'll turn it over to Eric Gage, who's the project manager, to see if there's anything Eric would like to mention as far as any public controversy around the project or any notices received from people.
Through the chair, no, I have not received any public feedback on this item.
Great. Thank you.
So with that, I will go ahead and ask my colleagues on the board if there are any questions on this item. Before we move into public comment, Director Wick, I would just like to thank you and all of your staff. I know that we're just whipping through these items because it's the end of a day and we're just trying to get through them. But the fact that they are able to move forward without controversy, I think speaks to the good work of your staff and the importance of these items. And I just want to acknowledge that even though these decisions are taking place in about 60 seconds, that a tremendous number of hours of work have gone into each and every single one of these items. So please extend my thanks to all of your staff for all of the Permit Sonoma items that we are so efficiently getting through this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and formally open the public hearing on this one, see if there are any members of the public in person who wish to speak. Seeing none, Marcy, if you wouldn't mind taking public comment via Zoom, please.
Of course, please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you would like to comment on 59, item number 59 on today's agenda. Thank you. There are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much. So I will close the public hearing and I will bring it back to the board for a roll call vote unless there are any further comments from members of the board. Seeing none, Marcy, would you mind leading us in that vote?
Certainly. Supervisor Goring.
Aye, and just want to thank the staff for working on all of these over the past year or two. Thank you.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yeah.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes, and with gratitude. Thank you all so much for this work. And quite frankly, it actually feels good sometimes to get rid of regulations that really didn't make any sense in the first place. So it's great to move this forward. With that, we will go ahead and move forward with item 60, which is the final adoption of an ordinance to revise Sonoma County supervisorial district boundaries based on the 2020 federal census data. And I am going to hand it over to our fearless team of Crystal Carey Harrow, Linda Shilkin, and Yvonne Shu. And I want to say thank you and also acknowledge that Christelle and Yvonne, it's been a long day for you since this isn't your first item before the board. So thank you for sticking with us.
You're very welcome. Good afternoon. Yvonne Shu with the County Administrator's Office. Let me just share my screen real quick. There we go. Okay, here we go. So today we are here for final adoption of an ordinance to revise the Sonoma County supervisorial district boundaries based on the 2020 census data. This process started about 9 months ago. We've had 11 board meetings, 8 advisory redistricting commission meetings. Of those, 5 of those were public hearings. We've had 2 town halls. I have personally submitted over 60 requests to ISD for website updates, so they love me over there. It's been a long road, but a very rewarding one. And today is the day to adopt that new map. And before your board goes ahead and does that, I'd like to thank everybody on the county communications team, the folks in ISD, county council, everyone on the advisory redistricting commission, and also, of course, the community for all of their input. And with that, I will hand it over to you, Chair Hawkins.
Thank you very much. So I will bring it back to the board for questions on this item. Looking to my colleagues. Seeing no questions. Supervisor Gore? Nope. Okay. I also would like to extend my gratitude to staff for this work, and thank you for this work. And I know that it has been a long and at times very emotionally charged and exhausting process. But through it all, you all have worked tirelessly while also juggling a multitude of other projects. So thank you for that. And with that, I will look to see if there are any members of the public in person who wish to speak on this item. Seeing none, I would ask Marcy to go ahead and open up public comment via Zoom. Okay, and actually we might just take a 1 or 2 minute break while we just wait for the clerk of the board to return. Actually, one question while we're waiting is I think it would be helpful for a refresher on sort of the timeline. I know this was in the agenda report, but I'm wondering if you could just sort of share deadline, at what point this becomes active, and sort of what the next processes and steps are from here, because I understand that it will require quite a bit of work and implementation on the part of our clerk recorder, assessor, registrar of voters. Did I get all of them? I think so. Diva Proto. So any comments on sort of next steps and a reminder of sort of what we can and can't do today, quite frankly?
So I will defer to Council Linda Shulkin for this one.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Today's adoption of the ordinance, as Ms. Shu went through, we've been through many different public hearings and public workshops, so this is a cumulative effort. And so today is the final adoption. We are not able to make additional adjustments today because tomorrow is the deadline. So it has to be posted in advance for public to be able to review it. So what's before you today is for final adoption. Otherwise, tomorrow it would go to a court for a judge to decide what the supervisorial district boundaries are. But fortunately, I think that we have come a long way, as Ms. Shu said, thanks to your board and to our advisory commission. So if your board decides to adopt today, it would become effective, and that's stated in the ordinance as well. And we would be giving the map to the Ms. Proto for her to start implementing to prepare for the next election that is headed our way, so that folks will know where the new supervisorial district boundaries are, and a lot of transition in coordination with our supervisors, so that our district directors can work together and help our constituents and help make sure that everybody knows who is representing them, because these will be the new district boundaries that take effect.
Thank you very much. And one question that may sound tongue-in-cheek, but really isn't. Can we put information in a time capsule and send it to people in 10 years? Because I feel like we have learned so much through this process. This was the first time ever that we formed a redistricting commission. And I think that we learned a lot over these past months. We, of course, wish that we had much more time, but I really do think that there are lessons learned and things that should be shared with our, future sort of folks in 10 years from now.
Through the chair, if I may, County Council Pittman has already coordinated a meeting with all of the attorneys in our office to let them know this will be coming again in 10 years and to help archive. When County Council Pittman asked me to attend a meeting for me to understand that I actually need to brush up on 100 years of history and law first to understand what I'm jumping into with this assignment. And it's been a fabulous learning experience for me, but it has been an enormous amount of knowledge for all of us. So fortunately, part of the new California Fair Maps Act requires us to keep a redistricting website with all of this archived, which will help those of us in the future looking back. So every public hearing, every notice, every agenda, every public hearing recording, all has to be stored, and every public comment and map submitted has to be stored for 10 years. So that will also help with the training for the folks who will take this baton in 10 years from now. And no doubt the laws will continue to change, which always hopefully we'll have more improvements for the next time around as well.
Thank you very much. And I do believe that Marcy is ready to take public comment via Zoom. So if we can go ahead and do that for this item, that would be great.
Thank you so much. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand if you would like to comment on this item on today's agenda, which is item number 60. And Chair Hopkins, seeing a couple hands, I'll confirm with you the time.
2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The commenters are first Gregory and then Thomas.
Thank you. My name is Gregory Farron, and I live at 2040 Elizabeth Way. I bring that up because I want to add a little human story to the redistricting. Last week, I think it was James Gore said that his district looked like a large great bear was eating up the northern part of Santa Rosa between Steel Lane and Pacific. And he's right. That's exactly how it looks. If you look in detail, that bear has two large canines in his upper jaw. And one of those canines, my house sits right in the middle of the root of the canine. And so up to a few minutes from now, I've been in Chris Kersey's district. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate all the work you've done on my behalf and all of the people in my neighborhood. And I want to extend to James. He said at a previous meeting that I had given him both good and bad advice and told him when he did well and told him when he didn't. And James, you can expect that to continue. You're now my supervisor, and I look forward to a long relationship until they redistrict again or until you leave office. Thank you very much.
And Thomas, if you can please unmute and begin.
Yes, this is Thomas, and do forgive me. With regard to the redistricting, I think you should include a legislative intent. In other words, your intent of this has to do with certain restrictions on time that were presumed. But I think, as we mentioned before, is that much of the information could have been gleaned before exact numbers. You use 2019 census numbers, and it would have been very close to certainly begin the conversations much earlier, as Supervisor Chairwoman Hopkins was just mentioning. The second thing I would like, and so I would offer you that you could create a legislative intent, and that may be something you could add, because they could be parts of your remarks that you could amend your remarks subsequent to this moment, while you're still passing this map. I did want to ask, I sent out an email to each of you to include in the District 3 Santa Rosa Memorial Cemetery and the Santa Rosa Rural Cemetery. And I'm not able to see whether that was the case or not. I hope it is the case, because the people are here who relate to those who are in those cemeteries, or they will come here to see them and expect some relationship with the supervisors at some level that is representing, rather than something so distant. And so that is a question. I'm not sure if you can answer that. I hope you can answer if that was included or not included. Thank you.
And Chair Hopkins, Board, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. And, just, I don't know if staff might be able to actually pull the map up and sort of share with Mr. L's sort of the boundaries, and I think also acknowledge Mr. Fearon's canines, which now that I see the bear, I really can't unsee the bear on this map. So if staff wouldn't mind just sharing that for the benefit of those who made their public comment.
So I'm sorry, could you restate that question from the second speaker?
There was a question regarding the cemetery, I believe, and the location of the cemetery and which district it was in.
So if the speaker was referencing the rural cemetery and Santa Rosa Memorial Park, then that is in District 4.
District Grizzly Bear?
Yes. It's the upper teeth here.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you very much for that clarification. I think it was good to confirm that for the public commenters. With that, I will bring it back to the board for any remaining questions or comments on this item. Anyone? Any remaining questions or comments on this one? Seeing none. Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I want to thank staff for all the work that you've done on this. It's been a tough 6 weeks or so, and it's been several months of work. Also want to thank the members of the Advisory Redistricting Commission. I really appreciate all the work that they did. I'm going to be voting no on this for reasons that I've already stated, and I don't want to get back into right now. But I do want to say that when these district changes are official tomorrow, I look forward to representing the residents of Southwest Santa Rosa. That includes many neighborhoods, including Roseland and Moreland, but also Courtside Village and Casa del Sol, and the neighborhood around the Naval Air Station, Southwest Community Park, Corby Avenue neighborhood. I look forward to working with Vice Mayor Alvarez and Councilwoman Rogers, who represent these areas on the Santa Rosa City Council. And I hope to work with them and hopefully Supervisor Hopkins as well to get together with neighbors and property owners of the Moreland area in particular, also potentially folks on the southeastern side of Santa Rosa, to talk about any interest in and value of annexations to the city of Santa Rosa. I'm happy to keep my constituents in Rohnert Park. I think we've been able to do some good work together over the past year. Look forward to that continuing. And to my friends and neighbors in Northeast Santa Rosa, who now will be represented by Supervisor Coran and the bear. These are folks who live in Proctor Terrace, Grace Tract, Hidden Valley, Montecito Heights, Fountain Grove. I just want to say thanks for your support, and don't lose my phone number. I will still answer your calls.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, I want to thank Supervisor Corsi because I think it is good to have a couple comments at the, I want to acknowledge that part of this has been like, we're making comments at the end of a battlefield. And as I said before, there was a lot of, if I look at the comments from around the state about the rush timeline, about other things, I find that across the board with many counties, it's been imperfect, rushed, and controversial. I also want to acknowledge that there is shared pain, shared sacrifice, and shared purpose on this board. I like the last comments that Supervisor Corsi made about some folks in Northeast Santa Rosa that I now represent, and I look forward to figuring out how to represent those individuals together and serve to the best benefit of them. When I look at the map right now, I know that there's still a lot of frustration in the community by different people about not only what happened, but how this worked. But if I do look at the map, I see a map that actually kind of, at the end of the day, it makes a lot of sense to me. Not perfect sense, as everybody said, but it makes a lot of sense to me. If you look at the area of Southwest Santa Rosa, and you're talking about that inclusion into Supervisor Corsi's district, and it really representing the diverse future of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County, I think that's well to be said. The other thing that I would say is that the area of Northwest Santa Rosa that used to be in my district, and I've pushed over more into Central Santa Rosa and Northeast Santa Rosa, it makes sense. Why? Because West County linking over into the train track area, which is a natural border that does define communities and separate community in that area, with 16,000 residents moving out of my district over into Supervisor Hopkins, and then myself moving over into an area occupied previously by Supervisors Coran and Supervisor Corsi. I think it's, I look forward to earning their trust. I don't believe in the word deserve, I believe in the word earn. And so a lot of work to do, especially at a time of election. I'm running for election in June of this year. And, I don't fear the future. Look forward to embracing it and sitting down with those individuals and moving forward. But, even I look out in the community and talk about what's going on there. And I just want to also state that that there's a lot here on our own board that we need to work through to make sure we move forward and do what's best by our county. So onward and upward. Thank you very much. Great work to staff under very high, intense pressure and duress situation.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Gorin?
We've received many comments, both orally and through email, why we did not accept the Art Commission maps and recommendations. And kudos to Supervisor Corsi for recognizing the value of the incredible members and the efforts that they put in. I have said pretty publicly that there were two major changes I wanted to achieve from the ARC recommended map. One was the unification of Bennett Valley, and two was thinking through the inclusion of Rohnert Park with the West County in a thoughtful way. Absolutely, we were supportive of the changes made to include Roseland and Moreland neighborhoods in the center of Santa Rosa. And at our last challenging meeting, we tried to keep the downtown and the surrounding neighborhoods intact with one district. But it meant that we needed to balance the population in the northern part of Santa Rosa. And perhaps we could have achieved, a better mix of the districts coming together. But I would encourage all of the residents, folks that I have previously represented as council member, school board, and mayor, previously represented as supervisor, to outreach to any one of us if you have issues. We work very well with the city council and will continue to do so. And we will work And we, as a Board of Supervisors, work very well with each other in recognizing how we all share an interest in resolving constituent issues, whether you're in our district or not. There will be some changes. I look forward to meeting once again some of the community members that I haven't seen or talked with for a while. And so it will be an adventure for all of us, requiring some patience and certainly understanding. And again, thank you to the Redistricting Commission members for your hard work. I think we've certainly evidenced that your work was not in vain, and it was not easy. And also, thank you to the three members on our screen, Yvonne Shu, Christelle Carey-Harrow, and certainly County Council Linda Shokran. It takes a village to navigate through this process. And we are at the end and looking forward to a new year. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Coran. Supervisor Abbott?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I also want to echo those thanks of staff for the great work that you have done and the time put in. I'm sure you didn't realize stepping into this that it was going to go down the path it did, but staff always steps up and does a great job. So thank you all for that. I do think that, this board initially, and again, notwithstanding the crunch time frame from the census, really wanted to have a very transparent and open process that we invested heavily in. And we even expanded that along the way to make sure that we were doing even that much more outreach. It got people's attention, and that's a good thing. And I will say what I said last time is that I believe this map is significantly different going forward than previous maps. It takes care of, I think, the primary concern of the Southwest Santa Rosa, Roseland, Moreland in a way that adheres to the equity principles put forward by the ARC committee. And I think it solves some of the other issues that we were trying to nip around the edges and the bear that apparently emerged from that. But it does make as much sense as a map can, and map boundaries are always going to divide and have to occur in some logical place, especially in the urban environment. And it's never easy to do, but working through those literally street by street was a good process to go through. So I look forward to that. And as for this board, I mean, today we have 61 items on our agenda. I'm sure the first couple of agendas in January will have that much or more. We have so many things to get to work on that we need to continue to move forward and make sure that we're taking care of the business of the county and running the largest organization within the county, largest entity within the county as well. And I'm sure that we'll do that. So I want to thank everyone for their work on this, their commitment, their passion, their dedication. I believe the product is a result of that, and I think it's actually a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. And I want to acknowledge that this isn't a perfect map. I don't think that there is such a thing as a perfect map, but it is a map that I can stand behind and that I could look someone in the eye and I could explain why it looks the way that it does and what the processes and the good intentions were that went into the creation of this map. And it was an iterative process, and it was hard, and it was exhausting, and it was emotional, because quite frankly, that's how it should be. Because this is one of those existential issues in government. And when I say existential, I'm not thinking about me sitting at 1 a.m. wondering what I'm going to be when I grow up. I mean the things that really affect your life at the end of the day. And, it's the land use development up the street that you feel like is going to change your quality of life, or maybe offer hope for your grandkids to finally be able to afford to live in Sonoma County. That's an existential issue, but so is representation and democracy and being part of a community that you identify with and electing leaders that you feel are representative of what your community stands for and who you stand for as a human being. And so I think that is why this process has been so difficult, because there is so much emotion wrapped up in those existential types of issues. It is an issue of identity, it is an issue of community, and it is an issue of feeling like you're being heard or not being heard in some of the decisions that matter most to your life. those local issues, whether the potholes are filled, whether there are homeless folks living on the streets, or whether they actually have a place to go sleep at night and a, humane and dignified place to live. So it's been a tough process. But at the end of the day, I do feel that I can stand behind this map and behind the work, especially of staff that went into this and the work of the ARC that grappled with these issues and then handed it over to the Board of Supervisors who also grappled with those issues. And I truly hope that the ARC does not feel dismissed in this process, because I don't think this map would have looked anything like what it looks like today had they not stepped up to serve. I think that what would have happened is that, quite frankly, we would have nibbled around the edges the way that we have done for quite some time, right? A little change here, a little change there. We wouldn't have had equity principles to look at. We wouldn't have that body of work that we can now pass forward 10 years from now to the next folks who take up this task. And I don't believe that we would have seen the substantial change of rightfully unifying the western heart of Santa Rosa with the downtown core east of the 101 in Santa Rosa. And I think that is a huge, huge victory for equity and for really acknowledging where Roseland and Moreland, quite frankly, deserve to be. And so I just want to say thank you to staff. I know that it has been a lot on top of a lot, right? Not only are we going through this, but we're going through this in a pandemic where, the ARC couldn't even gather in a meeting room together and sort of have that sense of community where, those town halls, right, were mostly taking place virtually. And so I think that added also a layer of challenge to this process. And so thank you for your dedication and also for the heart that you brought to the work. My gratitude, and I think that, hopefully 10 years from now, folks will look back and they'll be able to make an even better map in 10 years. So with that, I would entertain a motion on the action that we have before us.
So move.
Second.
And with that, Marcy, could you please hold a roll call vote for us?
Supervisor Coran,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
No.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you very much. And with that, we have new supervisorial district boundaries. And so we'd all better get into our cars and on our bikes and on our boots and get to know some of the new communities that we're going to be working with in the years to come. Thank you, everyone. So we will be moving on to item 61, which is acts and determinations. Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on acts and determinations, please?
Supervisor Coran,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yeah.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And now we'll move on to board member reports on assigned boards, councils, commissions, or other attended meetings. We did report out last week, so we should only have a week of calendaring to get through. Supervisor Rabbit, I'm guessing you've been busy with all of your regional committees. You got anything to?
Well, I have them written down, so I'm ready to go.
All right, go for it.
On the 8th, I attended the Bay Area Toll Authority, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, where I chaired the Programming and Allocations Committee. We also had the Fire Ad Hoc that day. And later in the evening, we had the Petaluma Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, where we adopted the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. I believe the second, or are all three now adopted? I think all three are. That's great. On the 9th, ABAG Regional Planning Committee. I did hold a town hall meeting in Pengrove that evening for traffic concerns, congestion, a few other things, and I mentioned the MAC coming out of that. On the 10th, Metropolitan Transportation Commission again, but with operations planning, ABAG Administrative, a joint legislation committee with ABAG and MTC. On the 13th, Seismic Safety Commission meeting, and I believe that's it. I did miss the Sonoma County Transportation Authority. I'll report that out due to a family commitment.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Corsi?
Just a couple. Attended our board liaison meeting for a healthy and safe communities pillar of the strategic plan on the 8th, and the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency board meeting and public hearing on the 9th.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore?
North Coast Resource Partnership, both the resilient infrastructure and the racial and social equity pillar strategic plan meetings. And that's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Coran?
I attended some of the same meetings. The ad hocs for the strategic pillars, the healthy and safe communities, and the climate change, with Supervisor Hopkins, of course, the Petaluma Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Let me see. I want to thank a member of my staff, Karina Garcia, for planning and navigating through a number of very important charla comunitarias. Last week, it was about the needs of mental health, especially in the Latinx community. It was warmly received, and many, many people commented on the desperate need for mental health services in that community, in that valley. And we had a tragic student suicide about a month before. And so those issues are very relevant, and as we move forward in looking at how we can provide additional resources for the trauma that people have been experiencing over the last couple of years, that's especially painful to our youth, the better off we will be. And so thank you to Karina and health services and all of the folks who've been instrumental in providing information to the community on this and other issues. On Friday, I attended the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, where we approved the grant funding for the Sonoma Land Trust initiatives in the Sonoma Baylands, and just continuing to work to create those wetlands, those giant sponges, and opening up the dikes is all a really good thing, and I'm so grateful that we have people in our community working on that. And of course, yesterday was the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, Regional Climate Protection Authority, thanking Linda Hopkins as chair of the Climate Change Committee, exploring potential funding for climate initiatives and implementation of Mobilize Sonoma. And we had a chance to get to know some of the staff. We have 2 new staff hires. Always good to know that we have some successful recruitments and hires, and I will be giving my farewell short address in February at our next meeting. I'm relinquishing the chair of both of those bodies, maybe a little gratefully, a little sorrowfully, and I look forward to participating as a member of the committee. So I think it's important to thank everybody in this chamber, whether it's the reporter from the PD, whether it's our great staff assistants from the clerks of the board providing all of our technical know-how in the Zoom hybrid meetings, all of you as my colleagues working successfully through a number of very, very difficult issues this year, and of course our incredible county council staff and CEO Broughton. We are adjourning for the holidays. I want to wish you all warm, safe, healthy holidays. Take some time, hug your families. Will we ever see sun? Get out there and take a hike or a bike ride. And I look forward to coming together in January.
Thank you, Supervisor Coran. And also thank you for your chairship of SCTA RCPA. It has been certainly challenging with all of the virtual meetings and a number of tough topics and also just collaborations, and you have really steered that beautifully. So look forward to celebrating your tenure in February. For my part, in terms of, and actually one thing I wanted to mention also, Supervisor Coran, was you mentioned the mental health services. I had an amazing meeting recently with Stephanie Manieri from Latino Service Providers, and I don't know if she participated in your panel, but they have this awesome Promotores program for high school students, I believe, who are educated in mental health and then become basically sort of emissaries and ambassadors of information. And it seemed like it was they actually had some data. They hired someone to come on board and look at the program, and certainly something that I think speaks to Supervisor Rabbitt's challenges that he raised with respect to the ARPA funding around youth mental health, and that you also echoed. So maybe that's something we should learn about.
Thank you so much, and we will outreach with her. And I know I have a number of good appointees to the Mental Health Advisory Board and I will be maybe replacing one with a real focus on youth mental health. That certainly is true with SAY and a number of other organizations looking for expanded mental health services.
Yep, absolutely. Wonderful. So in terms of reportable meetings, now, of course, my calendar disappeared. I did attend a SETA meeting that Supervisor Coran mentioned, as well as the Santa Rosa Plain GSA meeting, fire ad hoc, as well as the racial equity strategic pillar ad hoc meeting as well. And I also wanted everyone to know that on behalf of the board, it's a mandatory meeting that I think happens roughly every 6 years. I did meet with CDA, with the Planning, Data, and Monitoring Bureau regarding our Adult and Aging Division. And it was essentially sort of a gentle pop quiz in terms of the services that we provide for our seniors and the relationship with the board. And the good news is that these are basically, I would say, sort of the good cops that come in to sort of advise you on, are there any things that you're missing in order to achieve compliance with the different funding sources before the bad cops come in, who are the auditors who would actually take back your money if you're not. And the great news, and I want to also give some credit to Supervisor Corsi, who currently is the liaison for that, is that we have such an awesome division. There was like one little tiny tweak. And other than that, it appears that we passed with flying colors in terms of the compliance. Supervisor Coran?
What I have worked with on the issue with Paul Dunaway is the need for day respite services for a number of folks really struggling with mental health issues, whether it's Alzheimer's or Parkinson's. We need a place for seniors to come and be and socialize and be with each other with appropriate services during the day. Catholic Charities had funded it and operated it, and it has been disbanded. And so for all of you, let's put this on our radar. I'm exploring potential sites, perhaps in Oakmont or elsewhere, since I have a lot of seniors in my district. But we need funding, and we need to think this through very carefully. So for next year.
Great, wonderful. And with that, I believe that, or actually, CAO Broughton, do you have anything that you wanted to share?
I do not. I'm just excited that we got through ARPA today, and it's been a great year. So thank you.
Great. So I believe that does take us to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and on board member reports. And I would ask if we have any members of the public in person. It does not appear that we do. And so, Marcy, if you wouldn't mind seeing how many hands are raised, and then we can base our timing on that.
Thank you. If you can please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you would like to comment on items not on the agenda. Please do so now. They're trickling in, so I'm just going to wait one moment. Presently, there are 6 hands raised.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead and do 90 seconds.
Thank you. All right. The first commenter is Thomas, followed by 2 phone attendees.
Do forgive me, I just wanted to address Supervisor Coran's important contribution right there at the end, which is in 1998, I submitted to the Sonoma County Economic Development Board's RFP, and apparently we won. Then the contract was delayed, but the most important part of that, and then given to Mark Sandy, the most important part of that is that, well, and some of the 5 items, 3 came back, and the county implemented those. 2 they didn't. One was ecotourism, and the 4th or 5th one was senior housing. At that time, it was important demographically to look at what was going to be required for senior housing. Clearly, under the housing element, it should have been looked at. But the point is, it's very important going forward. The reason I wanted to say something, I mean, we all know those things. The reason I wanted to say something is that it's possible that Alzheimer's could have been identified, at least the distinction as to people with plaques and tangles who do not have Alzheimer's and plaques and tangles who do have Alzheimer's. And it appears that the molecular form has a great deal to do with that. There are left-handed forms and right-handed forms, and most everything in nature is left-handed or what's called an isomer. And they're left-handed and they're not right-handed. And it's a really important thing having to do with
Thank you so much for the comment. That does conclude the time. And for the phone attendee, if you can please state your name.
Hi, it's Roseanne Schneider. I'm going to be reading from the second 9/11 collapse fly. We, the people, demand no more government lies in favor of organized crime, by John Jankel, the 9/11 bounty hunter, and the 9/11 Truth Campaign in Grayton, California. Money moves. Dirty money destroys. Since 1980, Communist China has provided slave labor production for American producers. Today, there are 1,500 American producers, 300 listed below Exhibit 1, that all profit from Communist China's immense slave labor production of goods sold in the United States. American and International Corporations in China, by G's World. Notation: even though this is a very long list of American and other foreign corporations in China, it is certainly not a complete listing. We have only included a few of the names you may recognize. This is a list of companies who either own factories or have contract factories producing their products in China. Some of the companies produce 100% of their
time. And the next commenter, also a phone attendee, please unmute.
This is Daniel, continuing on. This is a list of companies who either own factories or have contract factories producing their products in China. Some of the companies produce 100% of their products there, and others only produce parts or certain ingredients for their products. The list is approximately 1% of the actual corporate list. Companies such as Avon, General Electric, AT&T are just a couple for example. And they have been manufacturing products for over 20 to 30 years. Most American consumers have no idea. Previously, their source was Japan. Comment 1. Jill's World exposes 1,500 American producers that exploit Communist China's slave labor for profit. It is followed by Larry Klayman exposing Communist China's bioweapon, COVID-19, that has murdered over 800,000 Americans.
And thank you. That does conclude the time. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
John, from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Here's a partial list of some of the companies that are in China. AT&T, Abercrombie & Fitch, Abbott Laboratories, Acer Electronics, Adigo Security, Adidas, ADT Security, AGI, American Gem Institute, AIG Financial, AgriLink Foods, and Profax, Allergen Laboratories, American Eagle Outfitters, American Standard, American Tourister, Ames Thule, Alchemy Corporation, Amway Corporation, Analog Devices Inc., Apple Computer, Armani, Amour Meats, Ashland Chemical, Ashley Furniture, Associated Grocers, Audi Motors, Audi Box, Audio Zone Inc., Auden, and that's just a list of VAs. Coronavirus in China is a bioweapon. Coronavirus was deliberately engineered as a bioweapon in the Chinese lab. That was the bombshell claim of a criminal complaint filed by former U.S. Justice Department prosecutor Larry Clayton.
And thank you. That does conclude the time for comment. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Rob McGilly, the 9/11 Truth Campaign. That's the bombshell claim of a criminal complaint filed by former U.S. Justice Department prosecutor Larry Clayton at the International Criminal Court in The Hague, Netherlands. He's also filed a lawsuit against the People's Republic of China, its president, Xi Jinping, and other government officials seeking trillions of dollars in damages. The National Enquirer has learned it comes as COVID-19 has infected more than 2.6 million people worldwide and claimed the lives of over 183,000 as it brought economies around the world to a near standstill. In the U.S., more than 50,000 people have died of the dreaded disease, and it's infected more than 1 million Americans. The blockbuster lawsuit calls for an inquiry into the likely creation and release, accidental of otherwise, of a variation of coronavirus known as COVID-19 as a biological weapon. The lawsuit adds China planned to use such weapons against its perceived enemies, including, but not limiting to the people of the United States. The Chinese government has denied claims the virus came from a lab.
And that does conclude the time. And thank you. If the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Okay, yeah. Rich Hannon, the 9/11 Truth Campaign. It brought economies around the world to a near standstill. In the U.S., more than 56,000 people have died of the dreaded disease, and it's infected more than 1 million Americans. The blockbuster lawsuit calls for an inquiry into the likely creation and release, accidentally or otherwise, of a variation of the coronavirus as COVID-19 as a biological weapon. The lawsuit adds China planned to use such weapons against perceived enemies, but not limited to the people of the United States. The Chinese government has denied claims that the virus came from a lab, sticking to the official narrative that transferred to humans from a bat sold as food at a wet market in the city of Wuhan. Ron Xing, the director of Wuhan National Biosafety Laboratory, told China Global Television Network there is absolutely no way the virus originated from our institute. Despite that, a growing number of politicians, scientists, and experts have become increasingly suspicious about this government-operated Wuhan Institute of Virology, designated an extreme isolation security BSL-4 lab. It's located just 8 miles from the wet market, and the World Health Organization said evidence indicated the disease originated in an animal. Thank you so
much. That does conclude the time. And if the next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
This is Mary Morrison, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Our County of Sonoma, California, presiding judge Bradford J. DeMeo violates his oath of office to support and defend the Constitution without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. This includes the 9/11 bounty hunter John Jinkle, the 9/11 Truth Campaign members, and we the people's constitutionally secured inalienable First Amendment rights to petition government for redress of our grievances. Our founding fathers provided no exception, not even for a court-ordered vexatious litigant, and further clarified that, quote, the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Our Constitution for the United States is we the American people's only defense against government organized crime. While the United States is still officially a sovereign democracy, it will not remain as such if we the people allow liar pedophile traitors to hold any elected public office under the U.S., civil or military, starting with our illegitimate pedophile traitor President Joe Biden. If he continues to remain holding the office of president, this is we the people's last chance to exercise our quickly diminishing, mostly ignored constitutional authority to remove the most blatantly corrupt, greedy pedophile traitors in recorded history from holding any office, civil or military, in the United States, especially as president. Senators and representatives before mentioned.
Thank you. That does conclude the time. And the next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
This is Karina calling from the 9/11 Truth Campaign. All elected public servants and judges are sworn by their oath of office, Exhibit 7, to support and defend the Constitution without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Therefore, we must give aid and comfort to our 9/11 Truth Campaign's 19-year effort to end 150 years of U.S. government organized crime by exposing the truth about what our government is doing. Congress repeal public betraying martial law 107 2.3 that is not in pursuit of our 1787 created by 39 liberty and justice seeking forefathers, constitutions for the United States of America. Any elected public servant who in any adheres to enemies we the public, foreign domesticated, are giving them aid and comfort. Correcting the war powers of Congress and the President.
Karina, we're not hearing you. I think you disappeared. Not seeing. I'm no longer seeing you in the Zoom. So I'm sorry for that. But with that, Chair Hopkins, that will close public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. And, we do have a little bit of good news, which is that I don't have anyone to adjourn in honor of today. And so instead of having a moment of silence and solemnity, I would like to adjourn in honor of the holidays with joy and festivity, and a wish for absolutely everyone to have a warm time full of family and a little bit of time off and a little bit of time just to recuperate and to get back in touch with this beautiful community that we all share in person. And we do have our next regular meeting scheduled for the new year, January 4th. Any final comments from my colleagues? Thank you all so much for being a part of this board. Thank you. CAO Bratton, you want to say a few final words?
Just to remind us, we're recessing back into closed session.
Excellent reminder. We're not actually off, but all of you are off. So
and
with that,
one more, and because of the lateness of the hour, we will do report out from closed session on January 4th.
Great. So we will be reporting out in the new year. Thank you all for your hard work in this county and in this community. And a special thanks to our deputies who are always here till the bitter end of our meeting. So thank you very much. Good to see you, and take care, everyone. Have a good night and Happy New Year.